Since childhood, he had been regarded as useless because he could not awaken magic. With a genius younger sister possessing the talent of a holy mage, he was even more despised. But no one knew that the family's true genius was actually him. Everything started with the accident of his nephew Lucas. After dying, he unexpectedly transmigrated to the magical world. Strangely, the power he awakened was not magic. It was the strength of the martial god of 10,000 jinn, which sounded truly bizarre, while other mages had to chant all kinds of spells. He, on the other hand, fought in a physical style, finishing things with one punch. Just like the holy monk in a world of mages, he feared no one. In the emergency room, the student Suichi lay dying on the hospital bed, listening to his final instructions. That morning, his mother lovingly handed him a lunchbox with rolled omelets, telling him not to worry about money, but to focus on his studies. His little sister cheerfully offered him candy, and he patted her head, telling her to listen to their mother. But the reality at school was a nightmare. The thugs stomped on his lunchbox and mocked him, saying they didn't expect him to still dare come to school. They beat him brutally just because he dared to stand up to protect a female classmate. The leader sneered at him for being weak. The girl he saved could only stand in the rain, advising him not to provoke them. Tragedy struck when a truck came speeding in, its headlights blinding in the pouring rain. Suichi's face still bore unhealed wounds. He could not dodge and was sent flying far away after the violent impact. Lying motionless on the road, his consciousness fading with the desperate question, was he going to die? He painfully called out to his mother with a weak breath, regretting not being able to protect his family. Amidst the noise, a desire flared in his heart. In his next life, he must have power. On the magical continent of Akanas, a sacred blessing ceremony was underway. The priest declared that children under 6 must offer precious items to the god. If accepted, they would be granted a spirit messenger. This was the chance to awaken magic and become a true mage. A poor boy asked his mother if a piece of candy could be exchanged for magic. His mother sadly replied that it had to be expensive jewelry like that of the nobles. Lady Blanche prepared a lavish jewelry box. For the more valuable the item, the higher the chance. Murmurs arose as the Rian family appeared. Some said they had bet their entire fortune to change their fate. Hodjin, the patriarch, looked at his children with a resolute gaze. He told himself he had made a great gamble for the family's future, along with Lucas and Julia. 2 most intelligent children would surely receive a high-level blessing. The priest called the next person Julia Ryan. The petite girl stepped toward the shrine. He placed a golden crown on the stone altar, instantly activating the magic circle, which blazed with light. A violent surge of lightning erupted from the circle. Everyone was astonished as the blessing level reached rank 7, a rare miracle unseen in 12 years. Julia stood amidst crackling lightning, her eyes shining with divine power. Witnessing the success, the crowd realized the item she offered was the Thunder Crown, but some still doubted it was worth the Rian family staking their entire fortune. Meanwhile, Lucas clapped enthusiastically, congratulating his sister. His father, Hodjin, gently adjusted his clothes and gave him instructions. Lucas replied confidently. The butler opened a wooden box, revealing a sword radiating an aura of immense power. The sword stunned everyone with its overwhelming magical force. The silhouette of Vulcanus, the fire god of magic, blazed into existence behind Lucas, astonishing everyone. Julia cheered happily. Lucas calmly took the sword and walked toward the shrine. The priest was also impressed, understanding that Patriarch Rian was staking everything. The moment Lucas placed the sword on the stone altar, the magic circle exploded in a blinding flash of light. The academy's sky suddenly turned a fiery red like blood. Hodjin was stunned, wondering if it was rank 9, or if he had burned through too much money. Inside the shrine, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the stone altar. The situation turned dire as Lucas looked at his hand and saw sparks igniting from within his body. Pain surged through him, catching him off guard. His eyes blazed with a fierce, violent flame. Lucas screamed in excruciating pain as the magical fire burned his body. The holy sword still hovered above, as if performing a cruel sacrificial ritual. The sky gradually cleared, but the atmosphere was filled with anxiety. Lucas's father shouted in panic, asking about the soul messenger. Amid the murmurs, someone pointed toward the shrine. Julia looked in that direction. Candy in her hand fell and shattered as she saw the sight before her. Her brother was flung off the stone altar, falling freely to the ground in a cloud of gray smoke. Lucas lay motionless, his lifeless eyes staring into empty space. Julia cried out through tears, calling for her brother. Old man Hodjin also rushed frantically to his son's side. The family surrounded Lucas' cold body. The mother sobbed, the father pleaded desperately for him to wake up. The priest tremblingly declared that the god had rejected Lucas Ryan. Amid the shock, a strange blue light quietly vanished from the scene. In the fire god's domain, molten lava flowed turbulently, reflecting the rage of a powerful dark entity. He roared in fury. How dare the Rian family offer a sword that nearly killed him? He sneered, calling them too cowardly for fearing the sword. He grasped the sword, clearly feeling the unforgivable trace from the past when it had injured him. The fire god coldly said the Rian family should be grateful that he only burned the child's soul. The lesser fiends around him quickly praised his mercy. A lesser fiend noticed a visitor from another planet had just intruded and asked if they should pursue. But the fire god only laughed contemptuously, saying that insect was not worth his effort. He turned back to look at the offering and admitted it was quite good. In the real world, a butterfly-shaped blue speck of light landed on Lucas's forehead. His eyes suddenly snapped open, emitting a blinding light. The scene shifted to the celestial origin cave, where the martial god with blazing red hair floated in the void, surrounded by swirling golden energy currents. When he opened his eyes, his pupils blazed with an orange light, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. Each step he took on the air shattered reality like glass. The majestic martial god continued walking. Every movement caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ahead, a massive blue-skinned entity with countless glowing red eyes appeared, blocking the path. He recognized it as the source of the Kai power that ruled this world. The martial god crossed his arms arrogantly, taunting that his opponent was still too inexperienced. The monster opened its wide mouth full of sharp teeth in response. It spat out an ancient black energy blast, aiming to swallow the blasphemer. The immense pressure shot straight toward the martial god, but he stood firm, his eyes burning as he channeled power into his fist. The martial god unleashed a powerful punch. A terrifying explosion of light swept away the opponent's attack. Martial god stood tall amidst the dissipating fragments of energy. He moved toward the dazzling light after defeating the cosmic entity. The martial god wore a proud smile. He felt the cosmic power like a gift he had been waiting for. At that moment, his guardian spirit rushed over with a panicked scream, calling out to the great martial god. Interrupted, the martial god coldly pushed the spirit away and asked the reason. His expression shifted as he sensed the aura of Rasuku, his former partner, had gone out. He wondered about what was happening on the Akana's continent, where martial arts were once supreme. He could not accept that Vulcanus, someone who almost died by his sword, was now being worshipped. The spirit cried, blaming him for being too absorbed in the martial path, allowing lesser gods to run rampant. The martial god pondered. Having to personally spread martial teachings was indeed a burden, but seeing the soul flame burning faintly, he understood his responsibility to pass down the essence to the next generation. With unwavering will, the martial god decided to venture into the light, seeking ascension. In the real world, Lucas gradually regained consciousness, hearing an echo in his head. He thought in shock, dead and still being bothered, truly bad luck. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the spirit leaning in, staring intently at him. The small soul declared it would protect him. Lucas lay still on the bed, magical specks of light dancing around him. The spirit clearly declared it would grant him the martial god's protection. Before Lucas could gather his wits, a beam of dazzling light shot straight from the void into his body. A mysterious notification immediately appeared. It was the blessing of a level 9 war god that removed the training level limit. He woke up on the hospital bed with a stream of golden spiritual energy surrounding his body. Lucas was bewildered, wondering about the level 9 power and the appearance of the spirits he had just heard. He stared at his trembling hands with a chaotic mind before this absurd reality. Lucas recalled the terrifying moment of being hit by a truck in his previous life. He should have died, but why was he still alive? The memories of the original owner, Lucas Rayan, who was rejected by the gods at the initiation ceremony, began to flood back, causing him to hold his head in pain. He gave a bitter smile, wondering if heaven was playing with his fate. Being reincarnated as a child abandoned by the gods in a magical world made Lucas worry about being cast out by his family. In his heart, he hoped his mother and younger sister Azusa in the old world could live on the insurance money. Looking at the strange light on his hand, he could not understand what the war god's blessing meant for him. Suddenly, the sound of candy falling to the floor made him startle and turn around. Julia was standing at the door with tear-filled eyes, sobbing as she called out to her brother. She rushed over and hugged Lucas tightly, crying tears of joy. "You are not dead yet. I thought you were gone for good." Lucas gently patted her head to comfort her, telling her not to cry. He was fine. Looking at Julia, he remembered Azusa, his younger sister from the previous life, must also be grieving over losing him. Lucas' eyes became determined. He vowed to use everything to protect what was most precious. Turning his gaze out the window, Lucas silently made up his mind. "I am counting on you, war god." A gloomy temple. The angel statue suddenly shed tears of blood, a gruesome sight. A ghostly woman with green hair materialized, sensing the cursed entity disappear, and gave a sinister smile. 9 years later, at the Rian family estate, Lucas had now become a tall, handsome young man. Just wiping off sweat after training, he thought to himself that the weather was clear, so Julia's training session must also be over. Lucas planned to go pick up his sister, but immediately, a sudden burst of killing intent came from behind, startling him into alertness. Thorny vines suddenly coiled tightly and lifted Lucas into the air. Instead of being scared, he just sighed in exasperation, having grown too used to this prank. The one who appeared was Jeremy Ryan, the fourth child of the Ryan house, Lucas's half-brother on his father's side. side. He leaned on his staff wearing a smug, mocking smile. So the one hated by the gods still dares to show his face here. Jeremy continued with an arrogant tone, asserting that the backyard was only for members who could use magic. He tightened the vines, threatening to break a few ribs to teach Lucas some manners. However, Lucas only responded with a long, bored yawn, showing no fear at all. He calmly reminded that his sister's training was over and gave a warning. Want to become a barbecue? Let me go right now before I change my mind. Jeremy trembled but still stubbornly argued that a weakling who needs his little sister to protect him has no right to give orders. But immediately, a massive bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky directly onto Jeremy's head. He screamed in agony as the electric current enveloped him, then collapsed to the ground in a puff of black smoke. Lucas looked towards the gate, where Julia was approaching with a staff glowing with magic in her hand. Julia declared clearly, "If you dare bully my brother again, I will not hold back." She puffed out her cheeks in anger, then quickly used fire magic, dispelling the thorny vines coiled around Lucas. The thorny vines fell to the ground. Lucas gently stroked his sister's head to thank and reassure her. Lucas looked at Jeremy, who was struggling to get up, and asked with a meaningful smile if he had learned his lesson. Jeremy gritted his teeth in humiliation, only managing to shout out, "Remember this." Then he fled for his life together with the maid. Watching the enemies retreating back, Lucas silently realized Julia had deliberately held back her power to avoid causing serious injury. Julia turned to ask, puzzled, knowing her brother could easily defeat Jeremy. So why did he not fight back? Lucas merely smiled and reminded her that his true strength was a secret only the two of them knew. Lucas patted his sister's head and asked her to protect him in the future, and the girl enthusiastically agreed to that. 9 years had passed since his soul had reincarnated into the body of Lucas Rian. He remembered the day he woke up, his father came to visit him, and he had thought he would be expelled for disappointing them. But no. Master Hajin hugged his son, sobbing, "Oh my heavens, you not dying is the blessing of 3 generations of our ancestor." Though he was the leader of the Night Order and often away on campaigns, he was still an exemplary father who loved his children. Upon learning that Lucas was practicing martial arts, he promptly sent a letter containing information about ancient martial arts books in the family library. Thanks to that letter, Lucas decided to carry out an extremely daring plan. In the mansion, the maids were gossiping about how the young master Lucas often disappeared by himself even though he was still young. Suddenly, violent tremors from underground shook the entire mansion. The maids, puzzled, speculated that someone was practicing lightning magic, unaware that a steel fist was madly breaking through the hard rock layers right beneath their feet. Lucas wiped his sweat after finishing digging the tunnel. He muttered to himself with satisfaction that everything was in order. Over the course of 6 long months, he had secretly dug a hidden basement right under his room and divided into 4 separate areas: a study area, a training area, a storage area, and even a makeshift bathroom. Having spent all his money on specialized equipment, he had to settle for a simple bathtub to soak in herbal medicine. From then on, every day Lucas secretly devoted himself to ascetic training sessions inside his secret base. The basement had now become a true martial hall, fully stocked with weapons and ancient bookshelves. Lucas was soaking in a herbal bath that emitted a mystical purple aura. He told himself soaking in this deep purple bath was truly the peak of peaks. For the past 3 years, he had relentlessly trained based on a secret manual called the Chaos Body Forging Art. The results achieved were astonishing. Now even level 5 magic attacks could not leave even a single scratch on his body. With his defense perfected, Lucas began shifting to train his offensive skills. Standing before the training dummy, he drew his sword from its sheath with lightning speed. His eyes blazed with intense focus, every movement exuding the power of a true master. Not stopping there, Lucas continued to practice with the spear. A powerful spear thrust generated a stream of golden energy, directly shattering the training dummy into pieces in an instant. He stood towering in the middle of the basement, his breath still incredibly steady after the powerful strikes. A notification confirmed Lucas had reached level 4 of the skill cloud-piercing lightning spear. He told himself he would practice some fist techniques a bit more before ending the session. Over 9 years, his abilities had advanced tremendously, but deep inside lingered a fear regarding the limits of martial artists. According to ancient texts, upon reaching a certain realm, a martial master would encounter a barrier preventing evolution. The only way to break through it was to achieve enlightenment, an extremely arduous challenge that forced countless people to give up midway. This was precisely the reason why the martial path gradually declined and was overshadowed by magic, even though in reality they were never inferior to each other. However, Lucas confidently stated that it might be hard for others, but for him he was the exception. He focused all his mental energy into his fist. His eyes blazed with a pressured blue light. With a resounding roar, Lucas used his force to unleash a direct punch at the sandbag in front of him. The terrifying wave of energy exploded, directly pulverizing the target into fragments in a cloud of dust. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lucas calmly looked at his own hand. When the mysterious notification appeared, the supreme fierce fist had reached level 5. He realized that his skill levels were still advancing very smoothly, seemingly without any limits. This was the result of the blessing from the level 9 war god that he possessed. A series of skills from cloud-piercing lightning spear, overlord slash, to chaos body forging art had all reached astonishing levels. The chime of the clock reminded Lucas that his training time was over. He quickly tidied his clothes because tonight his father, Lord Hodgin, would return home for the whole family to have dinner. Lucas strode through the splendid hallways of the mansion, heading towards the main dining room. Pushing open the massive double doors and entering, he saw everyone already gathered around the long, luxurious banquet table. Lord Hodgin unexpectedly announced that this year, Allen Magic Academy would open a martial arts department as a special measure, and he had submitted an application for Lucas. During this, Jeremy could only click his tongue in contempt. His father continued to encourage him, saying martial arts were difficult, but he believed Lucas could do it, and told him to prepare well for the entrance exam next week. Lucas calmly thanked his father while Julia cheerfully enjoyed her food beside them. He told himself that no matter which world, becoming strong was essential to protect what was important, but to avoid trouble, he absolutely must not let himself stand out too much. Julia excitedly interrupted the meal. "Father, I also want to enter Allen Magic Academy with Big Brother." Lord Hodgin smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm but also reminded her that she was only 11 years old, not yet of age for formal enrollment. Undaunted, Julia immediately countered by pointing out the existence of the elite course with no age limit. Then she confidently pulled out a bright red letter. "I have a direct invitation to the school. No need to wait for age, okay?" Holding the letter in his hand, Lord Hodgin marveled, realizing that Julia's reputation as a prodigy had spread far and wide to Allen Academy, and he believed that a great archmage was about to emerge from the Rian family in the near future. Lucas silently admired his sister's talent while Lady Catherine gently prayed for both siblings to pass the exam safely. However, that warm atmosphere made Jeremy extremely envious. He gritted his teeth in resentment, unable to understand why a person like Lucas received such treatment, and feared that his own reputation would be affected if his brother also enrolled. Lost in his jealous thoughts, Jeremy was suddenly grabbed hard on the thigh by a hand in a purple glove, causing him to cry out in pain. That was Jessica Ryan, Jeremy's mother and the second wife of the Ryan family. She coldly ordered her son to remain calm. Jessica used her hands to caress Jeremy's face, reassuring him not to worry about this matter. "It would be strange if he passed. Just wait and watch the show, my son." Having said that, she gave a sinister smile. A week later, the day of departure for Allen Magic Academy arrived. Standing before the mansion gate, their mother reluctantly advised, "Lucas, Julia, take care of yourselves, you two. Once you have settled in, I will visit and bring your favorite pudding." She handed Lucas an item and reminded him, "Do not forget the lucky coin your father gave you." It was a coin from the martial era, a period that unified the world 10,000 years ago, which his father obtained after defeating a magic beast. The front of the coin was engraved with the first emperor's face, and the back bore the weapons he once used. Lucas was astonished to realize that the face on the coin was precisely the muscle god who had appeared before. Remembering his father's words to always carry it as a talisman, Lucas silently felt grateful for being born into a wonderful family in this life. Two siblings dressed in the uniform of Chinchu Academy waved goodbye and said they were leaving. A few hours later, as the sun set, the carriage convoy stopped at the edge of a forest to set up camp for the night. Sitting by the campfire, the butler Forden said that if they left early in the morning, they would reach the town of Dak, home to Allen Magic Academy, before evening. Julia excitedly asked about the interesting things in that town. Forden enthusiastically told her about the annual Magic Dodgeball tournament held every spring. He also mentioned that this town was famous as a culinary paradise with countless delicious dishes. Seeing his sister drooling with hunger, Lucas smiled wryly and reminded Julia to wipe her mouth or it would become a waterfall. The joy suddenly vanished when Lucas' hands twitched slightly. A magic circle appeared in his eyes. He sensed every movement from afar and reported that 12 horses and 13 people were charging in from a distance of 2 km. Before Lucas's serious gaze, Forden calmly said the chance of encountering bandits here was very low, that he was too optimistic. Thanks to his chaos physique, Lucas possessed defensive abilities, recovery, and keen senses. He affirmed his feeling was not wrong. He silently calculated that since the group only had 5 people and included a child, they needed to handle things very carefully. While Julia was still innocently eating her bread, Lucas stood up to warn that a mysterious group was approaching and signaled everyone to get into position. The butler Forden and the soldiers were confused because they hadn't heard anything. Nevertheless, he quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Forden immediately shouted an order to his subordinates that guests had arrived, to welcome them quickly. Although he didn't know where Lucas got the information, he understood that caution at this moment was never redundant. Right after that, a group of fierce bandits on horseback rushed out from the darkness at breakneck speed. The soldiers exclaimed in shock that they had really arrived. The leader, with a long scar and eye patch, laughed triumphantly, saying that another fat prey had appeared before the academy entrance exam. He looked at the two siblings with a cruel nature, wanting to capture Julia alive to sell at a high price and make Lucas goods for customers with bizarre tastes. Forden drew his sword imposingly, threatening anyone who dared touch the nobles. The leader was not afraid at all and ordered his men to kill everyone except the two children. Battle erupted, the Holvang soldiers determined to support Forden in protecting their masters. The fierce bandits charged forward with savage smiles. The clash of metal rang out in the night as the two sides engaged in a melee. A brave soldier used his spear to impale a charging bandit. With a sharp look, Forden yelled for Julia to leave this to him, then charged into the bandit group like a fierce tiger, each swing of his sword making the enemy pay. In that moment of danger, he still turned his head to tell Lucas to quickly run away with his sister. A sudden agonizing scream startled Lucas. A guard soldier had been engulfed in magical flames, screaming in pain. The leader revealed himself with a brightly glowing staff and a sinister smile. Witnessing the scene, Forden was horrified to realize the truth. There was a mage among the bandits. In his moment of distraction, he was approached from behind by another bandit, and only had time to shout a final urging for the young master to run into the forest. A slashing attack grazed him, leaving Forden severely wounded. Lucas was extremely worried. Despite being exhausted and surrounded, Forden struggled to stand up using his sword. The mage leader approached with a murderous expression, growling that he would burn him alive for killing his comrades. Facing the glowing magic gun, Forden resolved to protect his two young masters until his last breath. Standing in the shadows, Lucas silently calculated that a level 2 going up against a mage was like a rock hitting an egg, but seeing his loved ones in danger, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Memories of Forden's kindness surged back, tightening his heart. He could not let his family be harmed right before his eyes. Lucas clenched his fists, told his sister to hide here, and went to help Uncle Forden. He crouched low, preparing to leap into the battle with a completely different aura. Julia worriedly told him to be careful. The battlefield grew fierce. The butler Forden roared as he swung his sword, cutting down another bandit. His strength exhausted, Forden collapsed, gasping for breath amidst the gruesome scene. Seizing the opportunity, a bandit leaped down from above, swinging a blade and cursing the damned old man. The one injured was not him, but the surrounding bandits who were panicking and screaming, not understanding what was happening. Small stones covered in golden spiritual energy shot forward at wind-like speed. They pierced through the enemy formation and took down the bandits in an instant, leaving the survivors stunned. Lucas stood in the shadows, hand tightly gripping a pebble that radiated a terrifying aura, silently thinking it was lucky his wind strike technique had reached level 4 from practicing stones at birds. With a cold glare, he asserted that this bandit group wasn't even worthy of being cannon fodder. Witnessing his men being wiped out, the mage screamed madly, demanding to know who had done this. He tremblingly activated the fireball magic on his staff, roaring in a final attempt to drag Forden to a shared death. A massive fireball carrying destructive force shot straight toward Forden. He helplessly closed his eyes, waiting for the end. He silently thanked that at least the two young masters were safe thanks to the mysterious person's help. At the very last moment, Lucas suddenly shot out like lightning. He channeled all his power into his fist and directly charged into the impact, aiming for the massive fireball to protect the loyal butler. Forden watched his masters back in shock and exclaimed, "Young master." The fireball vanished completely, leaving the mage stunned. He frantically thought of a counterattack, planning to retaliate with a fire serpent, but before he could act, everything changed. Lucas closed in, unleashing an extremely powerful, explosive fist, causing the leader to only manage a scream. The punch finished him on the spot. Forden stood looking at Lucas, still unable to believe his eyes. He thought that the young master defeating a high-level mage was something unprecedented. Lucas turned back with a confident smile, saying that it seemed he had martial arts talent. Forden emotionally called his name in admiration. However, their joy was short-lived as they both suddenly sensed a thick, tangible killing intent. Pitch-black veins emerged from the ground, startling Forden. A giant entity, shaped like a bizarre skeleton with blazing purple eyes, began to take form. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying monster, wondering where it had come from. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. It roared with deathly, hateful sounds, freezing the space around them. He watched the monster wildly swing its sharp claws. Lucas thought to himself that he must finish it quickly, not letting Julia see this scene. He immediately leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning, pouring all his power into an attack bearing golden spiritual energy. He struck straight down onto the enemy's head. However, the monster remained unharmed. It even emitted an ominous purple energy wave. Ghastly chains flowed out from its body, pulling corpses from underground, much to Lucas' astonishment. What the hell was this? The monster growled, its eyes blazing with a strange serpent symbol. Its body mutated to a massive size, emitting a deathly pressure that enveloped him. Seeing the symbol in its eyes, Lucas realized the monster had the ability to control the dead. Noticing that ordinary physical attacks were ineffective, he decided to change his tactics and try a different technique. Lucas channeled all his spiritual energy into his palm, He unleashed an extremely powerful explosive aura technique. A golden stream of spiritual energy pierced the evil entity, creating an explosion of light that cleansed the darkness. The monster howled in vain as its body disintegrated into fragments. The night gradually grew quiet, with Lucas standing tall, ending the battle decisively. After the enemy vanished completely, Lucas sat down tiredly on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Hearing a call, he smiled as he saw Julia trotting over. The little girl threw herself into his arms, earnestly praising him for handling everything. The old butler was also astonished, not knowing when the young master had become so strong, even defeating a monster. The neighing of horses broke the silent atmosphere. The black horse slowly stepped forward. On its back was a silver-haired young woman, tightly bound and gagged. Her face showed clear pain. Lucas was surprised to realize there were still people needing rescue. At the same time, in an evil space filled with killing intent, a bizarre woman with long horns was leisurely soaking in a pool of blood, sipping a glass of wine. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes upon learning that pawn number 4 had been destroyed. "Who dared touch my toys?" Back to Lucas's group. After being rescued, the silver-haired girl introduced herself as Maya. Hearing this name, Lucas fell into thought, feeling he had heard it somewhere before. Julia also nodded in agreement, saying she had heard it before. Forden explained that the Rasta and Rayan families were renowned nobles near Dak Town. Lucas nodded in confirmation. Julia curiously asked why Maya was attacked by the bandits. Maya, with tears in her eyes, recounted the horrifying events from a few hours ago, when the bandits suddenly appeared and attacked her carriage. The guards were killed one by one in a sea of fire amidst wild laughter. Even her loyal maid was captured while trying to protect her mistress. Maya recalled bitterly. Even though she asserted her noble status, it was all in vain. The greedy look in the leader's eyes showed that the real goal was to kidnap nobles' children for ransom. Seeing Maya trembling with fear, Lucas gently reassured her. "Rest assured, those brats have kicked the bucket." He remained silent, with a thoughtful expression about the strange events that had just occurred. Late at night by the campfire, Forden brought food to Lucas and informed him that Maya and Julia had gone to rest. Lucas thoughtfully asked Forden for his opinion on what Maya had just said. The butler determined this was a professional criminal gang that had long targeted nobles' children. Lucas clenched his fist, thinking about those who use magic to control the dead. He was certain the mother worm was behind the scenes pulling the strings. Forden promised to immediately report to the master and contact the Rasta family to cooperate in the investigation. Lucas nodded in agreement, but also made a proposal to avoid trouble later on. The next day, the convoy entered the town of Dak in the border region of the Kamina Empire. Julia was surprised and disappointed when she heard the sightseeing plan was cancelled. Lucas explained that there were still accomplices of yesterday's bandits in the area, so they needed to head straight to the Magic Academy to ensure safety. Julia could only pout in regret. Although a bit regretful, Maya still nodded. "He is right, I agree." Seeing Julia still pouting over the missed outing, Lucas smiled teasingly. "You want to go to the food district, right? Later when we pass by, I will buy you anything you like." Those words made Julia happy again. She cheered. "Really? Thank you, big brother." Maya marveled. "You two are really close." Right then, Mr. Forden announced the convoy had entered the town and invited everyone to look at the scenery outside. As soon as she opened the carriage window, Julia exclaimed in amazement at the grandeur of this place. This was the second largest town in the empire, second only to the capital, with its antique architectural buildings and streets bustling with people passing by. Witnessing the lively shops, Maya also eagerly joined in the fun. Looking at the flowing crowd, Lucas silently marveled because the atmosphere reminded him of the city where he had lived in his previous life. The trip suddenly became lively when a clown appeared outside the window teasing them, making the two girls jump in fright. Make up for it, Lucas bought a lot of fragrant bread and donuts for both of them. Watching Julia and Maya happily enjoy the delicious food, Lucas felt more at ease after the recent incidents. Finally, the convoy stopped in front of the majestic Allen Magic Academy gate. Forden stopped his horse and slowly announced, "I can only accompany the two of you this far." Lucas stepped out of the carriage, looked straight at the butler and confidently asserted, "Just go back, uncle, I can handle these guards by myself." Julia hugged her brother tightly and clearly declared, "That is right. I will protect my big brother too." Lucas patted his sister's head and smiled, "I am counting on you, genius mage." Julia proudly replied, "Yep, leave it to me." Seeing that warm scene, Forden could only smile contentedly. Maya thought Lucas was an interesting big brother, being protected by his own little sister. As the three children walked through the academy gate together, Maya sincerely expressed her gratitude because both siblings were kind. Maya blushed slightly, thinking she was truly lucky to have met the Rian siblings. Going back to last night, Mr. Forden suddenly remembered a shocking truth, revealing that Maya was Lucas's ex-fiancée. It really is a small world. He recalled the two children who were once close together on a swing when they were young, but tragedy occurred right after the blessing ceremony. Lucas was rejected by the gods and deemed a talentless person without magic. The engagement between the two families was immediately called off. Allen Magic Academy, located in the south of Daktown, was one of the 3 most prestigious schools in the Kamina Empire. All new students must undergo an exam after 1 year of enrollment to be sorted into the earth, fire, wind, water, or special departments. Students need 6 years to receive a mage certificate, but outstanding individuals can graduate earlier than the deadline. Currently, Lucas and Julia were at the academy's main square preparing for the entrance exam. Julia was sulking with regret because she could not take the exam together with Maya. Lucas reassured her that Maya was safe with her family, and they would meet again soon as classmates if they both passed. Hearing that, Julia regained her spirits and eagerly ran to find the reception desk. The appearance of the Rian siblings attracted the crowd's attention. Everyone praised Lucas's handsome looks and Julia's cuteness. Right at that moment, an elegant female student appeared. Wearing glasses, she approached and asked Julia a question. That was Minna, the vice president of the academy's student council. Seeing petite Julia, Minna smiled and asked if she was secretly following her brother. Julia immediately stated clearly, "No, I am here to take the exam with my brother." Minna was secretly astonished when she realized the girl was the genius that the academy's elite course had already invited. Minna gently bent down to confirm, "You are Julia from the Rian family, right?" Before Julia's stunned look, Minna smiled mysteriously and proactively led the girl to the reception desk. Being completely ignored, Lucas could only sweat drop and sigh, wondering if he was out of that student council president's sight. Immediately, Julia suddenly remembered, "Wait, my big brother also wants to register for the exam." Minna was startled. Realizing she had been too thoughtless, hurriedly checked the records again and exclaimed, "Oh, I completely forgot who you were. You are really taking the martial exam?" Her words caused the surrounding crowd to burst into mocking and contemptuous laughter. One sneered how ridiculous it was to come to a magic academy to practice martial arts. Another spitefully said a martial master was only a bit more useful than a magic beast. Lucas calmly walked through those disdainful gazes. He understood well that mages always considered themselves noble, but in his heart he knew clearly that all of them were just weaklings. Whether it was that Jeremy or the monster he had faced before, they were nothing compared to his true strength. Lucas, they were all just like insects. If not for his parents' kindness, he would not have wasted time in a place like this. Witnessing Luca's pensive expression, Minna felt guilty for having spoken too loudly and causing him to be noticed. She sighed, blaming herself. "Oh no, my mouth has gotten me into trouble." She gently called out, "Mr. Lucas, please come with me. After completing the procedures, he will take you to the exam location." Julia even turned back and stuck out her tongue to taunt the group who had just mocked her brother, venting her anger. Lucas felt grateful that Minna was one of the rare people who did not look at him with prejudiced eyes. He smiled back and agreed to let her lead the way. The whole group moved toward the giant ring-shaped building, where hundreds of candidates were gathering in a bustling crowd. Minna used magic to make the registration forms float, issued badges to the 2 siblings, and told them to submit their forms. She explained that their candidate numbers were stored in the badges, told them to wear them when entering the exam hall, and then spoke about the 3 main exam sections. First was measuring magical potential through magical light. Next was the elemental compatibility test. Finally, measuring destructive power on test dummies. Lucas asked if the martial arts department candidates had to go through the same process, and Minna confirmed it to ensure fairness. Lucas sweated at this absurdity, realizing the academy was simply too lazy to create a separate test for martial arts. He clenched his fist with determination and said, "I understand. I will show you all a fraction of my power to crush your prejudice against martial arts." At the potential measurement area, the principal announced the start of the first round, asking candidates to place their hand on the light orb. The examiner looked at the magic orb and stammered in shock, saying this was the first time he had seen such a thing, a phenomenon that occurs only once in 1,000 years. In stark contrast, the orb in Luca's hand displayed a perfect round 0. The crowd laughed and jeered at this unprecedented record score. Someone taunted that he was a martial arts candidate with 0 potential, unable to make any progress. Lucas could only sigh in frustration at encountering this scene again. Right after that came Julia's turn. Her small hand had just touched the orb. The orb immediately emitted a mysterious purple light, stunning everyone. Purple light symbolized 7th level potential, enough to place Julia among the top candidates of this year's exam. Witnessing everyone's astonishment, Lucas thought to himself that they were amazed by just a bit of light. He said loudly in annoyance to his sister, "Julia, you don't need to hold back today." The little girl confidently replied, "I understand." The examiner standing nearby could not help but wonder at the strange words. Immediately, Julia focused her mind. The orb in her hand emitted rays of light that were more brilliant and intense than ever before. A dazzling golden light burst forth, sweeping across the square and forcing everyone to cover their eyes in shock. The examiner trembled in shock. This was golden light just 1 step away from reaching the maximum value of 10. He remembered that 2 years ago, a student had achieved this level, but Julia was much younger. He marveled at her incredible innate talent. When the test ended, Julia joyfully jumped and ran toward her brother. She asked, "Did you see how good I am?" Lucas gently caught his sister and said with a smile, "Excellent. My Julia will become a great mage." Amid the murmurs about the difference between the two siblings, someone tried to mock Lucas but was silenced by a friend. They said not to insult the brother in front of that girl, or they'd make an enemy of a genius. Seeing everything unfold exactly as he had expected, Lucas showed a mysterious smile, thinking it was all part of his plan. Julia bristled protectively for her brother and declared clearly before the crowd, "Anyone who dares to bully my brother, I will never forgive them." Lucas calculated that if Julia revealed her full talent, his school life would be more peaceful. Over the past 3 years, he had secretly used magical enhancement skills to train and elevate his sister's talent. All his efforts had finally borne fruit. The examiner announced the start of the second round and requested moving to the spirit house. Lucas patted Julia's head encouragingly. "Today is when my efforts blossom into results." The academy's massive gate slowly opened with a deep, grinding sound, welcoming the candidates into next challenge. Lucas firmly held Julia's hand, and they both walked toward the brilliant light ahead. At the compatibility testing location, an unprecedented sight left everyone stunned. Countless elemental spirits of fire, water, wind, and earth manifested simultaneously. They flew brilliantly throughout the hall, and the crowd gasped, dancing spirits. At the very center of the mystical light, Julia stood tall. She was surrounded by powerful spirits vying for her attention. Another candidate complained bitterly that despite receiving a 6th-level blessing from the wind spirit, no spirits had come to him. The crowd realized the shocking truth. All the spirits were heading toward that child. Could she have maximum compatibility with every element? Watching from a distance, Lucas was inwardly pleased that the mage technique of energy flow arts he had created was elevating Julia's potential. He told himself that although she was only at level 2, it was enough to pass the exam. Immediately after the announcement rang out, Julia Rian's compatibility was 90, the highest score among all candidates. The examiner smiled and congratulated her, and Julia politely replied, "Yes, thank you." However, the excessive attention from the crowd began to put pressure on Julia. The murmurs and gossip did not stop. "That little girl is really talented. So cute. Let's make friends with her." Frightened by the scrutinizing gazes, Julia immediately ran and hugged her brother tight, calling out loudly. Seeing his sister trembling, Lucas gently asked what was wrong. Julia sobbed, "Why are they all looking at me like that? It's so scary." Lucas gently rubbed her head to comfort her. "It's okay, because you're a genius. From now on, you'll receive even more looks like that." He continued to soothe his sister, telling her not to worry about others' thoughts and to get used to it gradually. Hearing this, Julia regained her determination, affirming that her brother was right. She needed to become stronger to protect her brother, truly a national little sister. Lucas smiled encouragingly, but inwardly realized he also needed to train Julia's mental fortitude to face public opinion. At the same time, malicious whispers came from behind. "With talent like this, you'd think she had royal blood, but because her brother is talentless, that's probably not the case." When someone asked about Lucas's compatibility, the answer was only mockery. "I bet it's a perfect round 0 again." Indeed, when Lucas stepped forward, the elemental spirits immediately scattered to avoid him. The watching crowd could only shake their heads in disdain, believing that even the spirits were disgusted to be near him. Among the crowd, whispers about Lucas began to rise. A contestant murmured to his companion about the strange phenomenon that occurred after the second round. He asserted firmly that the moment Lucas stepped out, a fire spirit's arm was torn off, scaring him so much he could not speak. Although the friend accompanying him thought spirits were very small, and he might have misseen, Lucas heard everything as he walked by. He thought to himself that he did not expect there to be a witness in that second round. Lucas's memory suddenly returned. He realized that perhaps because he was rejected by the fire god, the fire spirit's attitude toward him was extremely hostile. They constantly made faces, teased, and mocked him. Even when the round ended and Lucas turned to leave, one fire spirit was so excessive as to spit fire at him. Being someone who always bore a grudge against those who dared to touch him, Lucas coldly picked up a small stone. He concentrated force into his fingertips, then flicked the stone with terrifying speed, directly shattering that insolent fire spirit's arm. In his heart, he affirmed that a minion of the fire god had no right to act so arrogantly before him. Returning to the present, Lucas gently took his sister's hand and urged Julia to go to the final test. Julia mischievously asked if her brother intended to take the number 1 spot in. Lucas smiled back. He even joked that he planned to let his sister protect him so he would not need to show too much. Two of them advanced together toward the magical destructive power testing area, where metal test dummies were already arranged and ready. Witnessing Julia's brilliance, a magic class contestant grit his teeth in frustration and intended to vent his anger on the test dummy. When someone worried that the Rayan genius would destroy the target, another male student immediately refuted it, believing that was impossible. He explained that these dummies were made of special metal, strengthened by defensive magic, capable of withstanding attacks below the cursed level. He affirmed that at Julia's age, she certainly could not unleash a cursed level attack. Lucas stood looking at the sturdy dummies ahead. He silently clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination as he realized this was a good opportunity to test his level 6 skill. Lucas thought that coming to school was not so bad when he could access such expensive equipment. While standing in line with Julia, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Hey, do not cut in line. Wait for your turn." A girl with shoulder-length hair stepped forward, pointing her finger and lifting her chin. The rule here is that those without talent must go to the back, and the one being criticized was a girl with long black hair. Suddenly her eyes flashed with overwhelming pressure, causing the opponent to flinch in fear, not daring to say another word. She horrifiedly felt as if her heart was being squeezed by something. Then the girl's gaze suddenly noticed the Lucas siblings. She looked down at Julia and pressed. "So you are Julia? The one who scored perfect on the compatibility test." Before the opponent's overwhelming presence, Julia fearfully huddled behind her brother and tremblingly said, "Brother, this woman is too scary." Lucas calmly stepped forward to shield his sister, then coldly asked, "And who are you?" The girl proudly lifted her head and introduced herself. "I am Iwa Miranda, the niece of Duke Miranda." The name Miranda immediately made Lucas pause, contemplating that the family was one of the 3 most powerful great families of the North, which had produced legendary mages. He quickly recognized the blood link. In other words, this girl was the daughter of Sir Sun, his mother's younger brother. Lucas smiled faintly and asked an intimate question. "Iwa, how old are you this year?" "I am 15, Iwa replied with a very annoyed expression. Lucas maintained a leisurely attitude. He advised the opponent not to look at him with such sharp eyes, because in fact the 2 of them were cousins. This assertion infuriated Iwa. She shouted loudly, "How rude! I have never heard of having any cousins." To punish the one who dared to falsely claim kinship, Iwa immediately activated a glowing hexagonal magic circle enveloping Lucas. She grit her teeth and cruelly commanded, "Take off your head and dance with fire for everyone to witness your uselessness." Lucas smiled calmly before Iwa's attack. He taunted, "Using mental magic on your own family at the first meeting, is this how the Miranda family teaches its children?" Iwa was shocked because her strongest magic was completely ineffective. In his heart, Lucas disdainfully thought that such cheap magic could never control a martial artist with a firm will like him. Just as the loudspeaker called the name Lucas Ryan to prepare for the test, he leisurely walked off. "Too bad, I have to go." Unwilling to accept it, Iwa pointed at Julia and snapped, "Julia, do not be complacent. I will take the number 1 spot in this test." Looking at the leaderboard showing Julia in first place and Iwa in second, Lucas silently understood that she came here to declare war. He told himself that for his own peace, he could not let his sister lose her leading position. Lucas took out a pill and asked Julia, "Want some candy?" Julia naively put it into her mouth and chewed, but immediately she coughed violently and yelled, "You tricked me! What candy is as bitter as poison?" Lucas laughed it off and apologized. He explained that this was a special medicine made from rare ingredients, and she would soon realize its effects. When the examiner urged them into the field, Lucas waved goodbye. "Next time I will improve the flavor. I am off." Julia could only watch him sulkily, no longer trusting her brother's promises. Lucas strode into the arena before the examiner's watchful eyes. He demanded, "Attack this test dummy with all your magical power. We will evaluate the destructive power to give a final score. Now, begin." Lucas calmly replied he did not know how to use magic. Seeing the bewildered expression on the examiner's face, Lucas clenched his fist and asked again, so could he use a physical attack? Seeing Lucas prepare to smash the target with a bare-handed punch, the surrounding crowd whispered mockingly, thinking he would break his hand. Hearing those demeaning words, Julia gritted her teeth in anger. She thought to herself that if her brother had not told her to behave, she would have beaten them for daring to look down on him. Standing next to her, Mina quietly asked in curiosity if it was true that her brother could not use magic. Even though her psychic ability was ineffective against Lucas, she still found it hard to believe. She silently pitied Julia, thinking that the girl had been fooled by her brother because a martial artist was useless. But Julia still proudly affirmed he could not use magic, but he was amazing. Suddenly, a horrific explosion sounded along with a burst of force that sent everything flying, plunging the square into a cloud of dust. Mina looked in shock at the target dummy, which had shattered, and exclaimed, "What just happened?" Turning back 2 minutes earlier, Lucas had carefully asked the examiner if he was allowed to use a physical attack. Receiving a nod of confirmation that the method of attack was not important, he calmly replied, "Okay, let me clear this pile of scrap metal in a snap." Lucas thought inwardly. His martial skill increased dramatically every 3 levels. With the extreme hazard strike having reached maximum speed at level 3, he believed that upon reaching level 6, his power would explode completely anew. Lucas's entire body began to emit a brilliant golden spiritual energy. Lucas stomped his foot heavily on the ground for momentum. He closed in on the target in an instant, concentrating all his force into his fist, which was blazing like a fireball. Lucas threw a direct punch at the giant sandbag. The attack carried a destructive power that pierced through the target stand, creating an extremely powerful burst of force, leaving a deep dent on the chest of the test dummy. From a distance, Mina observed in shock through her magic eyes. She was astonished. This speed was terrifying. Even high-level wind magic was only at this level. The dummy emitted a golden light. That attack carried cursed power. The surrounding students chatted idly in confusion, but Mina had already realized the truth. She felt she was the only one who noticed Lucas's true strength. She continued to observe Lucas through the monitoring screen, concluding that he was deliberately hiding his power, a truly fearsome individual. The examiner still believed this was a rare anomaly and gave a perfect score. Lucas calmly replied, "Thank you. Do you need me to clean up the dummy?" The examiner waved his hand and told him to move on. Lucas smiled and gave Julia a victory sign, then walked away. He thought to himself, not only had he avoided failing, but he had also kept his true strength hidden. He truly should thank those who had looked down on him. As time went on, the attention on Lucas decreased, just as he wished. However, the spotlight of the ceremony shifted entirely to Julia with her astonishing innate talent. She stood in the center of the magic circle, her platinum hair fluttering in the brilliant purple energy stream. Lightning bolts began to surround Julia's body, creating a tremendous pressure that stunned everyone. Julia concentrated all her magical power into her staff, clearly activating the skill Thunder God's Descent. A pillar of red lightning carrying destructive power descended from the sky, engulfing the dummy in a blinding light. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a red bolt. They praised lightning magic as the strongest, yearning to reach such a level. But just the light faded. Everyone was again bewildered to see Julia sitting on the ground, her expression dazed. Someone asked if the magic had stunned her. Julia stared in shock at her own hands. She could not believe it when the scoreboard displayed a perfect 9.5. Julia stammered as she told her brother the Thunder God's Descent skill had a red lightning bolt suddenly strike down, astonished because before she could only create purple bolts. Sensing a power far more violent than before, Julia wondered about this strange change. Lucas, standing beside her, only smiled secretly. He knew exactly the reason was the many magic pills he had fed his sister earlier to temporarily boost her power. Lucas told himself if he hid the candy well and his sister asked for it, she would be done for. He explained in this world both mages and martial artists had their own pharmaceutical skills, but mages needed an intermediary medium to brew potions. Meanwhile, martial artists used pill refinement to create medicines that were absorbed directly into the body. When martial arts declined, pill refinement was nearly lost. Lucas's ability to create magic touch pills to enhance abilities was extremely rare. The reason was that to refine that type of pill, the practitioner had to reach level 6 in pill refinement. In the entire empire, only Duke Reshizin, a level 9 martial artist, could do that, causing even the great mages to bow and beg him for pills. Understanding that revealing this would cause huge trouble, Lucas told himself he must keep his level 6 ability a secret. A while later, while sitting and waiting on a stone bench, Julia impatiently asked if everything was done. Lucas gently comforted her to be patient a little longer, because after the class assignment list was posted, they would both have time to rest in the dormitory. Just then, Mina appeared with a stack of files in her hand. Mina smiled and announced she had come to post the class assignment list, and extended her warm congratulations. "Congratulations to you both. You both ranked first in the elite class and the martial arts class." Julia jumped for joy, not expecting to achieve first place in the elite class. Mina turned to ask Julia which department she wanted: earth, fire, wind, water, or the special department. She suggested that with the blessing of the Thunder God, Julia was suited for the wind department. Not waiting for the girl to react, Mina enthusiastically grabbed Julia's hand and led her away, insisting she would wait for her at the wind department. Lucas could only sweat, realizing the academy was desperate to lure the top talent like his sister. After entrusting his sister to Mina to lead back to the female dormitory, Lucas waved goodbye to Julia, and then headed alone towards the martial arts department dormitory. Walking past a crowded bulletin board, he heard envious whispers about Julia Rand's #1 position. A group of students complained that all the freshmen this year were just a backdrop for the Ryan genius's brilliance. But in a secluded corner under a tree, a black-haired girl with eyes burning with jealousy was staring intently at the list. Lucas stood still in front of the martial arts department dormitory building. He knew this place was not valued, but the reality still exceeded his imagination. Looking at the wreckage before him, he bewilderedly wondered if they could live in this thing when it looked about to collapse. However, Lucas quickly calmed down, telling himself that at least here he would have a peaceful life. Just then, a tall, silver-haired young man suddenly appeared from behind and greeted him. "Joe Lucas, the top dog of the martial arts department, right?" The friendly young man introduced himself as Kai Teroy, also from the martial arts department, and as soon as they shook hands, he couldn't stop praising Lucas's punch. Lucas, while signing the register, humbly replied that he had just gotten lucky. After completing the procedures, the manager gave both of them the keys to a second-floor room. Seeing room number 205 in Lucas's hand, Kai excitedly exclaimed that they were roommates and urged them to go. Stopping in front of a door, Kai muttered about finding room 300 and finally spotted it. As they opened the door and stepped inside, they saw their two roommates, who had arrived earlier, sitting and waiting. The green-haired young man took the initiative to shake hands and introduced himself as Colin, while the blonde behind him cheerfully said his name was Sap. However, Kai suddenly paled at the sight inside the room. The room appeared like an abandoned warehouse full of cobwebs. The walls were peeling along with old, dirty beds. Kai covered his face and screamed in horror that this room was worse than a pigsty, causing him severe culture shock. Seeing a spider crawl by, he jumped and asked Lucas how he could stand this dump. Lucas looked at his friend and thought to himself that this was truly someone with an excessive cleanliness complex. Suddenly, Kai pulled out a shiny gold coin. This action made Colin and Sap's eyes go wide with astonishment. He held up the coin and clearly declared he would reward whoever cleaned this room spotlessly. Colin and Sap immediately agreed, while Lucas couldn't help but be astonished, because that amount of money far exceeded a commoner's monthly salary. While the two friends started cleaning, Kai kept complaining about this dump. Lucas tried to reassure him that this was a prestigious academy, and the living environment would soon improve. But when he saw a black spider crawling on the wall, Kai screamed in terror again, forcing Lucas to remind him to keep his mouth shut. Soon enough, thanks to the power of money, the room became spotlessly clean and sparkling like new. Kai excitedly handed over the shiny gold coins to Colin and Sap as promised, then declared he would protect them. He also confidently asserted that he was famous in this town of Dak, earning the admiration of the two friends. Observing the scene, Lucas thought to himself that although Kai was a bit arrogant, he was truly generous and hard to dislike. Just then, an elderly man knocked and entered, holding a set of new uniforms. He announced he was there to deliver the clothes and urged the group to change quickly to make it to the opening ceremony in the Great Hall. As soon as he picked up the uniform, Kai panicked and shouted loudly that this uniform was torn and ragged, making him look no different from a loser. While Colin and Sap thought it wasn't that bad, Lucas had an idea and told Kai that if he requested better treatment, maybe they would exchange it for nicer clothes. Kai immediately believed him and urged everyone to go to the Great Hall, making Lucas sigh because the young man was naive enough to be easily fooled. The group left the dormitory together, heading towards the imposing Great Hall building with a giant statue of a wizard riding a broom in front. Lucas put on his new uniform and stepped inside. Couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the splendor and grandeur of the Academy's Great Hall. With brilliant chandeliers illuminating the vast space and hundreds of gathered students, Lucas silently marveled that this was a luxurious hall. Hearing this, Kai, standing beside him, still wore a haughty expression, thinking this place was nothing compared to his family's mansion. Lucas looked around, then worriedly asked where Julia was. Kai realized his intention and pointed towards the front rows. The elite class always sat in the front rows, their uniforms looking much fancier and distinctly different. Kai reminded Lucas that the martial arts department had to sit in the farthest rows, so if he wanted to talk to his sister, he had to take the chance now. Lucas looked at Julia and smiled to himself, thinking his sister looked beautiful in anything, absolutely top-notch. The group trudged towards the back of the Great Hall, with Kai unable to stop complaining about the discrimination against the martial arts department. Lucas quietly settled into his seat beside his new friends, preparing for the ceremony about to begin. Suddenly, a violent blaze erupted from up high, drawing the gazes of all the freshmen. Powerful fire spell named Flying Feather, level 6, appeared blazing brightly, enveloping the hall space in the crowd's astonishment. Amidst the sea of fire, a boy with brilliant red hair appeared majestically and declared that the freshmen should feel honored. He slowly descended onto the stage and introduced himself as Ted Foramel, the student council president, who would explain the school's points system. Witnessing a level 6 magic display before graduation, the crowd of students did not stop praising him, calling him a genius. While everyone was excited, Lucas maintained a calm expression as he observed the president on stage. Ted continued to explain that at Allen Magic Academy, the point system was the foundation of everything. All learning resources from magic skills, rare books, precious materials, magical beasts, to guidance from masters could be exchanged for points. Ted listed ways to earn points, such as manual labor only giving 1 to 5 points per hour, an extremely meager amount. He emphasized that participating in interdepartment events would be much more effective, and today's orientation was a golden point earning opportunity for students of the upper departments. One way to earn a stable monthly income was to join the student council, with a salary of 500 points for the president, 200 for the vice president, and 100 for the members. Finally, there was one rather risky method to earn points: hunting monsters. He explained that behind the school was a mountain range of magical beasts, where countless ferocious species hid. If students hunted them and submitted the materials, they would receive corresponding points. Upon hearing this, Lucas was not afraid, but instead smiled smugly. A mountain range of magical beasts. That place was his personal playground. A few hours later, as night fell, Lucas began to carry out his plan. Thanks to the effect of the calming incense, his roommates had fallen into a deep sleep. Lucas secretly left the dormitory, thinking that the remote location of the martial arts department was a great advantage for acting without being discovered. Standing behind the row of buildings, Lucas looked up at the towering wall that separated him from the outside world. He understood that just by crossing this wall, he would step into the dangerous mountain range of magical beasts. Without hesitation, Lucas coiled his body for momentum and then leaped high into the air. He crossed the sturdy wall like a ghost in the night, charging straight into the ancient forest where magical beasts lurked. The moment he landed, a massive magical beast with dark purple skin suddenly lunged out to attack. Lucas nimbly dodged the opponent's pounce, spun around, and unleashed a thunderous punch. A powerful blow struck the monster's head squarely, slamming it into the ground so hard it created a deep crater. Looking at the magical beast he had taken down, Lucas realized it was an extremely large black-horned frog. He knew well that the venom of this poisonous frog species was a valuable material for crafting magic potions, and it could definitely be exchanged for many points. Lucas's true goal was to accumulate enough points to own the legendary martial arts secret manuals at Allen Academy. Standing on a rock ledge under the crescent moon, he quickly scanned the area to locate the next magical beasts. Lucas covered his eyes and activated his eye art, causing his pupils to flare with a pressured golden light. A wave of spiritual power radiated from his body throughout the forest like a radar scanning for targets. Instantly, a first-level shell rat with rough, bumpy skin lunged out to attack. Lucas did not flinch, launching a powerful, direct punch that caused the monster to collapse on the spot. He coldly uttered, "Sleep well. In your next life, don't be a rat anymore." The night hunt continued intensely. He faced a third-level rune ghost panther and took it down in an instant. Lucas looked with satisfaction at the bulging bag on his shoulder. Today's harvest was really big. Besides materials to exchange for points, he also had extra ingredients for refining pills. But suddenly, the forest became eerily quiet. Kneeling to check the ground, Lucas saw that the traces of other magical beasts had almost completely disappeared. He suspected that an extremely powerful creature was dominating this area, causing the monsters to flee in fear. Lucas focused his mind, activating the spiritual wave once more to find the answer. From deep within a dark cave, dense, threatening cloud of blue-purple resentment energy began to emanate. A pair of fiery purple eyes and sharp fangs emerged from the darkness. Lucas muttered confidently, "Found it." He sped through the treetops at extreme speed, realizing the opponent had also detected him. He landed in a clearing. Lucas stood opposite a massive creature with gray-white fur. It was a 6th-level icefire wolf. An apex predator growled, its teeth dripping with saliva, ready to tear apart the intruder of its territory. Lucas smiled, realizing that because it was a wolf, its territorial instinct was very strong. The monster immediately lunged to attack, but Lucas was ready. "Come on then." The wolf opened its mouth and spewed a breath of bone-chilling cold, but Lucas bravely charged through the icy blast. His hand was covered by a thin layer of ice from the opponent's attack. The wolf was shocked to see the enemy was completely unharmed. Seizing the opening, Lucas threw an extremely powerful punch at the monster's foreleg. The impact sent the wolf's massive body stumbling, causing it to crash painfully to the ground. Looking at the motionless opponent, Lucas regretted that if he had trained more, he would have blown its leg off. He calmly brushed off the ice shards on his hand and coldly commanded, "Get up, you are not done for with just that, are you?" As if answering the challenge, the wolf struggled to its feet, its mouth stained with blood, its eyes burning with hatred. Fire gathered in its throat and then erupted into a colossal pillar of raging flame, incinerating everything around it in terrifying heat. The wolf stood at the epicenter, its entire body enveloped in a powerful layer of flaming light. Icefire Wolf roared, its body blazing fiercely as if wanting to burn down the one blocking its path. Lucas did not flinch, clenching his fist tightly, gathering a radiant surge of spiritual power, preparing for the finishing blow. As the opponent lunged, Lucas, fast as lightning, threw a thunderous punch right between its sharp teeth. Terrifying force of the punch sent the massive monster flying dozens of meters away. It smashed into a rock face, creating an explosion of thick dust. The wolf collapsed, its breathing weak. Watching from a distance, Lucas inwardly marveled that it used both fire and ice and still got beaten to a pulp by him. The magical beast lay flattened on the ground, its purple eyes slowly dimming from exhaustion. Its pupils trembled in utter terror as it saw Lucas's shadow gradually looming over it. His golden eyes blazing with pressure, Lucas coldly remarked that this was indeed a rare magical beast. Instantly, the Icefire Wolf lunged forward. It counterattacked by spewing 2 streams of ice and fire energy simultaneously. Seeing the white smoke covering the area, Lucas recognized it as water vapor. Using the thick smoke screen to obscure vision, the wolf quickly turned and fled deeper into the darkness. Not letting the opponent escape, Lucas immediately gave chase and shouted that he would not let it get away. He lunged forward like a flash of lightning. His hand grabbed the massive body of the magical beast and slammed it heavily to the ground. Standing over the defeated foe, Lucas contentedly told himself that this was how boss hunting should be. Points were almost in the bag. Suddenly, he halted warily as he saw the monster stir. Lucas agilely leaped far away to evade a terrifying fire magic explosion. The Icefire Wolf furiously spewed out enormous pillars of flame, scorching everything around in its rage. He dashed through the wave of heat while the monster roared, unleashing its full fire magic power. Lucas descended from above like a god, stood still and said to listen to his teaching, "Stop causing trouble." A colossal golden pillar of destructive power struck straight down, creating a terrifying explosion that sent rocks flying. The ice-fire wolf lay flattened in the deep crater, its body broken and breathing weakly, wondering if it would die here. Realizing there was no retreat before Lucas's power, it decided to use its last resort to save its life. Instead of fighting back, it suddenly shrank back, emitting pitiful whimpers, its eyes showing clear submission. 2 radiant energy spheres, one icy blue and one blazing red, unexpectedly floated and landed in Lucas's palms. He was surprised to recognize them as magic cores, extremely rare magical materials. According to what he knew, if a drop of human blood touched the magic core, that magical beast would permanently become a subordinate. Looking at the wolf whimpering at his feet, Lucas coldly asked if it wanted to become his contracted magical beast. Lucas gave a satisfied smile and said, "Alright, I accept you." He thought to himself that this was an unexpected gain, as taming a tier 6 magical beast was rare even for high-ranked mages. Even though he felt this wolf did not seem very smart, easily giving up its pride, Lucas still took out a small knife and decisively cut his finger. The moment the drop of blood touched the 2 energy spheres, a dazzling light erupted. The soul contract between the two was officially established. As soon as the contract was complete, the ice-fire wolf suddenly emitted a strange aura. Lucas was stunned when he heard a voice ringing in his head, "Master, it is me." He was astonished to realize that after forming the contract, he could understand its language. Lucas smiled and patted the monster's head, giving it the new name Uru. The wolf bowed its head in reverent submission. Lucas pondered if Uru was his subordinate, then this territory now belonged to him. Understanding its master's intent, it gently sniffed Lucas's hand with its nose and then eagerly led the way to the treasure. Lucas smiled and followed, praising it for being so thoughtful. The 2 crossed treacherous rock walls to venture deep into the monster's lair. Stepping inside, Lucas was overwhelmed by the massive pile of loot, including tier 6 magical beast hides and countless gems. He drooled happily at the prospect of exchanging them for a mountain of points. Uru looked confused, asking what Master was doing. The real treasure was right here. Lucas turned around and was stunned to see a bag full of magical beast crystals from tier 3 and above, including 2 tier 6 ones. Uru explained that those were water and fire attribute beast cores it had stored for leveling up. Lucas silently admired that, as it meant Uru had defeated at least 2 extremely powerful enemies. He took out a medicinal pill to reward it, telling it to eat it and do a good job. Uru instantly devoured it and felt its body burst with vitality, its wounds healing rapidly. Lucas cheerfully ordered that this was recovery medicine for magical beasts. "Stay here and guard the treasure." Uru eagerly accepted the order. "Leave it to me." Lucas stood at the cave entrance with a confident look, thinking to himself, now for the next step. He gave a faint, mysterious smile, seemingly ready for the plan at the academy. The next morning, radiant sunlight enveloped the majestic academy building. In the classroom, all freshmen of the martial arts department gathered to begin their first day of school. Sitting in class, Lucas could not suppress a long yawn from drowsiness, but thanks to the calming aroma, his fatigue vanished. He recalled the scene from last night, when he was busy cataloging the treasure and Uru kept licking his face. Clock bell struck 9 in the morning, yet the classroom remained strangely silent. Colin looked around and asked curiously where the teacher was, as they should have been waiting for the first period. Kai shouted worriedly, asking if they forgot the teacher. What kind of management was this? Lucas calmly replied that such a thing was impossible. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed loudly down the hallway. The man only swore regretfully for drinking too much last night. Immediately after, the classroom door was slammed open. It opened violently, startling the entire class. A man with a scruffy mustache propped his hand on the door and announced, "I am Saigen, your homeroom teacher for the martial arts department. Class begins now." Lucas silently watched this shabby-looking professor with a doubtful gaze. Saigen walked up to the blackboard. He lazily wrote his name on it, then let out a long, tired yawn, still holding the attendance register. The students watched the slovenly professor with contempt on their faces. The guy leaned close to Lucas and whispered, "What kind of teacher is this slob? He's already an eyesore." Instantly, a piece of chalk flew through the air, whistling, and slammed into his forehead, making him yell in pain. Lucas observed Saigon's nimble movements in astonishment and silently assessed him. "Class A Martial Master Level 6. This teacher is no pushover." Saigon coldly declared, "From now on, no talking without permission. Now I will take attendance." He began calling out names one by one. The short-haired girl named Tacy answered clearly. When it came to Lucas, he looked at Tacy and silently recalled. He had seen her at the opening ceremony. She stood out for her calmness, completely different from the noisy crowd. After finishing the roll call for Colin and Sap, Saigon decisively closed the book and announced, "Good. Everyone is present. Let's see. Today's lesson is, oh, I forgot to bring the textbook. Tacy, I appoint you as class monitor. Go to my research lab and bring the books back here." Tacy was taken aback, pointing at herself and asking, "Huh, me?" Saigon nodded affirmatively. "That's right." Seeing this, Kai immediately slammed the table and stood up to vehemently object. "Wait, the class monitor must be decided fairly through competition among candidates." He began bragging about his wealthy family background and abilities, asserting that he was more deserving. But before he could finish, another piece of chalk shot at extremely high speed and slammed straight into his face. Kai was knocked back and fell over instantly. Saigon coldly repeated, no talking. After appointing Tacy to distribute the textbooks and ordering the class to study on their own, the shabby professor turned and walked out of the classroom. Tacy answered clearly, a fierce determination welling up inside her. She told herself she would seize this opportunity to change her fate. Kai, rubbing his head, complained about the violent teacher. Lucas pondered silently, observing and sensing something was off. Hearing Kai bitterly suggest reporting him to the school board, Lucas remained silent, following Saigon's retreating figure. He noticed how the man's weight distribution showed he had suffered serious injuries in the past. Lucas marveled silently, if he is this terrifying now, how strong was he before getting hurt? He believed that having such a powerful teacher would make the upcoming school life very promising. A few hours later, the group arrived in front of the academy's cafeteria area. Along the way, Kai kept grumbling about the teacher making the whole class study on their own all morning. He thought Saigon was a bad, irresponsible teacher who arbitrarily decided the class monitor. Just then, Julia ran over from a distance, calling for her brother. Lucas gently ruffled his sister's hair and asked about her first class. Julia boasted that teacher Linda was extremely kind, had encouraged her to try to become class monitor. Hearing this, Kai trembled with frustration, seeing other classes holding proper elections. Julia curiously asked her brother if he was chosen as class monitor for the martial arts department. Lucas smiled and replied that it wasn't him. He quickly changed the subject. More importantly, let's go eat. I heard the food here is great. Lucas dodged the drama as quickly as dodging a boss's attack. Julia excitedly pulled her brother away, leaving Kai scrambling to follow. At Allen Magic Academy, eating also followed a strict point exchange system. Freshmen could only use cash to exchange for points once, but the exchange rate varied by department. On the table, plates of pastries and egg rolls gave off a mouth-watering aroma, making Julia excited. She ate while joyfully inviting him, it's so delicious. Brother, you eat too. In contrast to the elite class's abundance, Kai sat gnawing a dry piece of bread in frustration. He bitterly realized the absurd injustice. With the same money, the elite class exchanges for 100 points, while the martial arts department gets a mere 10 points. I rushed to the front desk to complain but only received a cold reply, those are the rules. If you don't like it, get lost. He could only lower his head in defeat. The bespectacled staff member continued, noble or Connor status doesn't matter. Students without magical talent must accept the hardship of accumulating points. Kai, chewing the bread, shed tears of self-pity, feeling that enrolling was no different from having his human rights stripped away. Witnessing this, Julia gently slid her tray of grilled meat over and said, Brother Kai, you eat this too. The warm gesture moved Kai deeply. He sobbed in gratitude. Lucas beside him could only roll his eyes at his new friend's over-the-top reaction. Just then, a familiar figure approached their table. Maya appeared with a radiant smile, greeting softly, Hello Lucas, hello Julia, we meet again. Julia cheered happily and invited Maya to eat with them. Maya politely declined, saying she had already eaten but pulled out a small bag of cookies and said, I baked these to thank you for the other day. Would you like to try some? Julia eagerly accepted, showering praise as she enjoyed the fragrant cookies with a hot cup of coffee. Even Lucas was captivated. Julia continuously praised Maya's baking skills. Kai immediately longed for a piece, declaring it comparable to the sweets of the pteroid family. Maya blushed slightly and replied humbly, I am Maya Rasta. It's an honor to receive such praise. I quickly turned to nudge Lucas and tease him, so you can get to know a beauty like this. Lucas only forced a smile, thinking to himself that he couldn't reveal Maya was his ex-fiancée. After saying goodbye and watching Maya's retreating figure, Lucas sighed, realizing that the probability of running into acquaintances at this cafeteria was truly alarmingly high. He recalled the time before Mina approached to ask how the food in the canteen was. Suddenly, murmurs arose as a person appeared hovering on the balcony using fire magic. It's really the senior, so cool. Lucas silently assessed that this student council president liked showing off by flying around with magic in public. However, the secret behind that glory was discovered by Lucas when he saw him exhausted in a corner, taking medicine while muttering about almost messing up. Lucas chewed his cookie thoughtfully. He had once thought following him was great until he heard those self-confessions after the opening ceremony. Lost in thought, the sound of a wine bottle rolling clattered. On the arena floor, a figure surged forward aggressively, catching Lucas' attention. He recognized the familiar back of instructor Saigon staggering along with a bottle in his hand. Lucas wondered curiously where his homeroom teacher was heading in such a drunken state. Saigon wobbled beneath the clock tower, his face flushed red as he mumbled in his stupor. Saigon pushed open the door and entered the academy meeting room, leaving his colleagues feeling exasperated. One teacher sighed, it was old Saigon again, making the whole group wait every time. Another was disappointed, thinking he would have changed after taking charge of the martial arts department. They silently understood that after what happened in the past, it was hard for Saigon to be like before. Ignoring the scrutinizing looks, Saigon sat down bluntly in a chair and yawned tiredly. Blonde female teacher sitting opposite could only silently observe her degraded colleague with a thoughtful gaze. The headmaster lightly tapped the table to restore order and declared in a clear voice, "Everyone is present, so let us begin the meeting." With a stern expression, he cut straight to the main issue. The content of this meeting was about the beast taming convention. In the Kemin Empire, where monster attacks were frequent, the skill to tame many beasts was a mandatory requirement for all mages. Therefore, according to yearly tradition, freshmen of Allen Magic Academy must participate in the beast taming convention to hone their skills. The school had prepared over 2,000 level 1 monsters for the competition 6 days from now. Teacher Greg spoke with a contemptuous look. The martial arts class should just sit this one out. What do they know about monsters to participate? They can't fight back anyway. Letting them in is just a waste of time. Sharp slam of a hand on the table rang out, cutting Greg's words short. Saigon, with a dark and oppressive gaze, declared firmly, "I disagree." Greg flinched and stammered excuses that he was just thinking of student safety, but Miss Linda immediately spoke up in support. "Instructor Saigon is right. Since they are freshmen of this school, the martial arts class must also participate." Even Mina nodded in agreement, saying that all students needed to be treated fairly and equally. Greg gritted his teeth in annoyance, unable to believe that there were still teachers siding with Saigon. Especially Linda, he wondered silently, did she still think he was some level 8 master? She should stop deluding herself. Finally, Greg grudgingly accepted. "If everyone insists, fine, though I'm sure those kids will just be crying from fear." The headmaster decisively gave the final decision. The martial arts class would participate too. The meeting ended, and the teachers left the room one by one in a tense atmosphere. Male teacher worriedly asked Linda if she was truly okay with this decision, because Greg's words did have some merit. Believing the convention was too harsh for martial artists, Linda smiled slightly, looking out the window, recalling a lesson someone once taught her. A coward without the will to overcome difficulties has no right to call himself a martial artist. That was also the reason Saigon decided that any student refusing to participate in the convention would be personally expelled from the martial arts department. Saigon announced solemnly, "The beast taming convention will officially take place in 6 days." Right after this class, he ordered the entire class to go outside for actual combat training to ensure everyone could handle taking down the monsters. Kai immediately questioned that wasn't the convention just for electing a class monitor, and since the class already had Tacy, participating was unnecessary. Before he could take his words back, a sharp sound rang out as Saigon punished the talkative student with a painful knock on the head. Seeing the big bump on Kai's head, Lucas could only sigh in exasperation. Lucas pondered about the upcoming actual combat drill, reminding himself to exercise restraint. One slip-up and he would send his friends flying. At the training ground outside the academy, the atmosphere became extremely lively as the students engaged in sparring. Lucas observed his surroundings and noticed those who had passed the entrance exam were all within bounds. Martial arts department possessed practical abilities that were far from ordinary, especially Tacy. Lucas assessed Tacy's power as likely being second only to himself. He silently acknowledged that Saigon truly had a keen eye for people when he chose her as class monitor. Meanwhile, Lucas easily defeated his opponent with just a light sweep of his hand, expending no effort at all. The training session ended when Saigon staggered over, holding his bottle, announcing that time was up. Kai collapsed on the grass, completely out of breath, groaning happily that the trial was finally over. Colin and Sap walked over to announce they were going to the cafeteria and promised to bring food back for Kai. Seeing this, Lucas curiously asked if Kai had just made another deal. Kai smugly explained that he had hired Colin to buy food worth 2 points in exchange for 2 gold coins. He thought to himself, going into business would surely make him rich. He called it a win-win deal. Colin got spending money, while he saved precious points. Sap seemed envious, so Kai quickly promised to let him handle the next order. Witnessing this scene, Lucas silently praised Colin's cleverness for earning money while maintaining a good relationship with his roommate. Kai proudly lifted his chin and asked Lucas if he thought he was smart, then excitedly told him to learn without paying tuition fees. He slung his arm around Lucas's shoulder friendly before they left the training ground together. Faced with Kai's suggestion, Lucas only smiled and declined. "Thanks, but I'll pass on this deal. I can't keep up." Kai watched him enviously, thinking that since Lucas had a sister in the elite class, he probably never had to worry about points or meals. However, Kai was completely wrong. That night, under the crescent moon, Lucas stood towering over the corpse of a massive monster he had just slain. He mused to himself, even without Julia, he wouldn't have trouble with meals. After all, he was currently receiving nature's affection like this. A silent night by the cliff, a large slab of meat grilled golden brown over a red fire, emitting a rich, fatty aroma. Lucas sat alone by the fire, deep in thought. If it weren't for needing to go with Julia, he would have used dinner time to train more. But then, the image of Mina deliberately approaching his sister during the afternoon meal came back to him, making him uneasy. Lucas narrowed his eyes sharply, telling himself he would never let his guard down. If she had ill intentions, he would make sure she regretted it. Suddenly, a white tail wagging caught Lucas' attention. Uru stared at the grilled meat, his eyes glistening with greed. Lucas smiled as he handed over the slab of meat and said, "Eat up." Uru was the happiest thanks to a caring mast. Seeing the wolf's happiness, he thought Uru was adorable and that having a magical beast minion to get free food was not bad. But as soon as he finished eating, Lucas stood up and cracked his knuckles threateningly. "After you eat, stay and train. I promise I won't hurt you." Such is the fate of being a subordinate. Swallowing the meat from the big boss is hard. At the same time at the Rian family mansion, Lady Catherine sat silently in the garden under the moonlight, her face full of worry. Hearing slow footsteps, she remained motionless in the silent space. Mr. Hadjian placed his hand on his wife's shoulder and asked kindly, "Catherine, are you worried about the children again?" Catherine lowered her head sadly. Mr. Hotria looked at Catherine with great care and said slowly, "The children have probably started their lessons now. If you miss them, why don't we go visit them?" Seeing his wife still had tears in her eyes from missing their child, he gently comforted her, saying he had business passing through Dak Town and would take her along. Catherine burst into happiness. "Thank you, I am truly very happy to be seeing the children again soon." Meanwhile, at the Viscountess Green's mansion, a strange ceremony was taking place in a gloomy atmosphere. The masked figures respectfully greeted the mysterious woman who had just appeared. She raised her hand with purple nails and introduced a new drug called Jade Dream. To prove it, she calmly injured herself. Red blood seeped into the wine glasses, calling it the decisive move for everyone to fully enjoy the fun. The blue-haired woman turned her back, revealing a glowing sinister mark, and declared the game had begun. The mysterious figures talked about the 11-year-old girl who destroyed the Black Fang gang. After the ceremony, the woman lay beside Jessica, stating that Julia had received a level 7 blessing, and Catherine's daughter had inherited the talent of the Miranda family. She laughed scornfully, saying a level 7 wanting to take down a 4A was a dream in broad daylight. She continued to whisper venom into Jessica's ear, mocking that no matter how hard her child tried, they would not achieve the desired results. With an evil look in her eyes, she asked directly, "You want to kill Catherine and her daughter to become the Countess, right?" Jessica admitted without hesitation, "Yes, what should I do?" The blue-haired woman smiled with satisfaction. She touched the glowing magic circle and murmured to herself. At the moment, a budding flower withers as a beautiful sight. The next morning, the training continued amidst exhaustion. Tacy loudly announced the plan. The trainees complained, "No way, our whole bodies ache, we couldn't sleep last night, Instructor Saigon is a demon." Tacy was surprised by their exhaustion. Lucas realized his group was still fine, wondering if their bodies were more resilient. Kai smugly flexed his muscles. Sure, it was because he was too awesome. Who else but him was the strongest in the class? Lucas smiled secretly, knowing it was thanks to the calming incense he used last night. Tacy highly praised Lucas's group's endurance, believing they could endure harsher training to become promising martial masters. Kai excitedly yelled, "Let's go," then lunged to attack Lucas to start the spar. Kai threw fast punches, but Lucas calmly observed and easily neutralized them. To avoid revealing too much of his true strength, Lucas silently activated a level 5 restriction to suppress his power to a minimum. The two engaged in a dramatic exchange of techniques. Kai laughed excitedly at his opponent's toughness, admitting not bad. Kai would probably be shocked if he knew Lucas was holding back against him. Lucas also smiled slightly in return. "You too." However, in the middle of the match, his keen senses made Lucas freeze as he felt a strange presence silently watching from behind. He squinted towards the ancient tree at the edge of the training ground. An old man with white hair was sitting there in mysterious stillness, following his every move. Seeing Lucas distracted, Kai looked curiously and wondered about the old man over there. Kai charged him with a loud shout, "Lucky you, take this hit." Lucas quickly sidestepped to dodge, causing Kai to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Kai got up annoyed, his eyes burning with fire. "Don't look elsewhere. Today we fight until a winner is found." Lucas calmly replied, "Fine if you insist," then continued into a defensive stance. From a distance, the old man Otani smiled mysteriously then quietly left. The girl asked if she should escort him back to the library, but Otani declined, wanting to take a leisurely walk back alone. In his heart, he marveled at Lucas, an interesting young man hiding his strength so well that even he could not see through him. He told himself he would definitely remember the name Lucas. A few hours after the training session, Instructor Saigon gathered the class to teach massage techniques and demanded they memorize them well as they were very important. The massage lesson was surprisingly effective, making all the students muscle fatigue disappear in an instant. Lucas thought to himself that thanks to this, his classmates forgot that only his group had been full of energy since early morning. After class, he decided to buy materials to build a new training ground for himself. Lucas went to the Allen Academy's magical materials store, a place as luxurious and vast as a shopping mall, displaying countless rare items. Like everywhere else in the academy, payments here had to be made using points. Looking at the price of 30 points for a high-grade test dummy, Lucas inwardly complained that everything was too expensive for his budget. He calculated roughly that each month he would have to spend up to 100 points on training needs. Even though he knew Julia had a lot of points, Lucas told himself he could not keep relying on his little sister because it would be pitiful for her if she spent all her allowance on food. In the end, he decided to only buy magical medicine for the bathwater today and wait until next time to bring materials from the Uru cave to exchange for points. On the other side of the room, a girl was sleeping slumped beside piles of books and a cup of cold coffee. Lucas placed a heavy sack on the checkout counter. He directly handed over the card, his voice hoarse, saying, "Bag all of this for me. No need to look at the price." After checking, she announced the total came to 5 points. When Lucas swiped the card, the magic ball immediately lit up the number 5 brightly. The female employee was secretly astonished to see his martial arts department uniform. Students from that department only exchanged for 10 points, yet he dared to spend half of it in one go. After confirming the payment, Lucas cheerfully received the large sack and did not forget to thank her. "Thank you very much." Seeing him turn his back, the female employee still worriedly reminded him, "Buying so much is not afraid of wasting money. Do not cry later." Lucas turned back with a confident smile and said this still was not enough, so he would return to buy more. That attitude irritated her, and she thought to herself that the martial arts department had no medicinal herb classes. So what was he planning to do with all of that? Spending money like this was definitely noble behavior. She sighed in exasperation as she watched Lucas's back. This was exactly why she hated nobles. Night fell inside his secret cave. Lucas was relaxing as he soaked in a steaming hot bath. He dropped the medicinal leaves he had just bought into the tub, thinking that even mixed into bath water, their effects would not be lost. Throwing them away would be such a waste. Looking at the medicinal water, he told himself that he still could not make anyone drink bathwater. Lucas stepped out of the tub in comfort, feeling refreshed and wondering whether he should go gather materials to exchange for points. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to bring only common second-grade materials instead of rare items. Suddenly, a strange sound from behind made Lucas startle and turn around. He was stunned to see Uru calmly sticking out his tongue and drinking the bathwater clean. Lucas cried out in panic, "Uru, what the hell are you doing? Did you drink all the bathwater I just sucked in?" Before the wolf's guilty gaze, Lucas could only sigh helplessly. But he soon realized the medicinal water would also help Uru grow stronger, and the gluttonous wolf even demanded more beef. Lucas smiled and scolded him affectionately, "What a glutton." But at least the problem of waste had been solved. He secretly planned to move materials for point exchange during quiet hours over the next 3 days to avoid suspicion. Late at night, as Lucas carried heavy tools back to the dormitory, Mina suddenly appeared and offered to help with magic. Lucas quickly refused and secretly felt lucky that she had assumed the materials were sent by his family. Time flew by and the monster taming tournament was close at hand. At the training ground, teacher Saigen flew into a rage, shouting at the students whether they had any motivation. The tournament was tomorrow, and if they did not want to train, they could get lost and go home. He pointed out fatal flaws in their techniques, from Sap raising his leg too high to Kai's unsteady movements. Kai immediately protested with wounded pride, saying he refused to accept it because he had defeated Lucas, Sarp, and Colin. But before he could finish speaking, the teacher knocked him down with nothing but a flick to the forehead. He turned to the other three and asked whether they had really lost to this guy. For various reasons, all three answered in unison that they had. Saigen clutched his head in exasperation, saying nobles were troublesome and could not accomplish anything. To verify it, he ordered Tacy to spar with Kai. Kai excitedly rushed into stance, confident that he would not hold back and would prove he deserved to be class monitor. Tacy entered a defensive stance with a modest smile, "Please go easy on me." Immediately Kai charged into attack with astonishing speed, shouting, "Take this." The first line contains empty content. However, Tacy's agility far exceeded his expectation. It left Kai stunned and he blurted out so fast. She did not give her opponent time to regain his composure. Tacy continued closing in with graceful yet deadly movements. She ended the match decisively, knocking Kai into the fence in pain. The students were shocked, while Lucas secretly understood why Teacher Saigen had chosen Tacy as class monitor. With a sharp, cold gaze, Teacher Saigen warned that monsters would not show mercy and demanded that everyone give their all. Lucas realized Kai focused too much on attacking and neglected defense. Tacy kindly asked if he was all right, but Kai only stayed silent in shock. Saigen announced that tomorrow, each person had to tame at least one monster. He threatened that anyone who failed failed would be expelled from the martial arts department immediately. Kai trembled in fear, while the professor calmly turned and walked away, ordering the whole class to train until evening. Seeing Kai sitting there in a daze, Lucas walked over and pointed out the weakness left open in his defense. If he fixed that habit and attacked the enemy's weak point, he would be fine. Kai flushed scarlet and shouted the shocking truth. He had fallen for Tacy. Lucas froze at the confession, while Kai dreamily talked about being kicked away for the first time in his life and names for their future children. The next day, the tournament was held in a massive arena, and the loudspeaker announced that students should prepare to enter. Kai trembled as he heard the monsters roaring, already frightened just thinking about the creatures below. At the same time, the magic department students mocked the martial arts department for joining as beast bait. Saigon suddenly appeared with a fierce expression, silenced them at once, and told them to drill the tournament rules into their heads. The magic students hurriedly answered yes and slipped away, while Lucas was surprised to see the teacher protecting his students. Kai was still shaking with anxiety, so Lucas advised him to imagine the monster as teacher Saigon and beat it with everything he had. Imagining himself raining punches on a super weak version of teacher Saigon, Kai laughed smugly, feeling his fighting spirit blaze, and Lucas played along. Those brats actually dared to listen to all of that. Lucas reminded Kai to remember yesterday's strategy, focus on defense and he would win, while Saigon secretly acknowledged the quality of that advice. On the giant screen, the judge announced that taming 10 monsters would earn a perfect score. Points would be deducted if they accidentally killed them. The time limit was 10 minutes, and if injured, they should call a teacher. Immediately afterward, Julia stepped out confidently as a contestant from the first group entering the challenge area. She passed through the magic gate. Julia was astonished to find herself in a vast barrier space, wondering how 50 monsters could fit inside such a small building. Suddenly, from within the darkness, 2 enormous demonic bears with blazing red eyes emerged. Julia was not afraid at all. The little girl smiled brightly and remarked that they looked tiny and cute, and she wanted to catch them for fun. The little girl raised her staff high, activated a brilliant purple magic circle, and unleashed the powerful stunning snare technique. Fierce bolts of lightning erupted, engulfing the demonic beasts and leaving them able only to roar in agony. As usual, the demonic beasts in the tournament were coated with magic potion. Once subdued, thick purple smoke rose from their bodies. Teachers outside used magic circles to sense and count the number of subdued demonic beasts, scoring everything fairly. The judge standing outside broke into a cold sweat when he saw the signal from Area 5, wondering if the counter had malfunctioned for that girl to finish so quickly. An announcement echoed across the arena. Area 5 has completed the task. The exam is over. Candidates prepare. Julia walked out leisurely under everyone's stunned gazes. The blonde female teacher praised the little girl endlessly for finishing in only 3 minutes, an astonishing result. Julia thanked her politely, then quickly asked about her older brother's situation. After learning that the martial arts students in Area 10 would take the exam last, the little girl decided to buy some snacks while waiting. Behind the dark gate, a mysterious dark figure watched Julia's every step with calculating eyes. She wondered whether that martial arts youth could create another miracle, like at the opening ceremony. 2 hours later, the atmosphere in the arena turned gloomy as contestants came out one after another. It seemed this exam was quite difficult. Kai began to tremble with fear, doubting whether the whole group could remain in the martial arts department under the harshness of the tournament. Lucas reassured his friend, "Do not worry, in terms of strength, we martial artists are not inferior to mages at all." Teacher Saigon suddenly spoke, shattering their insecurity. "What is there to feel inferior about? If you cannot even handle a first-rank demonic beast, you might as well go home." He emphasized that martial artists surpassed low-level mages in physique and close combat, and demanded that the whole class have more confidence. This rare encouragement left Kai and Colin astonished, since Teacher Saigon was famously rough-tempered. Just then, Tacy returned after quietly scouting the situation. She said the other candidates were only exhausted from over-using magic, and were not in danger. Tacy had gathered important information. The barrier had limited the demonic beast's range of movement to ensure safety. She instructed them, if you meet a strong opponent, retreat and find an easier target. Manage your stamina and you will definitely score. Running is the best tactic. Her heartfelt words excited the whole class, and they shouted the class monitor's name. Teacher Sagan was also secretly satisfied that he had chosen her to lead. Suddenly a mocking smile and a contemptuous voice rang out. "So it is the martial arts department. No wonder I thought someone was sneaking around and eavesdropping." Greg appeared with an arrogant expression, saying Saigan and his students were useless, so they had to use such despicable eavesdropping tricks to earn points. Greg coldly announced that it was time for the martial arts department to prepare to enter the arena. He threatened that if they did not perform well, the martial arts department would soon be erased from the academy. And in truth, this place should never have been established in the first place. Watching Greg's back as he left with arrogant laughter, Lucas's eyes darkened as he remembered the bullies from his previous life. those who always look down on others because of status. Lucas strode forward and asked again to confirm his priority right. After this, I will be the first to enter the arena, because I ranked first at the opening ceremony, correct? Seeing his student's grave expression and pressure, Saigon suggested someone else could replace him if he was nervous. Lucas's eyes blazed with powerful golden light, and he coldly refused. No need to change, let me go in and deal with all of them. He told himself he would achieve an outstanding result to put those who looked down on the martial arts department in their place. Seeing his confidence, Kai and Colin also shouted boldly, that is right, let them see true strength. Standing behind them, teacher Saigon could not help being surprised by how quickly his students' attitudes had changed. Kai even reminded him not to forget Miss Tacy's advice, leaving Lucas speechless at his roommate's simplicity. 10 minutes later at exam area 10, Lucas rushed swiftly into the thick fog. He discovered that if he avoided these traps, he could perform freely without anyone knowing. When a demonic beast acknowledged a master, their souls connected, allowing that person to temporarily use its abilities. Drew, who was gnawing on a bone, had to stop and ask, Master is already so strong, why use my strength? Lucas did not answer and immediately activated the power. A giant spectral wolf leg enveloped his leg, enhancing his speed and explosive force. Using brute force to suppress these low-level demonic beasts was far too easy. The surrounding demonic beasts fled in terror before the appearance of a high-ranking scent hunter. But instead of attacking directly, Lucas realized that cornering the demonic beasts psychologically to crush their will was far more effective. The presence of a high-ranking demonic beast phantom like Uru made the weaker ones tremble in fear. Lucas was secretly satisfied when he saw the magical owl quickly submit, but he also reminded himself to be careful. He could not let too much magic potion smoke drift out beyond the barrier before he could make every demonic beast in the arena submit. Outside the arena, the electronic board still showed 0 beside Lucas Ryan's name, though half the exam time had already passed. Seeing such a terrible result, Greg did not miss the chance to make a sarcastic remark. Failing to score even 1 point meant he could not even defeat the lowest level demonic beast. This was the vast heaven and earth difference between martial artists and mages. Those words filled Julia with fury. The little girl shouted in defense of her brother, telling him not to mock him. He could not use magic, but he was truly amazing. Greg merely snorted in contempt. He believed the little girl had also lost her judgment, just like Lena, and he declared that the actual results on the scoreboard would prove everything. Yet the moment he finished speaking, the announcement suddenly rang out. 1 point scored, Lucas Ryan. His friends cheered joyfully, because at least Lucas had earned enough points to remain in the martial arts department. Greg still wore a smug expression, thinking 1 point was nothing when the best student in his class had already reached 5 points. But his smile vanished when the number on the electronic board kept jumping to 2, 3, 4, then stopped at 5. Greg was so shocked that sweat broke out all over him. He could not believe a trash martial artist had matched the class record. His face must have looked hilarious right then. Inside the barrier, Lucas stood calmly atop the head of a giant snake that had been completely subdued. He figured that after clearing the chaos, his classmates would be able to score easily. It was time to end the performance and leave. He shot forward like lightning, taking down the 6th, 7th, and 8th targets in just a few short seconds. Lucas scored his 9th point when he defeated a demon bat in midair. The owl from earlier was unlucky enough to fall into Lucas's sights once again. It wanted to cry, but no sound came out when it saw the god of death suddenly return. With the 10th finishing blow, Lucas officially completed the exam. The exam left Greg rooted to the spot in shock. The loudspeaker rang clearly across the arena. Lucas Ryan has achieved a perfect score of 10 points. Julia looked up at the screen with sparkling eyes full of pride and cried out, "My brother is the best, no one can compare." Lucas walked out of the arena amid the astonished murmurs of the crowd. A martial arts student got a perfect score. Were they joking? Julia happily rushed over and threw her arms around him. She knew her brother would be fine. Lucas gently stroked his sister's head. Greg could not accept the truth. He shouted that there was no way a martial arts freshman could subdue 10 magical beasts. Saigon, you must have used a stand-in or some kind of trick, right? Once the examiner standing beside him glared and asked, "Are you implying that I accepted a bribe and covered up cheating?" Greg turned pale, realizing he had misspoken and offended someone. He trembled with regret. Making an enemy of such a powerful figure was terrible. He hurriedly explained that Lucas had damaged the testing doll during the entrance exam. The examiner waved his hand and decided to inspect the inside of the barrier. Saigon looked displeased. The martial arts department was being absurdly suspected just because someone had earned a perfect score. What an insult. Lucas remained calm. Let them be. Just let them do whatever they want. 10 minutes later, inside the barrier, the magical owl slowly opened its eyes as the magic gate began to open. Seeing the exit, it realized the powerful person from earlier had vanished and immediately rallied its companions. "We're free. That terrifying guy is gone. Brothers, run quickly." Just as the magical beasts were about to flee, the examiners quickly used their authority as supervisors to activate golden magic circles. Chains of light bound the owl tightly in midair, leaving it unable to move. The examiners judged that the magical beasts were agitated, but not to the point that the exam site needed to be changed. One of them still wondered whether Lucas had truly scored his points fairly. The chief examiner pondered, "I see no evidence of cheating, but something definitely happened." They decided to let the tournament continue, while those 10 magical beasts would be taken away for detailed inspection. Immediately afterward, the announcement rang out, "No problems have been found. Next examinee, please prepare." Lucas folded his arms calmly. He knew they still did not truly believe in his ability. Looking toward Tacy, Lucas curved his lips slightly. Interesting, but the real surprise has only just begun. When it was her turn, Tacy charged into the arena with fierce determination. She told herself she could not fall behind Lucas. The moment she stepped into the barrier, she quickly mapped out her strategy. If she could not subdue an opponent within 30 seconds, she would switch to another target to save time. But the magical beast suddenly froze, its eyes bulging in terror. It recognized that the scent on Tacy was like the one who had tormented its companions, making it panic and wonder whether that terrifying person was still lurking nearby. Seizing the chance, Tacy threw an extremely powerful punch. The level 3 Shadow Wolf whimpered, then immediately bowed its head in submission. She could not help being stunned. A level 3 wolf went down that fast. Why does this feel so wrong? She looked at her own hand. Tacy's eyes sparkled with confidence. She wondered if martial arts students were not as weak as people had always believed. With her momentum rising, Tacy defeated a giant lizard in succession. Then a ferocious boar followed, making the scoreboard keep jumping higher. In the stands, Kai cheered excitedly for his goddess. Teacher Saigen still wore a thoughtful expression. Tacy's score surged from 3 to 4, then to 5. She unleashed powerful punches, conquering the 6th and 7th targets in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, she claimed the point from the 10th target, officially achieving a perfect score. The entire arena erupted in shock. Another score of 10. Tacy's time was even shorter than Lucas's. Witnessing that unbelievable scene, the examiners fell into confusion again. What was going on? Another technical error. They hurriedly ordered the magical beast group to be inspected. Amid the murmurs, Tacy froze with her mouth open as she looked at Lucas's radiant smile. Just as he had said, the magical beasts were not frightening, and martial artists were not inferior to mages. The third match unfolded with great impact as a bat-type magical beast was knocked back by a powerful surge of inner force. Antosap smiled brightly, easily adding his name to the list of perfect scorers. The entire martial arts department had all hacked the game brothers. Immediately afterward, in the fourth match, Colin Kick charged forward and defeated the giant ape. The martial arts department continued to bring back another perfect 10. By the fifth match, Kai poured all his strength into his fist and attacked the tiger. The tiger was so frightened it shed tears before being completely subdued. Kai stood arrogantly atop the beast's corpse, making a contemptuous gesture as he received a perfect score. On the martial arts department ranking board, Julia, Lucas, and Tacy remained firmly in the lead. This achievement caused a shockwave that left the entire academy stunned. Watching the martial arts department's outstanding performance, Sagan smiled in satisfaction. He quietly withdrew into a dark corner and took a long drink to celebrate victory with his students. After thoroughly examining the magical beasts, the judges confirmed there was nothing unusual about the barrier or their physical condition. They believed the magical beasts had been terrified by the previous magical attacks, causing their fear to surge when they first encountered the martial arts department. The headmaster pondered before making the final decision. From next year onward, let the martial arts department compete first. This year's results would remain unchanged. Greg was so shocked he blurted out that he could not accept the martial arts department surpassing the magic classes and standing equal to the elite class. The headmaster asked Greg coldly whether he had any objections. Greg could only stammer that he did not, but inwardly he seethed, insisting it was only luck, not true ability. Headmaster Otani rejected this coldly. Luck was also part of one's ability. He emphasized that the students' results could not be cancelled, and the other teachers also agreed. Greg gritted his teeth, obeyed the order, then left in resentment. Watching teacher Saigon's back, he nursed a bitter desire for revenge. Saigon, I remember this. At the magical beast breeding area, a high-ranking official came to ask the headmaster about the life or death issue of the martial arts department. As a 9th-level martial master, he asked whether the headmaster had realized the true reason. The headmaster replied thoughtfully that it was not convenient to say, but our school could rest assured. Looking toward the academy tower, he silently kept Lucas' true strength a secret, just as the boy wished. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Kai was laughing smugly because he had earned a perfect score, thinking he had to tell his father the news right away. He said excitedly that subduing magical beasts was not difficult, believing the whole group had made tremendous progress. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief because no one suspected him, then smiled and played along, saying it was thanks to teacher Saigon's special training. I sat down on a chair and eagerly asked what everyone planned to do with their 20 reward points. Colin and Sap planned to save their points for emergencies, or to treat the whole group to a meal. Kai interrupted, saying points should be used to buy quality gear for practical combat training. That was the true path. Hearing about practical combat training, Lucas asked curiously. It was the challenge at Allen Tower, a special training site of the Magic Academy. Inside the tower was an illusionary world with countless races of magical beasts, beastmen and giants, and because it was an illusion, no one would lose their life, making it a chance to hone practical combat strength. Colin worried that only 100 new students could enter the tower, and the 12 elite class students already had spots, leaving very slim chances for the rest. Kai said confidently that participants were chosen based on the tournament rankings, and since the whole group had earned perfect scores, their names would definitely be included. Colin and Sap excitedly invited each other to run to the materials store to buy training equipment. Watching his two friends hurry away, Lucas silently sighed over their intense desire for strength. Lucas told himself that helping everyone earn perfect scores in the tournament had been the right decision. While he was thinking, Kai wrapped his arms around him and begged him to come along, but Lucas refused because he had something more important to do. He took out a pendant shaped like a sharp beast fang, exquisitely carved. It was the item teacher Saigon had given him. Lucas narrowed his eyes as he studied the strange item, silently determined to uncover the secret behind the professor's gift, a reward only the 3 students who achieved perfect scores could receive. He clicked his tongue regretfully, thinking that if he had ranked behind her, this item would have belonged to Tacy. Seeing Kai looking at him, Lucas calmly put the item away and smiled, saying his only strength was luck. Kai sighed, said goodbye, then said he would go to the materials store to catch up with Anto and the others. Lucas nodded in response, yeah, see you later. The news that the entire martial arts department had earned perfect scores was displayed solemnly on the large bulletin board. The news shook the entire academy amid astonishment and jealousy. Lila, a female student from the magic class and teacher Greg's student, angrily kicked the city wall hard. She screamed in frustration that their class should have achieved outstanding results for 3 consecutive years and ranked first after the elite class. Lila resentfully could not accept that her father's 10 years of effort had been ruined by those martial masters. Her anger burned even hotter when she realized the martial arts department had taken 20 precious spots in Allen Tower. A male student standing nearby also echoed her in outrage. He said the tower spots should belong to mages, but those martial masters had stolen them. Although someone reminded them that the teachers had confirmed the martial arts department had not cheated, the magic students grew even more heated. A student from teacher Greg's faction coldly declared that the martial arts department had bribed the teachers at the magical beast base. He argued that this was possible because the wealthy son of the Turoi family could use money to buy everything. Andrew pushed up his glasses, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes as he revealed that he had seen 2 Turoi family lackeys buy up all the training equipment at the materials store. Andrew grew worried when the martial arts department would receive 20 reward points tomorrow. Those precious materials would continue to be seized by them. Lila coldly gripped her magic staff. She sinisterly repeated that a martial master's meridians were more fragile than glass, then viciously demanded that the arms and legs of those martial masters be broken so they could never grow. That very afternoon, they planned to crush the students of the martial arts department. The first 2 victims ambushed on the road were Anto and Decio. Decio shouted, demanding to know why they had suddenly been attacked like this. Anto was already gravely wounded, a long slash across his back, groaning in agony. Decio realized in panic that the wound was poisoned and that he had to get his friend treated at once. But the mages from the magic class still refused to let them go, mocking them that if they wanted points, they would grant them some right away. Lila activated a magic circle and unleashed a ruthless attack straight at the 2 wounded students. Heart-rending screams rang out as Decio and Anto were tortured by sinister vines and freezing ice until they could no longer resist. Lila watched with an empty expression, then coldly declared, "Shut up, I do not need your points." Anto trembled as he asked why they were treating them so cruelly. She coldly said that her request was actually very simple. Lila held a vial of medicine in her hand, her face twisted into something terrifying, like a demon. Crawl back and humiliate the martial arts department. Tell them you are nothing but trash. A few hours later, when night had completely fallen, the other students in the martial arts department carried lanterns and searched for their teammates in panic. They kept calling Decio and Anto's names in vain amid the silent darkness. Kai wondered why Lucas looked so alarmed, since their friends coming home late from part-time work was nothing unusual. Lucas knew very well that today's situation was completely different, because this was the first time he had smelled such a thick stench of blood on this road. The moment he sensed the trace, Lucas immediately rushed forward, leaving Kai stunned. As he chased after him, Kai grumbled about Lucas suddenly running off, but he soon froze when he saw a wounded hand reaching out from the grass. A horrific scene appeared before his eyes as their 2 classmates lay motionless in a pool of blood. Kai cried out in shock, "Who in the world did this?" Lucas immediately knelt down and quickly checked the victim's condition. Their injured friend weakly revealed that the one behind it was Leela from teacher Greg's class. Ada had cruelly severed their meridians. Seeing his teammates harmed, a pitch-black, icy killing intent erupted violently and engulfed Lucas. Lucas quickly reassured them. He is still alive, he only passed out. He immediately assigned the tasks: I will stop the bleeding, go find medicine. As soon as Kai left, Lucas gathered spiritual power into his hands and performed emergency first aid to keep the wounds from worsening. When he touched the victim's body, Lucas was stunned by the cruelty of the cursed injuries, with every bone crushed. This was clearly bone art, a technique often used by black market assassins. He clenched his fists, veins bulging in fury as he thought to himself, "Hurting both of them with such a cruel technique. I will destroy them. This is not bullying, this is outright attempted murder." Below him, the injured friend groaned in delirium. "Father, mother, it hurts so much." Lucas looked at his suffering friend and said firmly, "Do not worry, I will deal with them and avenge you." In the dark forest, Lucas continued tending to them until Kai returned with Tacy. Seeing the horrific scene, Tacy cried out in shock. Anto and Desio were attacked. Kai explained that he had happened to meet Tacy while searching for medicine. Lucas reported that their lives were not in danger, but they would need several days of rest. Kai handed the medicine bag to Lucas, silently grateful that he had given first aid in time. Then he gritted his teeth in rage. "Damn it. I will never forgive those bastards." Kai decided, "Tomorrow I will go to the student council." But Tacy looked pessimistic, believing that since the teachers were turning a blind eye, the student council would not take the martial arts department's matter seriously either. Lucas waved a hand and cut her off. "I do not care." His terrifying expression left Tacy frozen in shock. A pitch-black killing intent erupted and wrapped around Lucas's entire body, making him look like a completely different person from his usual gentle self. Lucas gritted his teeth in hatred and silently made up his mind. "I will settle this grudge at any cost." In the student council room, the atmosphere grew tense as Theo listened to the request from Lucas' group. He smirked and asked, "I see, you want to challenge Teacher Greg's class to a fight." Lucas stated clearly that if they won, he demanded an official apology from those who had attacked the two members of the martial arts department. In exchange, Lucas was willing to wager his S-rank reward to Greg's class if he lost. However, Turner smiled sinisterly and said there was no proof that the students from Greg's class were the culprits. Then he reached out, picked up the beast fang necklace in front of him, and asked, "By S-rank reward, do you mean this?" Unexpectedly, Theo let go and allowed the pendant to fall to the floor before everyone's stunned eyes. He calmly uttered a fake apology. "Oh, my hand slipped." Theo continued speaking with contemptuous mockery. "For something as serious as a challenge, do you not think using such a cheap thing as a wager is inappropriate?" Seeing Theo's insulting act, Kai gritted his teeth and was about to charge forward, but Lucas raised a hand in time to stop him. Lucas looked straight at the student council president and asked, "Then what would be considered appropriate?" Theo pretended to ponder for a while, then slowly suggested that it would be better to choose something unique and symbolic of the school. He gave a calculating smile and made a shocking proposal. "The losing side will permanently lose the right to enter Allen Tower for training." Under Kai and Tacy's stunned gazes, Lucas remained terrifyingly calm. He decisively accepted the risky challenge. "Let us do it." The announcement of the duel between the martial arts department and Greg's class was quickly posted on the bulletin board, drawing the attention of all the students. The news delighted the new students who were dissatisfied with the martial arts department, and they kept cheering for Teacher Greg's class. Greg even shamelessly praised the three people who had attacked Ando's group in public, right in front of everyone. In contrast to that uproar, Teacher Saigon made no comment at all. He only silently increased the intensity of practical combat training for his students under heavy pressure. In the middle of the training ground, Lucas trained silently, his eyes blazing with resentment. He was ready to reclaim justice for his fallen teammates. And then, the day of the final duel finally arrived. The atmosphere in the arena was hotter than ever under the eyes of thousands of spectators waiting for a good show. Cheers rang across the stands. "Those three are fighting for the martial arts department. Give them your full support." Standing opposite Lucas's group, Lila gave a smug smile and continued mocking him with arrogant contempt. "With so many people watching, if you apologize now, I might consider forgiving you." Lucas still wore a terrifyingly calm expression. He looked straight at his opponent and coldly replied, "We still do not know how this match will end." When the referee signaled them to prepare, Kai bravely stepped forward with his glowing short sword and declared firmly, "Let us end this quickly." His opponent was a bespectacled male student holding a scepter, and he calmly adjusted his glasses before replying with arrogance, "Please." The battle began. The male student from the magic class activated a massive mag circle and shouted, "Blizzard," sending thousands of sharp ice shards hurtling straight at Kai. But he stunned everyone by using terrifying speed to knock away every attack in the blink of an eye. The bespectacled mage turned pale, drenched in cold sweat from shock. What? He deflected them all. Amid the shattered ice fading away, Kai stood tall with contempt and defiance in his eyes. "Is that all? Too weak." Kai swung his sword and swept aside the freezing shards, denying his opponent's power. Is that all?" However, the mage Andrew still wore a smug smile. He thought to himself that Kai had fallen into the trap. Martial students really were easy to fool. Andrew immediately activated a binding prison spell. Sharp pillars of ice rose from the ground and locked Kai's legs in place. He adjusted his glasses arrogantly. Lay still and die, you half-baked noble. Andrew swung his scepter and poured all his icy mana into ending the match. Kai was crushed beneath the gigantic block of ice, his body badly wounded in the arena. He asked, do you understand now? That is the price of provoking a mage. He pretended to listen, then mocked him. What did you say? If you want to surrender, speak louder. In the stands, Leela laughed smugly. Just as expected, trash will always be trash. If you admit defeat right now, I will spare that worthless life. Seeing his teammate humiliated, Lucas questioned him coldly. How long do you plan to keep babbling that garbage before you are satisfied? Suddenly, Kai revealed a mysterious smile, his eyes blazing with overwhelming orange fire, and he tightened his grip around the scorching energy like magma as he asked, can your ice freeze a volcano? Lila screamed in panic, you fool, run. Andrew froze as he realized what Kai was holding was lava slime stone. An earth-shaking explosion erupted on the spot. Dust and scorching flames engulfed both contestants. Andrew trembled as he questioned him, you detonated it at such close range? Do you no longer care about your life? Through the dense smoke, Kai charged out with eyes blazing bright and filled with killing intent. Despite his injuries, Kai unleashed a strike that pierced through the magical defense and made Andrew bleed. The crowd could hardly believe it. A martial artist actually defeated a mage. Looking at Kai's charred legs, Lucas silently admired his iron will for daring to blow up his own legs to escape the ice prison. Kai smiled arrogantly through his blood-soaked wounds, remembering Lucas's advice about the moment when an opponent was most confident. Andrew roared madly, I was injured by a martial artist, but those ruined legs of yours can no longer dodge. Die, he poured all his mana into the energy sphere. But Kai had already prepared another blazing attack in his hand. Another blinding burst of light exploded across the arena. Andrew cried out in terror, this guy has truly gone mad. Kai still pushed forward with stubborn resilience and mocked him coldly, I hate brats who use ice the most. Andrew retreated in panic and shouted, stay away from me. Too late, Kai threw a direct punch that shattered Andrew's glasses. He screamed miserably and collapsed with his face covered in wounds. Andrew lay motionless, unable to believe his ice shield had been broken by pure physical strength. The referee clearly declared victory for the martial arts department. Kai excitedly raised his weapon high with Lucas. He felt his body brimming with energy, unaware that Lucas had secretly put stamina-enhancing medicine into his breakfast. The next match between Tacy and Lila was about to begin. Lucas trusted Tacy's ability, everything would be fine. As the battle opened, enormous vines burst up from beneath the ground. Class monitor nimbly dodged the dangerous attack. She shuddered inwardly, having nearly been crushed in the very first second. Lila mocked the hollow morality of martial artists, declared that mages valued only results, then activated a green magic circle. Frenzied tentacles surrounded her, but Tacy closed in with unbelievable speed, terrifying Lila. A mountain-shaking punch slammed straight into her stomach and made that woman cough blood. Lila staggered back in shock, unable to understand how a level 1 could be so fast. Tacy locked the opponent's arm firmly and declared clearly, the moral principle of martial artists is guidance that cherishes human life. Lila frantically tried to use plant magic to counterattack. Tacy struck with powerful blows one after another, and Lucas marveled as he saw her hit the magic pressure points with precision. Lucas silently acknowledged Tacy's insight and decisiveness. While Kai still had not recovered from his shock at her speed, Tacy coldly reminded her opponent not to trample on the deputy master's dignity. The referee announced the second consecutive victory for martial arts as Leela lay motionless. The poison needles hidden in that woman's sleeves suddenly fell out, making Mina, who stood at a distance, extremely indignant. She immediately demanded to know why such dangerous weapons had been allowed in the match, but he merely sipped his tea calmly, thinking she was overreacting since nothing bad had happened at all. Witnessing the class monitor's victory, Kai cheered excitedly, great job, Tacy, no wonder teacher Saigon chose you. This result was like a direct slap across the faces of those who called martial artists trash. On the other side, the magic class teacher gritted his teeth in fury as his plan to seize Allen Tower began to waver, telling himself he still had a trump card and had to win this match. The third match officially began and Lucas stepped onto the arena, facing an enemy holding a magic dagger glowing purple. The moment the bell rang out sharply, the mage smugly thought that he had also trained in martial arts like those ordinary fools, and Lucas would be completely helpless against this high-speed afterimage technique. Standing outside the arena, Tessie grew worried when she saw Lucas only defending and keeping his distance, not taking the initiative to attack. Lucas thought to himself that he did not need to reveal all his strength yet, but he still had to probe the opponent a little. He stomped hard, deciding to close in on his opponent with only 5% of his strength. Lucas' sudden speed made the mage cry out in terror, impossible. But Lucas did not want to end the match too quickly, so he pretended to miss the target. However, taking advantage of the moment, Lucas exposed an opening and stood still. He curled his lips into a sneer, too bad for you. He suddenly drove the magic dagger hard into Lucas' shoulder, making the wound seep blood. Lucas lowered his face in silence, enduring the attack in a strangely calm way. The mage laughed loudly in triumph, declaring that no one could resist his bone-shattering technique. He frantically poured in his strength, swearing to crush every bone in Lucas's body. However, his smile vanished when he sensed something strangely abnormal. Even though he had used all his strength, the bone-breaking technique he took pride in was useless against Lucas's steel-hard body. Seeing Lucas seemingly overwhelmed, Kai shouted anxiously that he did not understand what was happening. The mage smugly thought Lucas was only trying to look dangerous, but in truth, he was merely putting on a bluff. He roared and prepared to unleash the final finishing blow to end the match. A dry crack rang out as Lucas lightly blocked the attack with his bare hand. He murmured softly, "I think that is enough." Lucas stomped hard onto the solid arena floor, creating a terrifying surge of force that shattered the ground into tiny fragments. The opponent was stunned in disbelief. Being this strong at level 1 was completely absurd. Lucas looked at him coldly, his eyes shining with oppressive force. "Now there is no need to worry about anyone seeing anymore. Are you ready?" The mage's magic sword was instantly snapped into pieces, making him scream in panic. Lucas charged forward like a whirlwind, striking so fast that the opponent could only let out a miserable cry. He stomped heavily on the man's body and mocked him. "This scene looks very familiar, does it not?" Even using only 2% of his strength, Lucas still made the enemy suffer excruciating pain as he asked, "How does it feel to have your own weapon fragments, the ones you used to stab Anto, pierce through your hand?" Lucas continued with a kick that made the mage scream in agony from his severe injuries. He realized in horror that he had lost the ability to resist, unable to use magic. Could his meridians have been severed? Seeing his student completely overwhelmed, old Greg sprang up from the stands and shouted for it to stop. Ignoring the attempts to dissuade him, Lucas still poured all his strength into his fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In despair, the mage wheezed an admission, "I surrender." Lucas stopped his hand and silently looked at the defeated man lying beneath his feet. Old Greg was still screaming madly from afar, "What the hell are you saying? With your ability, you could easily win." Lucas secretly despised him when he realized the old man could not see through his student's severe injuries. Teacher Saigon observed in silence, worried that this victory would bring trouble to the martial arts department. Down in the arena, the atmosphere grew lively as Kai cheered excitedly. The martial arts department had won all 3 matches. How did those who once looked down on them feel now? Whispers spread throughout the stands, and many people began to believe martial artists could defeat mages in a duel. Just as Lucas turned to leave, his opponent suddenly sprang up and charged at him with a sharp dagger. A female student cried out in panic, "Lucas, be careful, it is dangerous." However, Lucas had already flashed behind him with lightning speed and said coldly, "I have been waiting for you to show your tail." He directly attacked the back of the opponent's neck without holding back at all. Greg painfully felt the source of power inside his body gradually fading away. He realized in horror that all his magic meridians had been torn apart, and wondered what Lucas had done throughout the fight. Greg collapsed at once, his lifeless eyes filled with utter despair. Lucas stood tall as he looked at the defeated man, coldly reminding him, "When you used the bone-shattering technique, did you not think you would be repaid in kind?" The loudspeaker clearly declared an absolute victory for Lucas of the martial arts department. In the stands, Iwa was stunned and could not believe her eyes, completely devastated by this unimaginable result. Seeing her strange expression, Julia beside her asked in concern, but Iwa did not answer. Deep inside, she was shaken to the core because she realized that the previous strike was meridian severing, an advanced technique lost for 100 years, and her eyes burned with suspicion. She wondered who Lucas truly was to possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, everyone was celebrating the victory in great excitement. Iwa excitedly declared that those mages were nothing but cowards who loved sneak attacks, then challenged anyone who dared look down on him. Casey modestly believed the group had simply performed better than usual today, but their joy did not last long, as Teacher Saigon suddenly appeared with a murderous look on his face. He shouted coldly, "You win a little and your heads are already in the clouds, deluding yourselves with strength." Saigon roared, forbidding the whole class from growing arrogant over a few early victories. Although Iwa tried to bring up their victory at the taming tournament, the disheveled professor firmly dismissed it, saying it was only luck because the magical beasts had already been exhausted beforehand. Saigon turned away and judged that in the martial arts department, only Lucas, Kai, and Tacy truly had ability. Standing beneath the tree, he asked bluntly, "Do you all plan to live your whole lives as parasites clinging to someone stronger?" He emphasized that even after being attacked for no reason and nearly losing their lives, if Colin and Sarp still let others handle their revenge, they would never grow stronger. Saigon turned away coldly, leaving behind one final warning. "If you find that way of life acceptable, then you had better leave the martial arts department immediately." Those words were like salt rubbed into the student's pride. Lucas watched his teacher's back and silently admitted that Saigon was completely right. Martial artists needed confidence, but if they failed to train hard and let arrogance take over, they would remain stuck forever. Behind the tree was the theory teacher. Melinda suddenly appeared and teased Saigon, saying he was starting to act like a real homeroom teacher. Saigon only sighed, admitting that he did not want those children to follow in his footsteps and end up as miserably as he had. In the infirmary, Brick's condition worsened, with black cracks spreading across his arm like spiderwebs, exactly like the ancient forbidden art called meridian severing. Greg lay collapsed on the bed, his body covered in foul black resentment. He growled in agony as his ruined meridians tormented him without end. Amid the silent night, a carriage rushed into the academy grounds in a tense atmosphere. Inside the room, Brick's father slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage, and he roared. How did the freshman duel turn into this? My son's magic meridians have been completely destroyed. He frantically demanded blind justice, calling for that person to be severely punished and for the martial arts department to be disbanded at once. At that moment, a bottle of wine was thrown down and shattered across the floor. Saigon sauntered in with cold eyes and spoke. A severe punishment for the vicious culprit. Is that it? He continued. The magic used by Brick's trio during the match matches perfectly with the magic that attacked Sarp and Colin. Those three are clearly the culprits who gravely injured my students. I asked the headmaster to handle this according to the rules. Greg, standing beside them, could not help being shocked. They planned to finish off their opponents in the very first match. Why was he bringing this up right now? Do not change the subject. We are discussing who is responsible for Brick being struck by a forbidden art. Saigon calmly stated that Brick being struck by a forbidden art had not been confirmed and meridian severing was absolutely not something a novice martial artist could use. Hearing this, Brick's father nodded in agreement, believing that the useless child of the Rian family could never control an ancient forbidden art. Greg clicked his tongue softly in mockery. Only a high-level martial artist could cast a forbidden art. But the only high-level martial artist present at the time was teacher Saigon. He stepped closer, leaning his face towards Saigon with a sinister smile. Or was it you who used it, teacher? Saigon replied coldly, if I could use forbidden arts, I would have used one on you long ago. The headmaster sat with dignified authority and looked straight at Saigon, asking, if you think Brick was not struck by a forbidden art, then how do you explain his current condition? Saigon coldly assessed Brick's condition. Perhaps this is simply retribution. He recounted that he had questioned Lucas, and the boy insisted he knew nothing about forbidden arts, but had offered a convincing theory. Lucas believed Brick was an unruly noble who had paid black market assassins to learn methods for tormenting people. Therefore, it was very possible that an underworld expert, fearing his information would be exposed, used the duel as cover to strike. Hearing this, Headmaster Otani fell into deep thought. Brick's father roared in fury, are you trying to cover this up with a ridiculous rumor? Greg, standing beside him, also believed this was nothing but baseless speculation. Saigon immediately countered, insisting that this theory was more credible than a newly enrolled martial artist being able to use an ancient forbidden art. He emphasized that someone behind the scenes possessed terrifying power, and warned them not to anger that expert. Meridian severing was a cruel technique that could destroy even the most talented mage in an instant. That night at Allen Academy Library, Headmaster Otani held a lantern alone as he searched for clues. He stopped before a shelf of ancient books and exclaimed, found it. Looking closely, he realized the dust on the book about meridians had been wiped clean, proving someone had just handled it. As he turned the pages one by one, his gaze stopped on an illustration of a special hand seal glowing beneath the lamplight. It is exactly as I thought, ho ho ho. The headmaster laughed softly with hidden meaning in the silent space. At the same time, at a secret hot spring in the magical Beast Mountain range, Lucas was preparing to carry out the final step in Anto and Desio's treatment. He poured a vial of glittering medicinal ingredients into the water and announced, the final treatment session for you two begins now. Steam rose thickly from the water, enveloping the bodies of the two friends soaking in the spring. Anto and Desio gritted their teeth and endured as radiant blue streams of spiritual energy began seeping into every fiber of their flesh. The powerful energy rebuilt their devastated meridians. Witnessing his companion's pain, Lucas watched with focus and gently reassured them. It will hurt badly, but you two only need to endure a little longer. He affirmed a truth the magical world had long forgotten. Martial artists were far better at healing than many mages. A few days later in Daktown, the luxurious carriage of the Rian family stopped before the majestic academy gates. Mr. Hodgin gently helped his wife down and smiled as he said, we will see the children soon. Catherine nodded softly. Yes, it has been so long. Looking up the towering walls, she felt a surge of emotion and sighed that this place had not changed from the old days. Seeing his wife look lost in thought, Mr. Hout called her name with concern. Catherine smiled and reassured him that she had only remembered the past, so he should not worry too much. Suddenly the rapid pounding of hooves rang out. Catherine was stunned as she recognized someone familiar and murmured, that is. The newcomer was Sean Miranda, Catherine's younger brother and also Awa's father. He dismounted and greeted her with a smile. Sister, it has been a long time. The unexpected reunion brought back memories from 10 years ago, when Beastmen launched a large-scale attack on the Empire's border. The brutal war dragged on, the sky covered in smoke, fire, and the roars of monsters. Before the invading army, humanity had to unite and fight back. After 3 days and nights of non-stop battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. Amid the fierce battlefield, a young female mage was approached by a giant monster and stood on the line between life and death. In that critical instant, a young knight rushed over like a god, cut down the monster, and caught her. That was the fateful moment of the young knight leader. Cryan and the female mage Catherine Miranda met for the first time. After living through moments of life and death together, the two vowed to bind their lives to one another. Catherine's father, Duke Miranda, had once opposed them fiercely, forcing her to cut off contact with her family. San gazed thoughtfully at his sister, never expecting the children of their two families to meet for the first time at Allen Magic Academy. Xian smiled. Time passes so quickly. Julia looks so much like you back then. Do you not plan to come home? Father is still waiting for you, Catherine asked back in delight. Her smile froze when Sen said, that is right, but only you. She was shocked to realize her father still had not accepted Hajin. Understanding his wife's situation, Hajin spoke first. You should go. In any case, I have to head to the front line immediately. At least I am glad they will let you return home alone. He instructed her, I will come pick you up when the campaign ends. Watching Hajin's back as he left, Catherine felt grateful that her husband had set aside his pride and asked Xian to help her reconcile with her family. However, Sun was still troubled because their father had yet to forgive a noble mage for marrying a martial artist. He silently hoped someone would appear and erase society's prejudice against martial practitioners. At the same time, in the academy, Lucas suddenly sneezed and wondered whether he had trained too much and caught a cold. Julia stood beside him and teased him when she saw Kai carrying a large bag of food, saying it was rare to see Kai-kun buying things for others. He snapped irritably, leave me alone, stop meddling. He grumbled that after they finished eating, he would definitely make them treat him. Lucas could only laugh awkwardly. I think that is fine too. However, the magic students whispered maliciously, calling Lucas the lucky king of the martial department and claiming he had defeated Brick only because an outside assassin had acted first. Hearing those rumors, Julia emitted a pitch-black killing intent full of menace, frightening those students. In the cafeteria, Lucas noticed his sister's new hairpin and asked, is that hairpin new? Julia happily showed it off, saying it was a gift from Sister Iwa of the Miranda family. Lucas was secretly shocked that the Miranda family had taken the initiative to approach his sister. With Julia's talent, it was understandable that they wanted to win her over. For their mother's sake, Lucas told Julia to try to get along with Awa. Julia proudly said, I became class monitor. I have to tell mom right away. Mina suddenly appeared from behind. She set down her food tray and offered warm congratulations. Mina declared that Julia would become a pillar of the school in the future. Julia repeated blankly, a pillar of the school. Suddenly, a silent figure passing by caught the little girl's attention. It was a female student with long black hair and a sorrowful face, walking quietly through the crowded corridor. Going back a little, inside the instructor's office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The teacher made a cold decision. You possess psychic magic comparable to Julia's, but in every aspect, Julia is superior. That is why Julia is more suited to be class monitor. Iwa stood there, her face lowered in humiliation and frustration. When she walked out of the room, she gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred and secretly resolved, just wait, I will show you all who is truly the best. Back in the cafeteria, Julia looked worriedly at Iwa's departing back and told herself. She left, she looked really angry. She is not eating properly anymore either. I should buy lunch and bring it back to take care of Iwa. Seeing this, Mina curiously asked whether Julia was close with Awa. The little girl excitedly confirmed that they were roommates and praised her endlessly. Awa's psychic magic is truly amazing. It was the first time I saw it. Lucas thoughtfully remarked that it was a rare ability, while Mina secretly evaluated Julia's brother's sharpness. Suddenly, Mina lightly touched a finger to the table. A radiant magic circle activated and enveloped the entire group. Lucas immediately sensed something unusual. A soundproof barrier? Huh? What shady matter is this? Mina raised a finger to her lips, signaling secrecy with a calculating smile. She thought to herself that people who were too smart were often difficult to deal with. Then she suggested frankly, my wind magic is also quite interesting. Should you want to learn? Julia cheerfully gave her portion to her brother, but Lucas had already seen through the vice president's intention. He coldly put down his fork and asked directly, Sister Mina, surely you did not come here just to chat. Mina gently pushed up her glasses, secretly acknowledging that Julia's older brother was very cautious. But she believed that as long as she won Julia's favor, his interference would not be a problem. Mina got straight to the point, praised him for being sharp, and said she would speak directly. She asked whether he already knew about the dangerous demonic beast mountain range behind the school. Mina quickly began explaining, revealing that the ecology there had undergone abnormal changes. The number of low-level demonic beasts had dropped sharply, sky, and even the once abundant phantom mark leopards had completely vanished. Lucas froze when he heard that, recalling the scene of himself riding Uru through the forest that night. Mina continued, 3 days ago, the Empire's investigation team discovered the lair of a high-level demonic beast. Lucas was so startled that he dropped his spoon, anxiously hoping in silence that it was not Uru's den. He quickly calmed himself, then asked how difficult the field mission the student council wanted to assign would be. Mina raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes gleaming with implication as she revealed that the reward was 100 points. Both siblings were stunned by the huge reward. Lucas thought to himself that with his current strength, everything would be easy to resolve. Meanwhile, at the Miranda mansion, luxurious banquet was taking place, yet the atmosphere was suffocating. So Miranda, the duke and head of the family, was leisurely eating dinner. Sun looked at his father and sighed, realizing how stubborn he was for still forcing Sister Catherine to stay in the parlor, even though her room had already been cleaned. Catherine sat silently opposite them, not touching a single bite, making the atmosphere as heavy as a funeral. Suddenly, Lord So called to his daughter, tapped his spoon on the table, and declared that he would acknowledge Julia as the family's granddaughter, because she had the talent to become a holy mage. Catherine thanked him emotionally. But when she mentioned that Lucas was also a martial artist who had achieved a perfect score, Lord So immediately rejected it outright. He stated that to this family, no matter how skilled a martial artist was, it meant nothing. Lord So wiped his mouth, and emphasized that the Miranda family only sought geniuses who could become holy mages. Catherine sadly realized that her father's prejudice against martial arts still had not changed at all. Just then, an attendant entered and presented an urgent letter from the Demonic Beast Mountain Range investigation team. Lord So frowned as he read, a new area had been discovered beneath the lair, and the danger level was still unknown. Catherine and Cheyenne were extremely worried, afraid the changes in the mountain range would threaten the safety of Allen School's students. Lord So stood up, believing the children would be safe as long as they stayed in the academy under the protection of the teachers and his subordinates. He required Catherine to wait until the situation stabilized before visiting her grandchildren. Catherine could only lower her head and obey in sadness. In her heart, she sent a silent message to Lucas and Julia, asking them to patiently wait for her a little longer. Back at the academy, Mina was shocked when she heard the new requirement. They needed at least 5 people, including 1 student council member. She shouted angrily because there had been no such rule yesterday. The staff member awkwardly explained that the president had changed it due to the abnormal discovery in the cave. Mina gritted her teeth, secretly furious that things had been made difficult for her. Lucas assessed that the vice president was apparently so isolated she could not even find 5 people. No wonder she had approached Julia during the entrance exam. Seeing Mina about to give up, Lucas stepped forward and said they would handle the recruitment. Julia immediately supported him with excitement. Mina thanked them emotionally, but secretly felt a little guilty for using them as pawns because they were far too kind. Just then, Kaitaroid appeared imposingly in a suit of gleaming iron armor and declared, "Greetings, seniors." He asked where his close friend Lucas was. Kai eagerly wanted to show off the high-grade equipment his parents had just bought for him. Maya also appeared with a magic book, politely introducing herself as a water-type healer and hoping she could be of help. Seeing a team made entirely of rookies, Mina was speechless and silently withdrew her earlier praise. She feared they would only be a burden. Lucas asked why she was called Maya instead of Iwa. Julia sighed because Iwa simply refused to listen to her. Mina rubbed her forehead warily, comforting herself that they only needed enough people, while the main task would be carried by herself and Julia. She decisively ordered them to set off at once before it got late, then activated acceleration magic. Mina announced that even with magical support, it would still take half a day to reach the demonic beast cave. A few hours later, the group raced through the forest at wind-splitting speed and stopped before a dark cave. Mina coldly reported that they had arrived. Mina realized the area was currently being investigated by the Empire's survey team. She saw the thorned rose crest of the Miranda family fluttering. Mina and Kai examined the battle traces left on the ground. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief because they had not found Uru's dwelling. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent rushed in, making Lucas's expression change. He shouted a warning that an enemy was attacking from above. A ferocious winged creature with blazing red eyes dove straight down from the sky. Mina immediately swung her scepter and activated a magic circle, calling for the wind to become a blade. However, many other monsters began surrounding the entire group. Mina quickly shouted magic shield. Kai bravely used his shield to block the enemy's razor-sharp claws. Kai clearly declared that he would handle close combat, telling everyone to rest assured. Lucas charged into the battle with an excellent kick. He smiled and teased Kai not to take all the spotlight. Kai fought while challenging him to see who could keep up with whose speed. Behind them, Maya gave her all to support them with water spirit barrier, healing her teammates. The whole group coordinated smoothly despite being surrounded by 7 demonic beasts flying in the sky. Mina inwardly sighed with emotion. It had been a long time since she had fought in such rhythm with others. She quickly identified their weakness and ordered that the demonic beasts feared wind and lightning magic, so they would be left to Julia. Julia focused her mana into her staff and clearly activated a magic barrier. Massive streams of purple lightning erupted violently. They swept the horde of magical beasts away in blinding light and heart-rending screams. Witnessing this destructive power, both Lucas and Kai were secretly astonished by the might of Julia's lightning magic. Mina stood frozen, staring at the enemy's ashes as they vanished into gray smoke. Seeing Mina staring at her, Julia asked innocently, "Did I just say something?" Mina jolted in fright, drenched in sweat, and answered shakily, "No, nothing at all." She turned away with a complicated expression, inwardly admitting that she had underestimated the abilities of these chess pieces. Kai began casting healing magic on Kai's arm, making the wound disappear in an instant. Kai exclaimed in amazement, "Amazing, the wound healed instantly. You really are a goddess." Maya answered shyly, "That is a little too much." Deep down, she began daydreaming of Lucas holding her hand and saying, "Thank you, my goddess." That thought made Maya blush crimson with embarrassment. Lucas stood beside her, watching Maya's strange expression. She hurriedly shook off her wandering thoughts and told herself she would not let anyone get hurt again. The group began advancing deeper inside and was stunned by the vastness of the cave. Julia cried out excitedly, "It is incredibly spacious this deep inside." Kai was also amazed when he realized the place was wide enough for a small army to be stationed there. Lucas observed the rock walls and judged that this was not a natural cave. It seemed to have been excavated. There were definitely many magical beasts underground. Mina nodded in confirmation, warning that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would become, and told everyone to stay extremely alert. Immediately, a group of fierce goblins carrying spears rushed out from the darkness. Julia swung her staff decisively, unleashing a stream of purple lightning that made the monsters howl in pain. Mina explained that the goblins had lived underground for so long that their eyesight had deteriorated, so they relied on hearing to hunt. The thunder just now had destroyed their hearing. Lucas realized that the number of magical beasts was endless, and fighting passively would consume too much strength. A moment later, Kai suddenly rushed off, running while waving his hand and shouting, "Come catch me." Julia and Maya immediately coordinated their magic to finish off the targets. Julia's purple lightning merged with Maya's whirlwind magic, forming a massive storm of energy. Swept away all the goblins and slimes in an instant. Lucas secretly marveled at the effectiveness of wide area attacks. Kai lay among the rubble and boasted proudly, "I lured the enemies into one spot. Then Senior and Julia finished them all off." Pretty amazing, right? He insisted that this technique was thanks to his high-grade equipment, then teased Lucas and apologized for stealing all the spotlight. Lucas only sighed, "Do not assume everyone craves fame like you." After Maya healed the wound, the group continued advancing deeper into the cave. They approached the center and found a treasure hoard, filled with gold, silver, and glowing ancient weapons. Seeing Julia and the others growing tired, Lucas suggested, "Let us rest for a bit, Julia and everyone are exhausted." Kai pretended not to hear and kept rushing off to lure monsters. Julia remarked that he was pretending not to hear. A moment later, Kai ran back in panic with a pack of lizard monsters. "I brought them here. The rest is up to everyone." He was soon left baffled when there was no one around him. Where did everyone go? Hiding behind a boulder, Lucas joked that the group had to sacrifice a teammate, while Julia clasped her hands in prayer. "Kai, rest in peace." Maya worriedly said, "If he is still breathing, I will save him." Suddenly, a dull rumble from the cave ceiling made Maya look up in terror. Lucas judged, no, it came from the center. The survey team has probably found the main creature in this place. The group decided to head toward the source of the sound to investigate. The closer they got, the more the thick stench of blood filled the space, making Lucas frown. Mina handed everyone a vial of medicinal liquid and told them, "Drink the recovery medicine I brought from home." He judged that with the survey team's abilities, they probably did not need to intervene, but they should still check. The scene before them left everyone stunned. The entire elite survey team had been brutally killed amid the red smoke. Mina trembled as she ordered, "Impossible, the whole team is dead. This is wrong, cancel the mission, retreat immediately." A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted with violent force. From the rubble, a gigantic center-shaped entity appeared, its blue eyes blazing with killing intent. The monster roared madly and swung its enormous spear straight toward Mina's position. She wondered in shock why a Minotaur, a catastrophe-class creature, had appeared in this place. Lucas immediately sensed something abnormal. A monster this powerful could not appear in a school mission. Something was definitely wrong. This terrifyingly familiar feeling made him suspect he had encountered this aura before. Lucas shouted, "Be careful." An ice shield suddenly appeared and blocked the Minotaur's 1,000-pound slash. It shattered immediately afterward under the terrifying pressure. Julia rushed over in panic to check on her brother and Mina. Lucas wondered whether Mina had created the ice shield, but she shook her head in denial. Lucas's gaze immediately turned toward the monster's hand. He realized that the one who had just saved their lives was the man being tightly gripped by it. The Minotaur growled in fury, "You dare block my way, die." Although gravely wounded, the soldier still urgently urged them, "Quickly call reinforcements from the Imperial Army." Soldier painfully reported that the ancient seal in this place had been completely broken. The crazed monster squeezed him tightly, glared at the group, and roared savagely, "You bastards, I will devour every last one of you." Witnessing that cruelty, Julia and Maya could only scream in extreme rage. Amid the ruins, a small vial suddenly fell and rolled across the ground. But the brave soldier, despite being gravely wounded, still gritted his teeth, activated an enormous magic circle, and shouted loudly, "Enough nonsense, get lost." A gigantic pillar of ice erupted and pierced the monster's arm, leaving it stunned. The exhausted soldier collapsed, uttering his final words, "Hurry and leave, report what is happening here." Mina hurriedly pulled Julia away, answering the soldier's plea with firm resolve. Lucas looked at the man who sacrificed himself with sorrow in his eyes, silently promising, "I am sorry I cannot save you, I will come back soon to avenge you." Behind them, the soldier still struggled to shout, urging the group to escape while they still could. "Everyone, I have done my best." But the Minotaur had arrived and shattered the layer of ice covering it. It roared in fury because someone it regarded as an insect had dared to ambush it. The Minotaur opened its mouth wide, full of fangs, intending to swallow the soldier whole and make him dessert. At that life or death moment, a powerful surge of purple lightning suddenly appeared. It shot straight into the monster's face, forcing it to howl in pain. Julia stood proudly with her staff in hand, blocking the way ahead, her young eyes blazing with rage as she declared that he was a great warrior. While the monster was stunned, Mina immediately used wind magic to save the soldier who was falling freely. Mina cast wind balm, creating a burst of pressure that pushed back the air and caught the soldier safely. She shouted in panic, questioning why Lucas had stopped when the soldier had traded his life to buy time. Lucas quietly stepped forward. "I will hold this monster back." Mina, hurry outside and report the situation. Mina stopped him in horror, because this was a disaster-level creature, and a first-year freshman could not possibly handle it. He admitted coldly, "You are right, this will not be easy." The monster roared in fury, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire cave. Just as Lucas intended to shoulder everything alone so the others could escape, Mina suddenly swung her scepter, activated a magic circle, stepped forward, and shouted, "Step back. As vice president, my duty is to protect everyone." This brave action changed Lucas's view of her, and he silently thought Mina was far braver than her usually calculating appearance suggested. Not only Mina, Julia and Maya also refused to leave. Julia declared that she would not abandon her brother and Mina, while Maya quickly sent a distress signal to Kai. Mina could only sigh, thinking Maya should have said that earlier. Minotaur roared violently, but it was immediately struck head-on by Julia's purple lightning. Even so, Mina still worried that the group would have difficulty defeating this terrifying creature. At that moment, his hand shone with golden spiritual energy as he spoke with trustworthy certainty, "Please believe in everyone." Lucas poured all his strength into his fist, which blazed like sunlight and radiated terrifying pressure. He charged straight toward the giant Minotaur, roaring with determination that there was no way they would lose to a monster like this. The Minotaur roared madly, swinging its giant axe down with terrifying force. Lucas did not flinch at all, pouring all his spiritual power into his radiant fist and unleashing a full-power punch. The punch was so powerful that the monster's eyes widened in shock. Mina shouted loudly, "Lucas, keep up that pressure, I will attack while you draw its attention." Lucas waved in response, understood. Attacked by someone it considered an insect, the Minotaur roared madly, "Lowly insects, you dare." Mina quickly activated the giant magic circle glowing beneath her feet. It seemed he was ready. Julia also poured all her lightning mana into her staff and shouted, "How dare you bully my brother? Taste lightning." An extremely powerful surge of purple lightning shot straight down, swallowing the Minotaur amid its miserable screams. Seizing the moment when the enemy was paralyzed by the electric current, Lucas unleashed a series of 1,000-pound attacks against its weak points, causing earth and stone to shatter. Minotaur howled miserably in pain amid the thick cloud of dust and smoke. Lucas narrowed his eyes decisively when he realized the opportunity. "I have struck its weak point and locked down its movements. Right now." Julia immediately activated the move Thunder Arrow Bell. Mina gathered wind magic in her palm to form Wind Cutter, and the two shouted in unison before unleashing a combined attack, Destruction Combo. The combination of Julia's lightning and Mina's wind magic created a terrifying explosion. It crashed directly onto the Minotaur, making it scream in agony. Though gravely wounded, the monster still gritted its teeth in hatred. "Damn it, once these legs recover, I will tear every one of you apart." Facing that threat, Maya stepped forward resolutely with determined eyes. "I will not let that happen." "Take this." She activated water magic called Waterfold. It created a massive surge of water that covered the monster's entire body. Maya panted from exhaustion after pouring all her mana into the attack. But Mina was shocked to notice something unusual. Its legs have already recovered. Its regeneration is too fast. Minotaur swung its giant axe without hesitation, scattering the water, and laughed arrogantly that cheap water did nothing. "I will eat you alive." It charged straight toward Maya with terrifying speed and towering killing intent. At that life or death moment, Julia shouted, "What happens when something wet gets struck by electricity? Let us find out." The girl poured all her lightning mana into her staff blazing with purple sparks, and Julia roared, "You will pay with your life for killing those soldiers." A gigantic bolt of lightning carrying destructive power struck straight down onto the soaked Minotaur, making it scream miserably in ultimate agony as electric current surged through its entire body. Lucas stood watching and silently marveled marveled at his sister's sharp instincts. So that is it, she used water to amplify the power of lightning. To think she devised a tactic like this on the spot, she truly is the top student. The monster collapsed, its entire body giving off black smoke as it lay motionless amid the ruins. Lucas approached coldly, his hand blazed with golden spiritual energy, ready to end everything. Suddenly, Mina seemed to notice something abnormal and blurted out, "Huh?" A wicked black-red surge of resentment suddenly erupted violently from the Minotaur's corpse. Mina trembled in terror beneath the dreadful pressure filling the space. Though what the hell is this? Lucas also froze when he saw a ghostly black shadow slowly rising from the monster's body, radiating an evil power far beyond imagination. From the ruins, a colossal shadowy entity with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs emerged, letting out a savage, chilling laugh. At the same time, the ground outside the cave began shaking violently. Kai, who was standing guard, wondered in panic whether it was an earthquake. Sensing the danger escalating, he quickly decided to run off and call for reinforcements. Everyone was holding on, and Kai turned and dashed into the night in search of help. The monster roared madly, its sharp fangs exposed amid the pitch-black smoke. A blazing red surge of resentment enveloped its body. A shocking explosion burst from the roar, creating a shockwave that blasted everything around it away. Lucas was knocked far back, rolling across the ground under that overwhelming power. The Minotaur now stood towering with blazing red eyes, its entire body shrouded in mighty dark energy. Lucas raised a hand to his arm, horrified to realize that the sound wave from the roar alone was enough to make him bleed. He thought to himself that this thing had become far stronger than before. As soon as he struggled to his feet, Lucas anxiously asked if everyone was all right. The situation grew worse as Mina, Maya, and Julia had all lost the strength to resist, lying motionless with severe wounds. Seeing his sister lying amid the ruins with blood at the corner of her mouth, Lucas's eyes abruptly turned lifeless and filled with cold killing intent. His extreme fury erupted, and he poured all his spiritual power into his body, preparing for a devastating attack. The monster roared in challenge. He closed in on his opponent with unimaginable speed. Lucas's eyes blazed with hateful golden light as he roared decisively, "I will kill you." The monster roared madly, but Lucas did not retreat at all. Terrifying spiritual power exploded, blasting everything around them away and leaving a large wound on the evil creature's body. Lucas landed, his sharp gaze never leaving his opponent for even a second. However, Lucas's expression quickly turned to shock when he realized the monster did not seem to feel any pain at all. He thought to himself, "What the hell is this? Why does it not feel pain?" As Lucas retreated to keep his distance, a pitch-black surge of resentment began swirling around the Minotaur's wound. He was stunned to realize that the arm he had just smashed was regenerating at an unimaginable speed. The monster swung its giant scythe-like arm down toward the ground, creating a violent tremor that shattered boulders apart. Though he dodged in time, the pressure from the slash was so powerful that it made Lucas cough blood. As he wiped the blood away, he blamed himself. "Just the wind pressure made me cough blood. I was careless." For Lucas' tenacity, the monster began radiating an even denser killing intent. It grew secretly excited as it sensed the blood of a true warrior boiling. Another explosion erupted, shaking the entire cave, forcing Lucas to slide across the ground to avoid the attack. Minotaur gave him no time to rest. It charged forward at terrifying speed, its blazing red eyes leaving streaks of light in the darkness. Force from those earth-shaking collisions made the cave ceiling begin cracking violently. Massive boulders collapsed as though trying to bury everything. Lucas was shocked to realize the danger was close at hand, thinking to himself that this was bad. The rocks were falling toward everyone. Amid the dense cloud of dust and smoke, Lucas charged forward frantically. A large boulder fell straight toward the place where Julia lay motionless. Lucas shielded her in time, protecting his sister from the fatal impact. He turned back to look at his companions with worried eyes. While the Minotaur was still roaring madly within the blazing red surge of resentment, the evil entity opened its fang-filled mouth wide, its brutal roar creating surging rings of energy, directly attacking Lucas' hearing and internal organs. He realized the situation was worse than ever. The roar echoed back from the collapsed stone walls and became even stronger. The pressure from the resonating sound left Lucas unable to stand, and he collapsed, breathing hard while constantly coughing blood from his severe injuries. However, the Minotaur did not let him go. It swung its colossal arm wrapped in pitch-black smoke and brought down a fatal strike from above. With blazing red eyes full of killing intent, it roared a death sentence, "Go to hell." The giant scythe blade was suddenly stopped by Lucas with just one hand. While he was enveloped in blazing golden spiritual power, Lucas could not retreat, because behind him were the people he had to protect. Lucas's eyes blazed with resolute blue light as he roared in fury, "As long as I am alive, I will never let you touch Julia and the others." Taking advantage of the moment before it could react, he swiftly seized the axe from the monster's hand. Lucas poured all his radiant spiritual power onto the axe blade, slashing into the monster's body and making it howl in agony. Lucas's eyes burned with a hateful light full of wrath, every muscle in his face twitching violently as his madness reached its peak. He unleashed a thunderous punch, directly crushing the Minotaur's teeth. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucas rushed in close. With his bare hands, he grabbed the monster's massive body. Then he slammed it hard into the rubble. The battle became a one-sided slaughter. The monster was knocked backward, howling in despair. Amid the smoke and dust, Lucas appeared with his bare chest covered in blood. Countless scars glowed under terrifying spiritual pressure. His eyes burned crimson like blood, giving off the aura of a monster as he stood proudly on the shattered remains of his enemy. The Minotaur roared madly and swung its gigantic fist at the small figure. Though fully aware of the difference in size, Lucas still bravely confronted it head-on. An earth-shaking explosion of spiritual power erupted, shaking the entire cave. He closed in right before the monster's face. Lucas coldly passed a death sentence in a low, hoarse voice. "It is time to send you to heaven." Around him, dense killing aura formed countless blazing red words of slaughter. They covered the space like a deadly curse. The monster cried out something in utter shock before the sudden burst of power. Lucas's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he poured all his fury into the final destructive attack. A gigantic pillar of energy descended, piercing straight through the Minotaur's body. A shocking explosion shook the entire mountain region. Outside, the violent tremors from inside the cave continued spreading through the pouring rain. Julia groaned softly and gradually woke from her daze. The little girl wondered in shock, "Are we still alive? Where is my brother?" The battle ended. Lucas stood towering amid the rubble. The monster had been completely destroyed, leaving the space terrifyingly silent. Amid the crimson smoke and dust of the cave, Julia stared into the distance in shock. The little girl called out through her tears, "Brother." However, Lucas no longer seemed to be himself at that moment. Dark red streams of energy began to rise like eerie veins. They covered his entire body. Lucas screamed miserably in unbearable pain. A dark power was frantically seizing his mind. Right on his chest, a demonic mark shaped like a goat head within a pentagram suddenly blazed bright. The space suddenly changed, bringing us to a blazing place called the Shrine of Wrath. Amid the vast sea of fire, the figure of the martial god appeared faintly through the smoke. He seemed to be imprisoned by some evil force. From the flowing lava, a gigantic hand made of fire emerged. It dragged a mighty entity out from the darkness. A demon with long horns and bulging muscles crushed the ground beneath its feet. Its eyes blazed with murderous intent. Looking at the violently fluctuating spiritual energy, he growled out a name with hatred, "Martial God." This terrifying entity was Vansaba, demon king of wrath. He gritted his teeth and declared viciously, "I will tear you into pieces." Just then, an enchanting voice rang out. "Oh, how interesting." Appearing together with a giant serpent was Jensida, a high-ranking demon king with long blue hair, alluring yet venomous. That woman smiled and revealed that Vansaba could awaken thanks to the rage of the key they had rescued. Vansaba snorted coldly in contempt. He looked into the distance and wondered whether that person truly possessed enough hidden potential. Jensida smiled faintly with hidden meaning as she witnessed Lucas's transformation. From the blazing throne, Vansaba smugly affirmed that at this very moment, that boy was breaking through every restraint to release his true power. Lucas completely lost his reason. He roared in madness, "I will kill you." Amid the pitch-black smoke, Julia rushed forward despite the danger and hugged her brother tightly. The little girl sobbed and begged, "Brother, stop. Please wake up." Nina shouted in shock, "Julia, get back right now." Julia's heartbreaking call for her brother stirred the deepest part of Lucas's soul, which had been covered by darkness. A tear fell. It created ripples spreading through the mind submerged at the bottom of a deep abyss. In that boundless space, his sister's desperate call became a guiding light. It helped Lucas find himself again and gradually escape the control of the evil demonic power. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Julia looked anxiously toward the figure, the person standing amid the rubble, and called softly, "Brother." The blazing red marks on Lucas's body began to fade. He gradually regained his own consciousness. Lucas turned to look at his sister with gentle eyes. He said softly, "I am awake now. Sorry, please step back a little." Julia cried out happily and immediately obeyed her brother. Lucas took a deep breath, trying to regulate his breathing, to draw back the violently surging spiritual power. The pitch-black veins on his body gradually faded as a radiant golden glow accidentally enveloped the entire space, then vanished completely. The demonic mark on Lucas's chest also slowly sank away. Peace returned to the ruined cave after the horrifying battle. Seeing that her brother had regained his calm, Mina and Julia rushed over in panic from behind. Julia asked anxiously, "Brother Lucas, are you all right?" Lucas sat down wearily on the ground and replied softly to reassure everyone, "I am fine." Julia threw herself into Lucas' arms and hugged him tightly. The little girl sobbed in fear. "Heavens, you scared me so badly I nearly fainted. I am sorry, I promise I will never do anything that makes everyone worry again." Meanwhile, in the gloomy territory of the demon realm, Demon King Vansaba still sat leisurely on his throne amid the blazing sea of fire. Jensida lightly licked her lips with a venomous gaze. That woman judged that the key named Lucas still needed to undergo many harsher trials before truly awakening. For example, making him taste the pain of losing his family and many other things. Julia's image appeared like an omen of the tragic storm about to descend upon the Rian family. The scene shifted elsewhere, where voices kept ringing out, "Lucas, wake up." In his daze, he tried asking who. The images of his father, mother, and Julia suddenly appeared in his mind, but they were surrounded by strange red specks. Lucas stopped his nightmare and called their names father, mother, and Julia. Julia cried out happily when she saw him move. He opened his eyes. Thank heaven. However, the surrounding space suddenly darkened. A violent pain struck, making his eyes blaze with terrifying streaks of blood. Lucas realized in panic that his body was moving on its own beyond his control. He desperately called out the names of his father, mother, and Julia in vain, as darkness gradually swallowed the last trace of reason. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey Lucas, have you gone mad?" throwing a palm strike at me. Lucas jolted awake in the infirmary of Alan Magic Academy. He saw himself bandaged all over, while Kai was clutching his bleeding nose with a face full of grievance. Kai growled that he must still be half asleep, and if he were not injured, he would have punched him. Lucas could only mutter an apology. Kai left the room in a huff, his nose still aching. Lucas sat there alone, raised a hand to his face, and pondered the terrifying dream he had just had. He wondered whether the strange power in the cave was disturbing his mind. Lucas recalled the moment he had gone mad with the mark glowing on his chest, realizing he had never lost his reason like that before. Wait, was it because of anger? Lucas questioned whether his mind had been tainted because he had let rage take control during battle. But in a life-or-death situation, who could suppress that fury? He looked toward Linus and came up with the idea of needing someone nearby to stop him whenever he entered battle. However, Lucas immediately clutched his head and rejected the idea, because his companions were all only students. He realized it would be truly dangerous to make them stop him in that berserk state. Lucas slowly touched his face and made a bold decision he would let himself stop himself. At the same time, in the hospital corridor, the female nurses were whispering about the condition of the patients who had just returned from the field mission. One of them breathed a sigh of relief that they had passed the critical stage, while the other wondered why they had been so badly injured during a school mission. In the distance, Teacher Saigon was staggering along with a bottle of wine in hand. The whispers continued. They were injured while protecting their juniors, and they even had 2 deadweights from the martial arts department with them. No wonder they were so badly hurt. Mina lay motionless on the hospital bed, her head and face wrapped in white bandages. It seemed she was the one who had paid the highest price to protect the younger students. All of a sudden, an astonishing pressure erupted. The female nurses hugged each other in terror because the wind was too strong. The doors were shut tight, so where had such a fierce wind come from? Saigon froze and dropped the wine bottle, shattering it on the floor. His eyes widened as he sensed that familiar aura, the aura of a high-level martial artist. Were they kidding? Inside the sealed room, Lucas focused all his spiritual energy to perform the ancient technique. He smiled faintly with smug satisfaction. Good, the clone technique succeeded. Immediately, 2 identical versions of Lucas appeared, standing tall beside him amid the radiant spiritual energy. Lucas analyzed it based on the old book. A clone's strength was only half that of the original body. If he split into 3 people, the strength would be divided evenly, and each clone would only have 1/6 of his true power. He looked at his palm and assessed. This is a little too weak to stop me if I really go mad and lose control. But either way, it was enough to buy everyone more time to escape. While he was immersed in his calculations, Lucas's hands moved slightly as he sensed someone approaching. He turned his head and realized that Teacher Saigon, his homeroom teacher, was standing at the door. Saigon walked in with an unusually stern expression, his eyes fixed on Lucas as he said in a low voice, "Hey Lucas, from the entrance exam to the magical beast taming tournament, and now this mission, strange things always happen wherever you are." Saigon stepped closer. "Just what are you and why did you sneak into this school?" Faced with that pressure-filled questioning, and those eyes glowing with golden light, Lucas could only lower his head in silence, leaving the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. Lucas broke into a sweat and tried to cover up the suspicion. "I truly do not know what you mean, teacher. The reason I came here was to study martial arts and become stronger." In an instant, Saigon closed in behind Lucas with terrifying speed, leaving him no time to react. Saigon said in a low, oppressive voice, "Stronger, is that so? Then tell me what your true strength really is." Lucas raised his hand and sighed. Teacher Saigon truly is frighteningly perceptive. If someone like him were watching over him, school life would be safe, but he still felt uneasy. Suddenly, the room door opened. A noblewoman appeared and asked, "Who are you?" Lucas cried out in shock, "Mother." Lucas quickly introduced him. "This is Teacher Saigon, the homeroom teacher of the martial arts department. He was just guiding me in a few techniques." He slyly added that the teacher had warned him not to confront enemies head-on, making Saigon break into a sweat, as he realized Lucas had known his mother was coming from the sound of her footsteps. Catherine smiled. "I understand, but today is a rest day. Should you not let him rest, teacher?" "You think so too, do you not, Teacher Saigon?" Saigon sighed, understanding that he was being tactfully driven out. He stated that he would not let Lucas cause trouble as long as he remained his homeroom teacher, then excused himself and left. Catherine sat down on the hospital bed and told her son not to make selfish demands that angered his teacher. She revealed that because she had been worried after the cave incident, she had stayed at the Miranda estate and waited until the situation stabilized before visiting. Julia's eyes filled with tears. So mother has been nearby these past few days. I should have been able to see you sooner, mother. After saying that, the little girl threw herself into her mother's arms and sobbed. Lucas looked toward the door curiously and asked, "Did father not come with you?" Catherine explained that the war on the front lines was worsening, and after escorting her back to the Miranda estate, Hajian had to set off for battle. Lucas pondered the Miranda family's stubbornness. They accepted his mother, but absolutely refused to acknowledge his father. Immediately afterward, Catherine took out an ornate wooden box and said it was a gift from his father to celebrate Lucas. Taking first place in the entrance exam, the treasured sword passed down through generations of the Ryan family. Although it had been badly damaged in the war against the Beastmen Legion decades ago and was no longer practical, it remained a priceless symbolic treasure of the family. Holding the sword, Lucas clearly felt the weight of his father's expectations resting on his shoulders. He stared at the old blade, his gaze becoming sharp and resolute as he silently vowed to work hard and not betray those expectations. Seeing this scene, Julia pouted slightly. "You only know how to flatter him." Lucas gently stroked his sister's head and teased that mother had always spoiled Julia the most. Indeed, Catherine had also prepared a box of magical beast pills, along with many fragrant cakes and donuts prepared especially for the little girl. Julia cheered with delight. "I love mother more than anyone in the world." Watching his younger sister happily enjoy the food, Lucas felt the warmth of family in the air. Suddenly, Catherine took out another item and asked Julia to bring it to Jeremy. Lucas curiously asked what it was. Catherine said this was a demonic beast pill that Lord Hodgin had prepared for Jeremy. Since Lady Jessica had not come, she had accepted it on her behalf. Although she disliked Jeremy, Julia still reluctantly agreed. She said she would deliver it even though she did not like that older brother. After saying goodbye to her mother, Julia went to the male dormitory area to deliver the item. The appearance of the genius ranked first in class immediately drew every gaze. Students buzzed with discussion, curious about why the little girl had come to see her half-brother. Jeremy's friends were extremely excited when they saw Julia appear. They praised her endlessly and suggested that next time, they had to invite this genius little sister to join them on a mission. Those compliments unintentionally struck Jeremy's pain and pride. He suddenly flew into a rage and used divine magic to attack his own friend, terrifying everyone. Jeremy walked forward with blazing green spiritual energy, his face twisted with resentment, because his parents had never come to visit him. Jeremy gritted his teeth and clenched the medicine box tightly, jealousy erupting in his heart when he saw that all the attention and the treasured sword belonged to Lucas. He could not accept that a loser received all the love. In his fury, Jeremy swore that everything of his had to belong to him. Every happy gathering eventually ends, and Catherine had to return to the Miranda Manor to handle affairs. Although they could not meet every day, having their mother stay in town made Lucas and Julia happy, because they knew she was always nearby. Lucas began refining a new pill beside Uru to help Mina recover from her injuries. Lucas asked Julia to bring the medicine to Mina and lie that it was a gift from the Miranda family. Mina was amazed by its miraculous effect. Half a month passed, and the academy erupted with the dazzling opening ceremony of Allen Tower amid fireworks. Kai excitedly believed that the symbolic tower was shining exactly like his own radiance. Lucas could only smile bitterly at his friend's delusion. Kai truly was hopelessly narcissistic. Casey quickly stabilized the formation for the entire class, but teacher Saigon's oppressive appearance was what truly silenced everyone. With an icy gaze, he reminded them that this was an educational program, not a place for fun. He ordered everyone to quickly sit in their assigned seats. Immediately, malicious whispers from the magic students rang out again. They mocked the martial arts department as nothing more than a crowd chasing a delusional dream beyond their ability. Someone gritted his teeth in anger when he heard those contemptuous words aimed at his department. But Lucas placed a hand on Chenen's shoulder in time and told his friend to stay calm. Just as expected, the martial arts department winning 20 spots in Allen Tower had made the teachers. The magic class homeroom teacher became jealous and tried to pressure the principal into taking those spots back. Looking at those people who believed martial artists were unnecessary, Lucas coldly judged them as truly shameless. Teacher Saigon still calmly turned and walked away, seemingly not worried at all that the exam spots might be taken away. Listen carefully. Every year, the third-year students will enter Allen Tower first to set an example for the new students. Clear announcement rang out, asking the upperclassmen to get ready. Jeremy tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, sweat pouring out from nervousness mixed with excitement. After 3 years of effort since enrolling, he could finally set foot inside the legendary tower. The friends with him mocked Jeremy for only just entering the top 100 and qualifying to participate for the first time. Brother Jeremy, Julia's call rang out from behind, making the entire group turn around. Jeremy's friends immediately recognized the genius younger sister of the Rian family, and could not stop marveling. Julia spread her arms wide and waved in encouragement. "Do your very best." Jeremy shyly lowered his head before his friends teasing that he should not disappoint his younger sister. In truth, Julia only did this because of her mother's instructions. She secretly thought that if things went badly, he should withdraw early and her task would be done. Meanwhile, Jeremy was burning with fierce determination. He told himself inwardly, just wait, in this Allen Tower, I will definitely surpass Lucas. The whole group headed toward the dazzling gate of light to begin the true challenge. As soon as they stepped inside, a solemn voice rang out, ordering everyone to place their magic staffs in front of them and close their eyes. Jeremy froze in suspicion, feeling that this voice was strangely familiar, yet he could not remember where he had heard it before. A magic screen appeared, monitoring the students' meditation process inside the tower. Behind it, Headmaster Otani, dressed in a long white robe, was quietly observing and thinking to himself, everything has finally begun. He placed his hand on the ancient mechanical wheel and poured all his strength into it, making it radiate brilliant golden spiritual energy. His eyes shone with overwhelming power. A massive source of energy was released, engulfing the entire research room. The majestic tower was now enveloped in a blazing sea of soul fire, illuminating the entire academy. Standing below, Lucas was stunned and wondered. In this school, there is actually a martial artist stronger than Teacher Saigon. Lucas finally understood the real reason Teacher Saigon was confident that martial artists would definitely be able to enter Allen Tower. It was because the one who held the key and possessed the power to open the gate was the strongest martial artist in the academy. Inside Allen Tower, an incredibly realistic illusion space began to unfold. Jeremy stepped out from a brilliant blue magic vortex. He was amazed to realize that although only his consciousness had entered, every sensation felt exactly like reality. Even the staff carried its familiar weight. Seeing the newcomer's stunned expression, an upperclassman spoke up, surprised because it is your first time. The most wonderful thing about Allen Tower is its astonishing realism. The conversation was quickly interrupted by another member's urging shout, telling them to stop chatting and hurry to gather with their teammates. Jeremy clicked his tongue in annoyance at the arrogant attitude of the upperclassmen, then silently walked toward the towering spire standing in the middle of the illusion forest. Meanwhile, outside, Lucas was watching every development inside the tower through a glowing magic screen. His eyes glowed with golden light as he realized something interesting. It turned out that if he could sense energy waves from outside, he could still see what the students inside were doing. Seeing Jeremy ostracized by the upperclassmen from the very beginning, Lucas smiled meaningfully. Poor Jeremy, he was rejected right from the start. Standing beside him, Teacher Saigon confirmed, anyone with enough ability can watch inside through mental energy. Before that, let me explain a little to you all. Teacher Saigon said that when the challenge began, the students would be teleported to random locations around the central tower. Everyone could go alone or form a team, but the maximum was only 3 people. The teacher advised that to climb to higher floors, team coordination was extremely necessary. I excitedly invited Lucas to form a team, but Lucas flatly refused because he intended to go with Anto and Decio. Lucas explained that based on the tournament rankings, the 3 of them would certainly be assigned to different groups to ensure balance. Kai was so shocked he turned to stone, tearfully wondering if he was being left out because he was too good. Saigon quietly observed Lucas with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the tower gate, drawing everyone's attention. Someone had been eliminated and was stepping out through the dust and smoke. It was a group of third-year students, but they had been defeated far too quickly. Teacher Saigon explained that the enemy phantoms inside the tower would automatically change their strength based on the students' abilities. Every year, there were always arrogant fools who underestimated their opponents and were thrown out immediately. Lucas stood looking at the majestic tower shining brightly, silently curious about how Jeremy was doing inside. Inside the tower, Jeremy had luckily regrouped with his teammates, and the whole group was quickly advancing to the second floor. Through the magic screen, Lucas inwardly sighed that he truly had good luck, meeting his teammates right after entering. Jeremy's group stepped out of the teleportation gate, officially arriving at the second floor area of Allen Tower. This place was a fantastical cave surrounded by enormous, radiant red crystals. The whole team cautiously advanced deeper inside, completely unaware that massive shadows with blazing red eyes were silently watching them from above. Jeremy suddenly sensed killing intent. Green monsters with savage faces suddenly swooped down from above, letting out growls. Jeremy reacted quickly, waving his staff to activate magical plants, creating brilliant green vines that bound the enemies tightly in midair. The monsters howled in pain as the vines squeezed around them. Immediately, another team member also poured mana into his palm and unleashed the Earthwave technique, creating a massive surge of sand and dust that attacked the restrained monsters head-on. Jeremy's thorny vines surged up wildly, binding and crushing the monsters in an instant. Notifications kept appearing to confirm successful eliminations, giving Jeremy another 10 points. Standing amid the ruins, the whole group breathed a sigh of relief, because the second floor was indeed as dangerous as rumored, but they decided to quickly move upward while their mana and stamina were still abundant. In the central area of the second floor, Jeremy continued displaying his strength by easily defeating another Beastman scout to accumulate more points. His teammates were not inferior either, using water blades to tear through the ranks of the skeleton warriors. Fire and water magic attacks were unleashed one after another, sweeping away every obstacle in their path. After the challenge ended, the whole group left the tower in high spirits. One member teased his friend for being eliminated rather early, but the others stayed optimistic because at least this time they had not placed last. Seeing Jeremy silent the whole way, a friend asked curiously, "You have been quiet this whole time. Are you not happy, Jeremy?" Jeremy smiled faintly and affirmed that of course he was happy. Looking up at the majestic tower, he thought to himself that his father had always been facing terrifying enemies like these every day, and he felt that he had finally taken one step closer to that great figure. A few hours later, Allen Tower shone brilliantly beneath the academy sky. Observing from afar, Lucas realized through sensing mental energy, he could clearly grasp every development taking place up to the third floor of the tower. In these challenges, illusionary enemies with all kinds of traits would appear, and the difficulty would gradually increase with each floor the students climbed. Lucas silently wondered whether these illusions were modeled after real creatures in the world. If so, then the combat experience of the martial artist who opened Allen Tower was truly terrifying beyond measure. He glanced at Teacher Saigon and told himself that perhaps the man had also noticed his true strength, but for now, everyone was only quietly observing without interfering. Lucas wondered, is he protecting me? Suddenly, an announcement rang out, asking the final group to quickly gather at the entrance to begin the challenge. The important moment had finally arrived. While the leading group had already advanced close to the entrance of the fourth floor, Mina and her team, who had once achieved the best results in the taming tournament, were also brimming with confidence as they prepared to catch up. Seeing Mina about to enter the tower, Julia cheered excitedly from behind. "Good luck, Mina." In response to the little girl's enthusiasm, Mina gently turned her head and smiled softly. "Thank you, Julia." A male student came over to ask about Mina's injury, and she confidently said she had recovered, accepting his encouragement to do her best. Behind her, whispers about how she had become vice president in her second year and was close to the genius freshman began spreading again. Mina inwardly clicked her tongue at being badmouthed, but quickly brushed it aside and focused on climbing to the sixth floor, breaking Theodore's record. At that moment, on the third floor of Allen Tower, the space blazed with flowing molten lava, waiting for the examinees. Amid the encirclement of fierce purple monsters swinging maces to attack, Mina ordered the whole team to ignore the small monsters and use acceleration to charge straight to the fourth floor. The entire group instantly transformed into streaks of light. They shot toward the central tower amid the blazing sea of fire. In only 30 minutes, Mina's group officially set foot on the fourth floor, a result worthy of the strongest team. They faced a colossal elite beastman radiating purple resentment, twice as large as the monsters below, where most students gave up. Their lightning-fast attack earned the group 80 more points as they defeated the beastman instantly. Seeing Mina's progress after the field mission, her teammates exclaimed in amazement. She believed finishing things quickly was best to save time, because these monsters were nothing compared to the Minotaur she had once faced. She left the cleanup to the two others, then rushed off alone to find the path to the fifth floor. She defeated many more beastman scouts in succession to accumulate points. Mina became a whirlwind of wind magic, sweeping away every obstacle and constantly receiving point notifications. She advanced toward the tower radiating a crimson aura. Mina and her teammates finally set foot on the fifth floor of Allen Tower. Though her face was smeared with dust, she still wore a satisfied smile. "At last we have reached the fifth floor." Outside, Teacher Saigon observed the board and judged that 3 people had reached the fifth floor, a result far better than last year. Hearing this, Kai felt pressured when he looked at his own strength, inwardly wondering when he could ever keep up with that. Teacher Saigon noticed his students' worry and reassured him that there was no need to rush. Reaching the third floor as a first year was more than enough. As long as you keep improving your abilities, the monsters on the fifth floor will no longer be frightening. Observing the teacher's attitude, Lucas quietly realized that Teacher Saigon had indeed once been an expert of this tower. A while later, the door opened and Mina's group ended the challenge. It seemed she had not achieved the goal she had set for herself. Mina lowered her head, her eyes brimming with disappointment because she could not break her predecessor's record. Meanwhile, in the student council room, Theo was leisurely resting his feet on the desk, sipping tea and watching Mina through the orb, his lips curling into a smug smile. He stared at Mina's anguished face in the orb and sneered that surpassing a genius was still far beyond her reach. Julia excitedly fired fireworks from her fingertips to congratulate Mina for taking first place in the third-year exam. Lucas also praised her when he learned she had climbed to the fifth floor. Mina only gave a faint, sorrowful smile, admitting that she still had not surpassed President Theodore's record. Seeing her senior lose confidence, Julia quickly comforted her, saying they had both stopped on the 5th floor, so it counted as a tie. Mina shook her head and explained that reality was completely different. When she saw the stairs to the 6th floor, she no longer had the strength to stand. While Theodore back then had climbed to the final step and nearly opened the door to the 6th floor. She admitted that she was far inferior to Theodore in stamina, tactics, and magic control. After that, Mina brushed aside her sadness and asked about the team formation of the two siblings. Julia hesitantly reported that she would be on the same team as Aiwa, though the young lady still had her arms crossed reluctantly, because she considered it an order from her father. Lucas realized that the news of the Miranda clan acknowledging Julia had reached Aiwa, and said he would form a team with Anto and Decio. Julia asked whether the two had any conflict, and Lucas explained that because their rankings were too high, they had to be split into different groups. Hearing this, Kai immediately rushed over, hugged Lucas, and wailed miserably, "You cold-blooded bastard, how dare you abandon me and run off with someone else?" Just as Kai was panicking over who to team up with, Tacy suddenly appeared and invited him to join her team. Tacy smiled and said her group needed a powerful vanguard like Kai. Hearing the class monitor's offer, Kai instantly changed his attitude completely. He slicked back his hair and struck a pose, declaring that he would join if everyone sincerely begged him. Lucas could only be speechless at his friend's ever-changing personality. Soon after, teacher Saigon appeared on the training ground, satisfied to see that everyone had found partners. Saigon glared at the entire class and roared that everyone had to burn with spirit because of the insults aimed at the martial arts department. The magic students kept mocking them, saying the martial arts department would soon be eliminated and entering the tower was only a waste. With a sharp, cold gaze, teacher Saigon asked his students whether they wanted to be looked down on forever, and surely no one wanted that. Tacy clearly declared that we will train so things do not go the way they expect, proving that we deserve to enter the tower. The entire class burned with fighting spirit, shouting their determination to take first place. Teacher Saigon skillfully turned the gossip into motivation, igniting the will of the entire martial arts department. His plan succeeded brilliantly, preparing them to deal with the intelligent illusion enemies inside the tower. The whole class entered harsh group training sessions to build seamless coordination. During break, teacher Saigon explained the characteristics of various races, especially the muscular strength of the beastmen. The teacher even wore a monster mask to play the enemy and spar with the students, requiring them to immerse themselves as if facing a real beastman. Though every day was grueling, not a single person complained. Everyone was focused on the same goal, conquering Allen Tower and making their names known throughout the world. And then, the day of the freshman selection exam officially arrived. The posted announcement confirmed that the martial arts department was fully eligible and allowed to participate in the challenge. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, Allen Tower radiated a majestic golden glow, waiting for the examinees. The magic students still watched with eyes full of prejudice. Before entering the tower, teacher Saigon gave careful instructions. Once inside, gather with your team at the central staircase. If you can run, then run, otherwise fight as if your life depends on it. The magic students turned those words into a joke, mocking that even their homeroom teacher did not believe in his own students' strength. Some even bet that the entire martial arts department would be wiped out in less than 3 minutes. Hearing that, Kai merely sneered in contempt and said they were truly brainless fools. Lucas remained calm, coldly noticing his friend's growth. Immediately afterward, an examiner approached and ordered, "The 12 of you follow me." Lucas led the group of freshmen, striding forward proudly with a distinct aura. Headmaster Otani quietly observed Lucas through the magic screen. He sighed inwardly. It had been many years since so many martial artists entered Allen Tower together like this. He believed the legacy left behind by the martial god could finally fulfill its purpose. Lucas closed his eyes with firm resolve, ready to step into the battle inside the tower, while the other students strictly obeyed the teacher's orders. Trying to avoid enemies and head straight for the central staircase, Lucas instead decided to go in the completely opposite direction. He knew the first floor was the goblins' territory, and they often used magic to create fog that obscured vision before attacking. The moment he detected the hazy white smoke, Lucas immediately took action. He messaged Anto and Decio to wait for him a moment so he could conduct a small test before catching up with the group. Advancing deep into the fog, Lucas faced a goblin. The green goblin breathed out hideous streams of gray smoke. Just as expected, when Lucas's clone defeated the enemy, no point notification appeared at all. Lucas realized the energy forming the phantoms in Allen Tower was extremely familiar, exactly the same type of energy he used to create clones. He silently confirmed that these phantoms had surely been created by the great martial artist who opened the tower. Because Lucas's clones and the illusion monsters shared the same energy source, no one would detect him using this skill. Lucas's plan was perfect: leave one clone behind to protect Anto and Decio, while his true body continued climbing to higher floors. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since they shared the same energy source, could he transform the clone's appearance into a monster beast? Lucas immediately began experimenting. Golden spiritual energy enveloped the clones, and in an instant 2 ferocious goblins appeared before him. Lucas smiled smugly when he saw that he could completely change the clone's appearance as he wished. Meanwhile, Headmaster Otani quietly watched him through the magic screen. He sighed inwardly, because he had already noticed Lucas often sneaking into the library to study martial arts, but he had not expected him to master the clone technique so quickly. Headmaster pondered whether Lucas would help his classmates earn points again, because helping too much was sometimes not good for their growth. At the same time, in another area of the tower, the others had fallen into a desperate situation. A massive figure suddenly appeared, throwing them into panic. A giant did not come any closer. A giant green goblin with blazing eyes, along with its minions slowly lumbering toward them. They knew clearly that with their current strength, facing 2 goblins was already their absolute limit. The monster opened its fang-filled mouth wide, about to devour its prey, making cries for help ring out in despair. At that moment, a strange light suddenly appeared, appearing from above and drawing everyone's attention. He calmly reminded his teammates to stay calm, because thanks to the thick fog, the giant could not see them. That was right, the giants on the first floor had low intelligence, and moved very slowly. He decisively ordered them to keep their distance from the boss and wipe out the small fry first. The whole group immediately sped through the dense fog. They had to focus all their strength on the first real battle inside the tower. Thanks to the timely guidance, they kept dodging the attacks, and counterattacked decisively, causing the enemy to start taking damage. Immediately, a mysterious notification appeared in brilliant light. Scout goblins successfully eliminated. 10 points added, confirming that the group's coordinated efforts had borne fruit. They stared in shock as the enemy dissolved into fragments of energy. We really killed it. Another person realized excitedly that the teacher's words were wrong. With coordination, they could win. Everyone moved forward enthusiastically to collect more points from the remaining targets. Watching from behind, Lucas thought to himself that victory required not only strength, but also calm judgment and courage. He faintly curled his lips, wondering whether using monster beast clones to train his classmates would be considered cheating. He hoped this challenge would help everyone feel the thrill of real combat. At the observation area outside Allen Tower, the magic class teacher curled his lips into a smug smile when he saw Lucas' group surrounded by 3 monsters in the fog. He mocked them outright. Pitch black luck, they are dead for sure. The students standing beside him also chimed in with contempt. Even we struggle when facing 3 at once. The weaklings from the martial arts department definitely stand no chance. The teacher continued insisting that they would soon be defeated and flee. What a bunch of fools. Even if they entered the tower, they would only become a joke to the world. And glanced at Saigon, inwardly mocking his misplaced confidence as ridiculous. Saigon still stood silently with his arms crossed. His eyes stared fixedly at the screen as he told himself, 3 of them at the same time afterward, if they can stay calm, they still have a chance to win. All of a sudden, the tower blazed with a powerful golden radiance. It made the magic teacher's face turn pale as he cried out in shock, "What is going on?" The students outside fell into confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The fog was too thick. Were they trying to run away? But the truth was the complete opposite as the monsters collapsed one after another beneath the martial arts freshman's feet. Amid the white smoke, 3 figures with eyes blazing with killing intent emerged, completely turning the tide of the battle. The giant green goblin was stunned when it saw its companions fall. The razor-sharp sword stabbed straight into the monster's chest with terrifying force, finishing the target right before their eyes. The group coordinated with remarkable harmony and precision. The notification for eliminating the scout goblins appeared along with 10 reward points, proving the overwhelming strength of the martial arts freshman. Magic teacher's face turned pale, his expression twisting in terror. Impossible. Those martial artists actually took down 2 high-level goblins that quickly. In contrast to that panic, teacher Saigon smiled faintly with pride and praised them inwardly. Well done. Saigon clearly announced to all the students that the first achievement had appeared. 1 team from our class had taken down 2 enemies. As long as you fight as I taught you, the monsters in Allen Tower are nothing to fear. The martial arts students burned with fighting spirit, vowing to give everything they had and not fall behind their friends. The magic teacher still tried to salvage the situation with a mocking remark that they had only gotten lucky, but someone immediately exposed the contradiction in his words. However, Saigon still looked thoughtfully toward the glowing tower, sensing that a strange energy had just vanished and secretly suspecting. Do not tell me Lucas made another move. In a hidden spot on a high tree branch, Lucas suddenly sneezed loudly. In his mind appeared the image of his younger sister cheering enthusiastically. My brother is amazing. He will definitely climb to the top of the tower. Lucas jumped down to the ground and was immediately spotted by Anto and Decio. Seeing that their friend was still safe and sound, both of them cried out in joy. Lucas, thank goodness you are all right. Where did you disappear to all this time? I was worried to death. Lucas realized he had been transported quite far away, but fortunately the group had found the way back to the gathering point. Seeing Lucas appear, a male student cheered excitedly, while the girl beside him also congratulated all three of them for returning safely. Lucas waved lightly in greeting, then breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that, although everyone was exhausted, no one was seriously injured. He looked into the distance, silently thinking about his own group. Slide and the others should arrive soon as well. Seeing Lucas standing there in a daze, Antu asked curiously if something was wrong, but he only smiled and replied that it was nothing. Lucas looked up at the glowing top of the tower and told himself that once everyone had gathered, the entire department would advance to the second floor together. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the magic students were still gathered and whispering among themselves. They were extremely surprised that the martial arts department had not lost a single team yet, but then mocked that those martial artists must only be good at running away. A male student from the magic class ran over anxiously and asked the teacher about the martial arts department's current situation. Old Greg gritted his teeth in silence, sweat pouring down from rage. Damn it, why have they all reached the second floor? Old Greg thought furiously to himself. Even the most outstanding magic freshmen usually had someone eliminated on the first floor, yet those weaklings had escaped every enemy so spectacularly. He gritted his teeth in bitter hatred, realizing that if the martial arts department kept advancing like this, they would soon seize all the resources and become a real threat. Inside the tower, Lucas hid behind a tree trunk and observed the monsters. Ghastly green monsters were wandering everywhere. He assessed inwardly. With this many of them, how are we supposed to fight? Lucas recalled the rules of Allen Tower. From the second floor onward, teams were transported randomly based on their performance. The stronger the team, the harder the challenge, so he needed to send his clones to find the other friends. Lucas immediately activated his spiritual power, summoning magical beast clones in the form of wolves glowing with golden light. Returning to his own group, Decio asked Lucas worriedly how things were on his side. Lucas replied calmly that there were many enemies and they were moving in groups, and Antu also agreed that avoiding battle was impossible now. Lucas shrugged and judged, after all, the challenge in Allen Tower is meant to help us accumulate combat experience. Anto nodded. Exactly, if we keep running forever, what is the point of competing? Suddenly, a monster discovered them. Lucas dodged nimbly and reassured them, I am fine. Decio was shocked that he had not even noticed two enemies had closed in from such a short distance, and he told himself that if it had been him, he would have been eliminated instantly. The giant magical wolf roared and charged straight toward Lucas with terrifying pressure. His eyes remained cold and intensely focused. Quick as lightning, he raised his hand and stopped the opponent's attack in midair. Lucas inwardly judged that these monsters were truly cunning, using a feint to immediately call in more companions. Lucas shouted a warning to his teammates. This is only the vanguard. If we do not finish them quickly, we will be surrounded by reinforcements. Meanwhile, Decio realized in panic that his short sword had disappeared. Antu asked with a grim pause what had happened, and Decio stammered that he had thrown it away in a moment of panic. Lucas immediately sensed killing intent from underground and shouted loudly, another enemy is closing in right beneath our feet, be careful. A glowing green-black shadow suddenly burst up, launching a lightning-fast attack straight at Antu. He dodged nimbly, silently admitting that Teacher Saigon's words were completely right. The monsters on the second floor were on a completely different level from the first floor. They were not only stronger but also smarter, knowing how to ambush and even steal their opponent's weapons. Green Wolf smugly swung the hammer it had just stolen straight at Antu, but he merely curled his lips into a confident smile. Even if you stole my weapon, you will soon regret it. Antu secretly felt fortunate that he had used his accumulated points to buy the Dragonstone gloves. He poured all his strength into his fist, aimed straight at the monster's jaw, and roared, trying to match strength with me. Let me give you some advice, beast. Antu was locked in a fierce battle with the magical wolf. He shouted his teammate's name, Decio. Immediately, Decio rushed in to help and answered firmly, coming, before the chance created by the monster's opening. Antu poured all his power into his blazing fist and signaled now. With a resolute gaze he roared, take this. Then he unleashed a powerful magma strike. The notification confirmed the successful elimination of the Beastman Scout and added 10 precious points. Seeing their seamless teamwork, Lucas smiled in praise. Excellent coordination. Antu scratched his head with a smug laugh, while Decio was stunned by Lucas's appearance. Watching the monster's shadow fade away, Lucas encouraged them, keep moving forward for the martial arts faculty. The rise of the martial arts faculty filled the magic teachers with admiration. They wondered why no one had been eliminated, since with that level, they should have been wiped out the moment they reached the second floor. Someone suspected the tower had lowered its difficulty because the children were weak, but that was dismissed, since the teachers would have noticed anything abnormal. Old Greg stood watching, his face twisted with anger as he ground his teeth in hatred at everything slipping beyond his control. On the second floor of Allen Tower, earth-shaking explosions erupted one after another, shaking the entire cavern. Antu and Decio were giving everything they had against the mournful skeleton warriors. Although his face was already smeared with dirt and he had suffered minor injuries, Anto still tenaciously swung his sword, cutting apart the skeletons rushing toward him. A mournful skeleton suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, but Anto swiftly turned and delivered a finishing blow that shattered it to pieces. Anto panted and asked how many they had taken down. Dacia replied, "Probably 3. Why are we so strong today?" Neither of them knew Lucas was quietly watching from behind. Seeing that all the students had safely reached the second floor, Lucas used his family technique, the hero's blood formation cry, to support them. On the magic map, the groups moved tactically through Area B. Suddenly, a beastman riding a blue-speed wolf charged over at terrifying speed. Facing 7 ferocious wolves, Lucas and his teammates quickly took defensive positions. A blade of light suddenly descended from high above, pierced through the wolf's body in a dazzling explosion of spiritual power. Behind them, a female student gathered strength and fired razor-sharp arrows to cover her teammates. Lucas's golden wolf stood on the mountaintop, silently observing the scene. Notifications kept confirming 10 points for every kill. In Area C, the whole group worked together to bring down a giant cyclops, gaining another 25 bonus points. Battle erupted in Area D. Young martial artists swung their swords and cut down the scouting goblins. A flood of point notifications blazed into view. Lucas was amazed by the strength of the whole group. Incredible. I never thought they could defeat this many enemies at this pace. They can reach the 3rd floor. Lucas's golden wolf shadow still silently watched his teammates from afar through the observation orb. Old Greg was dumbfounded, sweat pouring down his face as he saw the bright dots surrounding the tower. He could hardly believe it. What, they all reached the 3rd floor? As the notification confirmed that all 12 students had approached the stairs, the magic teachers panicked, unable to believe that the freshmen possessed such frightening strength, wondering what teacher Saigon had taught them. Old Greg ground his teeth in hatred, but then he suddenly broke into a sinister smile. He told himself that it definitely would not happen, because many students had already reached the limits of their endurance. With an evil glint in his eyes, Greg declared that they would be forcibly expelled from the tower. The atmosphere inside the tower grew heavy as the exhausted members rested on the stone stairs. Decio staggered and collapsed, his breathing ragged with exhaustion. Lucas rushed over to support his teammate and anxiously asked if he could hold on. Decio admitted with a pale face that he had reached his limit. He looked at his hand dissolving in spiritual energy and urgently urged him on. "Do not worry, just keep going." Not only Decio, the others were also exhausted and sat down on the stairs. A female student announced that they would stop here, while the others encouraged Lucas to reach the 3rd floor on their behalf. Lucas gently placed his hand on Decio's shoulder. Meanwhile, Anto clenched his teeth with determination. "We have come this far, we must reach the 3rd floor." Seeing their unity, Lucas smiled with trust. "That's right, we are a team. Let us join forces and step through that door together." The call gave them their final strength, and everyone shouted in unison, determined to use the last of their power. Beneath the radiance from the tower's peak, the 12 freshmen advanced together among the glittering crystals. A miracle occurred when every one of them set foot on the 3rd floor of the tower. The 3rd floor, so this is the 3rd floor of Allen Tower. The true nightmare began when strange purple creatures appeared. They emerged from the sea of fire and charged forward madly to attack. Although he tried to fight back, he was soon completely overwhelmed by the savage swarm of monsters. Outside, the eliminated candidates recalled in fear how brutal the 3rd floor was, with more enemies than they could even count. Standing there watching, Lucas silently judged that the 3rd floor was the current limit of the martial arts students. He told himself that to avoid suspicion, he would deliberately let his true body retreat. But his clone was still inside the tower, so by supporting the 2nd martial arts group with the blood formation skill, he could bring everyone up to the 3rd floor. Thanks to that, all the martial arts students achieved higher scores, while he did not stand out too much. Looking at the score chart, Taisi, Kai, and Lena all had 55 points, while he only had 43. Lucas smiled faintly with hidden meaning, saying that their department stood out more than anyone else. This uniform advancement created a true earthquake among the magic classes. Magic students were in an uproar, stunned and unable to believe that every martial arts student had reached the 3rd floor. They could not believe it, because normally only the elite class could do something similar. Witnessing the rise of the martial arts department, old Greg gritted his teeth bitterly, sweat running down his face. The old man said, "This is terrible, we must defeat them in both points and floors. The magic class cannot lose." A new magic student was blasted out of the tower by a brilliant blue surge of energy. Meanwhile, another person was struggling against a swarm of fire monsters. Principal Otani silently observed through the magic orb and sighed in disappointment. He thought to himself that losing to martial artists was truly hard to accept. The students had already wasted their mana on the 1st floor, so what would they do on the 2nd and 3rd floors? Their loss of composure left the principal deeply weary. The notice board kept displaying miserable numbers. Groups 3 and 4 were wiped out on the 2nd floor, while Group 8, though slightly better, was eliminated as soon as they reached the 3rd floor. Seeing the terrible results, old Greg flew into a rage, his face twisted with humiliation. He gritted his teeth when he learned that not a single student below rank 40 had reached the 3rd floor, and some teams had even been eliminated on the 1st floor. Greg grabbed his colleague by the collar and roared in frustration, "This is wrong. This is a trap aimed at the magic class. The monsters only became stronger when it was our turn, right?" Losing and blaming the game, faced with Greg's loss of control, Miss Linda stepped forward coldly and reminded him not to deny the reality before the students. She asked Greg mockingly whether he knew Allen Tower was operating normally, or whether he meant his own perception had grown worse. His pride wounded, Greg gritted his teeth until blood came out. His eyes stared venomously at Saigon and Lucas. Meanwhile, Linda smiled and praised the martial arts department for surpassing the magic class, affirming that she had always trusted them. Teacher Saigon remained calm and humbly said it was the result of his students' efforts. Seeing that the elite class was about to begin, he reminded Linda to return to her place. But she said bluntly that there was no need to worry about those children, because her class's outstanding representative was already there. Julia and Iwa walked forward proudly under everyone's admiration. Little Julia innocently told her friends that her brother was truly amazing. If he were serious, he could climb higher than the 4th floor, and those words discouraged the new magic students before the exam even began. When the examiner called Julia's group into the tower, from afar, Lucas waved and shouted, "Good luck, Julia. Do not forget to eat the candy I gave you." Julia answered excitedly, then entered the Radiant Gate with her teammates. The examiner standing nearby heard Lucas mention candy and wondered inwardly why he had deliberately said that at this moment. But when he saw Julia put that thing into her mouth, his eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. It was not candy at all, but an extremely powerful and fast mana recovery pill. Pills of this quality were extremely expensive, because martial artists who could make them were now very rare. It was truly extravagant to hand over such a precious item just for a school trial. As for Julia, she grimaced at the bitter taste and resentfully thought that she had been tricked again. "Poor little sister, just grit your teeth and use it." Lucas smiled with calculation, thinking that although Julia already had mana, everyone used medicine before the exam, so he wanted his sister to use it to guarantee the best performance. As soon as she entered the trial, Julia immediately displayed overwhelming power that terrified everyone. The little girl swung her scepter, her eyes blazing with power, and shouted, "Heavenly thunder descends." Massive bolts of lightning fell from the void, directly crushing the one-eyed monsters and deformed creatures in dazzling light. Watching from nearby, Iwa Miranda could not help but be stunned by her cousin's innate talent. She was shocked to realize that Julia could control lightning precisely against enemies without harming even a blade of grass. Julia turned to Iwa with a confident and innocent smile, eagerly inviting her to stay close, saying she would carry the team hard everyone. On the 3rd floor of Allen Tower, amid the streams of molten lava, devastating bolts of electricity kept crashing down from above, crushing every obstacle wandering nearby. Julia stood proudly amid the sea of fire. The little girl continuously cast the powerful heavenly thunder technique to clear away every shadow of the enemy. Julia smiled brightly and urged Awa and Derek to quickly move forward with her. Derek breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that without Julia, his fire magic would have struggled against the fire-resistant lizards. Julia cheerfully replied that it was all thanks to the team's coordination. Iwa crossed her arms arrogantly, telling herself that if this were the real world, she could easily control the monsters' minds and make them destroy one another. Hearing Julia constantly praise her talent on the battlefield, Iwa unconsciously fell silent. She bitterly realized that her psychic magic was completely useless against the mindless phantoms inside this tower. Iwa tightened her grip on her staff, feeling no different from a burden, since she was only doing reconnaissance on enemy positions. Witnessing Julia's innocence and absolute trust, Awa could not help being moved. She blushed, turned away, and loudly declared that she would let Julia take all the glory this time, then suddenly dashed forward. Julia was too absorbed in running and crashed straight into Awa's back. The little girl rubbed her nose and complained, "Why did you stop so suddenly? Is there an enemy?" Awa answered with slight confusion that there was not. Perhaps she had imagined it, but her heart was full of suspicion, as she kept sensing a strange presence that felt unlike either an enemy or a classmate. Julia sulked excitedly, "Awa, when we reach the 4th floor, find the path with the fewest monsters." A clear announcement rang throughout the academy. The first 3 students had advanced to the 4th floor. Secretly observing, Lucas broke to a slight sweat and told himself that he had nearly been discovered. Psychic mages really were sharp. Outside, the crowd buzzed over the freshman group's achievement after 30 long years. Miss Linda proudly said this was proof of her teaching, while her colleague believed it was thanks to the students' own efforts. Lucas smiled quietly, understanding that the pills only increased mana, while how far she could go depended on Julia's own ability. He told himself that his task now was to silently watch over his sister's growth. Inside the tower, Julia focused intensely, purple lightning glowing around her scepter. Suddenly, Awa shouted a warning, "Be careful. There are 4 enemies hiding behind us on the right. They are beast archers, monster archers with terrifying, skeletal appearances." A blazing red flame erupted, blocking the sudden attack. Eric raised the fire dragon staff high, preparing to meet the fight. He stepped forward to shield Julia, declaring that she had been exhausted since the 3rd floor and should let him handle them. Derek kept unleashing powerful fire spells to confront the 7 monster archers firing arrows in a frenzy. A gigantic magic circle shone beneath his feet, incinerating the monsters in a sea of fire in an instant. Proud of himself, Derek turned back to show off, but Iwa paid him no attention, coldly warning that more enemies were closing in and urging everyone to leave quickly. Ignored, Derek chased after them in frustration, while Julia and Iwa had already run ahead. Iwa tensely announced that around a dozen enemies were charging toward them at terrifying speed. She swiftly dodged the dangerous, treacherous attacks. Suddenly, heavy iron doors dropped down and sealed off the path. The entire group was imprisoned inside a sturdy iron cage. From the gloomy darkness, a giant entity with a human body and a pig's head appeared. Beside it stood a white wolf with blazing red eyes, growling in threat. Facing a high-ranking beast, the tiny Iwa could only stand frozen in terror. She gritted her teeth helplessly at the solid iron bars, but then suddenly realized there was another way. Immediately, Julia swung her staff and activated the Thunder Barrier skill. Streams of pinkish-purple lightning erupted with tremendous force. They knocked back the wolf that tried to pounce, leaving it completely paralyzed in pain. Realizing that high-temperature flames could melt metal, Iwa quickly assigned everyone to hold off the enemies while Derek focused on breaking the cage. The giant boar roared in frenzied rage. It charged in with the wolf pack and launched a fierce assault, creating suffocating pressure against the fragile magic defense. Amid the chaos, a mysterious voice rang out, reminding them that the fourth one on the left was the fastest and also the weakest. Julia immediately focused her vision and searched. She directly took down the weakest target among the 7 monsters charging at them. Iwa activated psychic magic, a crimson circle appearing on her forehead as she shouted that there was no time to explain. 3 on the left, 2 on the right, hurry. Julia smiled confidently and answered with an obedient yes. Massive streams of purple lightning exploded, knocking the monsters down and making them scream miserably. Iwa continued maintaining psychic pressure to point out targets for her teammates. She was shocked to realize that the enemies here had terrifying endurance. If they were third-floor enemies, they would have been blasted away long ago. Just as expected, the 4th floor was on a completely different level. Iwa shouted an order to eliminate the enemies on the right first. After a series of relentless attacks, Julia began to feel exhausted, panting heavily as she said she was almost out of mana and could only seal the giant's movements. Iwa gritted her teeth with determination. Then watch for an opening and take down the wolf. Julia gathered the last of her remaining strength, and a gigantic wolf-shaped bolt of lightning erupted. It swallowed the enemy directly in dazzling light. Magic Wolf howled miserably, then vanished amid the ruins of the tower. Standing in the devastated scene, Iwa breathed a sigh of relief. We won, the giant is still sealed, so we are safe now, right? That scared me. I thought it was about to be game over. Julia smiled brightly and asked whether she could proudly boast, after they got out, that she had protected everyone like a true class monitor. Iwa reminded Julia not to get too complacent, making the girl give only a mischievous, awkward laugh. Their carelessness made them pay a heavy price when an entity suddenly appeared. A gigantic purple entity shattered the barrier and lunged into attack. Iwa was stunned to realize she had been far too careless. She had failed to detect the new group of enemies silently closing in. Amid Julia's piercing scream, Derek rushed out in time to shield them and urged everyone to run quickly. Julia cried out in despair as she watched her teammate risk his life to protect her. Derek poured all his strength into creating a gap wide enough for one person to pass through, fiercely demanding that Julia escape at once. Despite Julia insisting on staying, Derek, his face drenched in sweat, still stopped her, unwilling to let the girl waste mana on this floor. He used every ounce of strength in his body to hold back the terrifying evil entity. With eyes blazing with murderous firelight, Derek shouted for Julia to at least keep moving forward. An earth-shaking fire spell explosion erupted, swallowing the space in a blazing red sea of flames. At Allen Tower, the situation became tense. 2 members had just been eliminated, and only 1 person remained on the 4th floor. Derek told himself inwardly that he had protected Julia by instinct, because she was the only one who could continue, and that they had done pretty well. Iwa walked away coldly, bluntly saying that she was simply repaying a debt of gratitude. If this were not Allen Tower, where psychic mages are at a disadvantage, I would never lose to anyone. Iwa quietly glanced back at Julia, who was exhausted and resting. In the observation room, Headmaster Otani watched through the magic orb, endlessly praising Hung, who had served as both a scout clearing the way and an engineer disabling mechanisms. Each of them clearly understood their own strengths and weaknesses and made the right decisions. The other 2 inside the tower were the same. At this moment, deep within the tower, an ancient library was sinking into a sea of flames. After clearing out the monsters, Lucas calmly adjusted his sleeve. He looked at the marks on the ground and judged them to be footprints. It seemed Julia had also cleared this area. Julia was racing against time with all her strength. The little girl gritted her teeth and told herself she had to reach the safe zone before her mana ran out. But swarms of ant monsters and savage beasts had already surrounded her from every direction. Julia looked at her fallen teammates and choked out, "Everyone, wait for me." Julia shouted, "Get out of my way," as she released a powerful surge of purple lightning, crushing the giant scorpions surrounding her. She stood amid the ruined scene, with arcs of electricity still blazing. Julia resolved that she could not let her teammates' efforts go to waste. Suddenly, Julia was stunned when all her fatigue vanished after a strange energy swept past her. It was because Lucas had secretly activated the hero's blood formation skill. This skill increased his sister's attack and defense by 30% for 10 minutes. Lucas told himself that with this, Julia would pass the 4th floor. He knew that once the challenge ended, the tower would close, so this was his last chance to explore a higher floor. As soon as he set foot on the 5th floor, Lucas was immediately submerged in a vast ocean world. Lucas dived deep to the bottom of the water. There, giant lanternfish with razor-sharp teeth were prowling in the darkness. He thought he should avoid unnecessary battles to conserve strength for the 6th floor. A giant merman holding a trident was standing guard with a group of strange, bulging-eyed subordinates. Noticing that their intelligence was not high, Lucas used a clone to distract them, then quickly searched for the way to the 6th floor. Only 5 minutes later, Lucas shot out of the water like a golden bolt of lightning. He unleashed a 1,000-pound strike, directly crushing the giant sea monster's head beneath his foot. 20 minutes passed, and Julia finally reached an ancient structure. Exhausted after the battles, Julia collapsed onto the floor of the safe zone inside the tower. The little girl smiled in satisfaction and murmured, "I did it." Seeing that his sister was safe, Lucas smiled in relief and pride. Lucas stood before the swirling teleportation gate, where blazing red energy churned. He reached out and touched the surging black energy. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Lucas felt his body falling freely through the boundless cosmos, among thousands of glittering stars. He flew through the endless night and officially set foot on the 6th floor of Allen Tower. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lucas was stunned by the cosmic scene filled with floating stone slabs. He exclaimed in surprise, "So this is the 6th floor." Lucas walked cautiously, feeling the emptiness as he stepped onto a drifting meteorite. He looked around blankly and realized this place was completely empty. There was no trace of any monster, and even the concept of space seemed not to exist. The only thing existing within the void was a colossal ancient stone stele glowing brightly. Lucas approached, only to be shocked when he realized the stone still was gradually draining his vital energy. On the surface of the stele, a circular symbol with 2 crossed weapons suddenly shone brilliantly. That sight drew Headmaster Otani's attention from the observation room. He pondered silently. That child has truly climbed to the 6th floor. This must be the legendary legacy of the martial god. However, his gaze suddenly darkened as he looked toward another screen. What a pity, his sister is reaching her limit. On the 5th floor, Julia faced a ferocious giant fish monster at the bottom of the ocean. The headmaster thought to himself that how much the girl could comprehend before the tower closed depended entirely on her. Lucas stood silently before the stele, which radiated blazing orange heat like fire. A sharp, pressure-filled gaze suddenly appeared in his mind. A shadowy entity with a blazing red core roared in hatred. "Ma, you won this time. But we have already scattered our seeds throughout this world. Even if it takes tens of thousands of years, we will return." Before the endless darkness, the martial god Ma radiated a powerful golden aura. Mr. Ruinjiang was irritated by the enemy's declaration. "Damn it, stop spouting nonsense." The martial god was truly hot-tempered. Ma poured all his spiritual power into his fist, which blazed like the sun. He unleashed his ultimate attack, Martial God's ultimate technique, House Annihilation. A colossal surge of force crashed straight down, crushing the evil entity in a blinding explosion of light. The destructive power from the punch spread across the universe, crushing the enemy's energy core into fragments. Lucas woke with a start in reality, drenched in sweat. He wondered whether those images were memories of the martial god's battles in the past. He pondered the evil entity's threat about the seeds scattered throughout the world, wondering whether mutated creatures like the Minotaur were their result. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lucas decided he needed to investigate it more thoroughly. Lucas was about to touch the glowing ancient characters on the stone tablet to study them more deeply, and suddenly a giant golden hand appeared out of thin air. It startled him into dodging, thinking he was under attack. He soon realized that the mysterious hand was aimed straight at the ancient stone tablet. A direct blow from the giant hand shattered the tablet into pieces. Lucas was stunned as he realized the martial god's relic had been the true target. He thought to himself, now that the stone tablet has vanished, there is no point staying in Allen Tower. And Julia had probably completed her own trial as well. Lying flat on the floor, Lucas clearly sensed a strange change in his body. He wondered whether this was the result of witnessing the martial god's ultimate technique in the illusion. At the same time, the tower's magical gear system officially came to a halt. Headmaster Otani silently observed Julia on the 5th floor and inwardly urged the girl to keep cultivating and become even stronger. The broadcast announced that the trial inside Allen Tower had ended. The tower would be sealed as soon as the last person completed their mission. Amid brilliant fireworks and flying confetti, Julia stepped out from the gate with a radiant smile, raising her staff high. The announcement echoed throughout the academy, honoring her as the first freshman to climb to the 5th floor of Allen Tower. In the quiet library, Headmaster Otani was speaking with someone else. The visitor was dissatisfied, pointing out that the magic class freshman scores were abnormally terrible. As many as 18 students had failed to earn a single point. Otani remained calm, saying that this number was only slightly higher than last year, and still within the acceptable margin of error. When the visitor emphasized that only half as many students had reached the second floor, Otani replied coldly, "You should ask the homeroom teachers of the magic classes, because I also want to know what they have been teaching." The visitor said that he was too focused on the magic classes, and had overlooked the abnormality in the martial arts faculty. After the trial, 4 martial artists had broken the shackles of their limits, and were advancing with teacher Saigon's support. Otani was stunned as he realized Allen Tower might have a special effect that helped martial artists grow. The visitor worried that if the information leaked, it would cause an earthquake, because countless martial artists longed to break through their limits. He revealed that he had reopened this tower only because he wanted to find a talented martial artist to manage Allen Tower. Otani demanded absolute secrecy, until they had clear confirmation. Outside, the magic students cheered excitedly. Julia was truly a genuine magic genius. Jeremy walked away in bitter resentment, unable to accept that Julia had a useless martial artist brother like Lucas. He ground his teeth and clenched his fists in jealousy. Why did Lucas receive all the attention, even though they had different mothers? Of all people, why was a good-for-nothing like him Julia's real brother? At the academy cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly grew lively when Theodore, the student council president, appeared in a radiant halo. Hearing the cheers, he gave a conceited smile and thought to himself, "Even if Julia broke the record, I am still the school's idol." But his smile vanished when he saw the crowd surge toward Julia and chant her name. Julia was absorbed in enjoying the food under everyone's admiration. Someone even calculated that with 1,000 reward points, this 500-point meal was nothing at all. Theodore stood in the distance, watching the scene with eyes full of hatred. Lucas gently reminded his younger sister to eat as much as she liked. Suddenly, Theodore appeared and interrupted the siblings' meal. Lucas was startled by his terrifying speed, and he coldly asked the other party's purpose. He looked down at Julia and warned arrogantly, "Do not get smug just because you reached the 5th floor of Allen Tower." But Julia kept calmly queuing her food and asked back, "What do you mean?" Theodore panicked, sweat streaming down as he saw Julia's magic power erupt violently out of control. He feared losing face before the crowd, so he hurriedly turned and fled, not forgetting to leave behind a threat. "You will regret this." Julia stared blankly at the president fleeing through the smoke and wondered if this brother had lost his mind. Lucas calmly wiped his mouth and told her not to mind. In his heart, he secretly mocked Theodore's naivety for daring to threaten his younger sister. In truth, he had secretly used the blood formation cry skill on Julia, increasing her strength by 30%. Lucas felt something was slightly different when he left without saying anything conceited. Just then, Julia cried out excitedly when she saw Mina approaching. Mina smiled and congratulated Julia on her outstanding achievement, but the girl modestly said it was thanks to her teammates' support. Mina asked whether they could help with the Goddess Memorial Festival, leaving the siblings confused. Seeing this, Mina began explaining the festival. It was a gathering place for the 3 greatest magic schools in the Kamina Empire. Every year, the 9 most outstanding freshmen were selected to compete together and determine the top genius. Mina stated that with Julia's current ability, she would certainly be this year's representative. Julia listened with a serious expression to this large-scale competition. Lucas stood beside her and observed, secretly finding the event interesting and wondering whether his younger sister was interested. In the girls' dormitory, the shrill alarm bell shattered the quiet morning atmosphere. Julia was still curled up in her blanket, her hair messy, mumbling sleepily. Suddenly, she jolted when she remembered her brother's instruction, "Starting tomorrow, take care of yourself." Julia realized in panic that she had been abandoned when it came to waking up on time. The girl hurriedly threw off her blanket. With bread in her mouth and books clutched in her arms, Julia immediately used thunder dust and shot off like lightning. But because she was in too much of a hurry, she crashed straight into Iwa, sending books flying everywhere. Iwa frowned in irritation and snapped, "Do you have a tail or something? Why did you ram into me?" Her razor-sharp gaze made Julia tremble in fear. During the next class, the air around Julia turned strangely gloomy when she realized she had forgotten her textbook. Iwa sat beside her, still cold as ever, as if she could not be bothered to care about her devastated friend. Suddenly, Iwa slammed her book onto the desk and pushed it toward Julia. "I will let you share mine, stop making that face." Later, in the library, while Julia was fumbling around, Iwa quietly appeared again and helped her take a book down from a high shelf. Julia softly thanked her, while Iwa had already turned and walked away. In the cafeteria, Lucas ate bread while pondering, "I cannot tell whether she is a demon or a secret guardian angel." After that, during magic practice, the old professor demonstrated a mana control technique, creating bright blue water birds. He emphasized, "Control your mana well, and life will be less painful." The surrounding students exclaimed in admiration. Julia hid behind a corner of the wall and saw Iwa watching from afar. She focused her mana to create a bird, then brought it over to show Aiwa. But because it was her first time transforming mana, Julia could not fully control it yet. Her unstable mana control made the bird explode right in front of Aiwa. She really was a disaster. Late at night, Aiwa carried a lantern down the dark corridor and stepped into Julia's room. She found Julia sleeping so deeply that she was drooling. The girl was completely unaware of her roommate's presence. Looking at Julia's hopeless sleeping posture, Aiwa sighed, then noticed the box on the table. It was a box of cookies with an apology note. I am truly sorry about what happened today. To make it up to you, would you like to go out together tomorrow? I left some homemade cookies on the table. Please eat them. Aiwa smiled faintly and left a reply beside it. Do not think I will forgive you just because the cookies are good. Fine, we will go tomorrow. The next day at the academy gate, Aiwa stood waiting with an irritated expression because she had been stood up, just as Julia ran over and apologized for making her wait so long. Aiwa froze in stunned disbelief when she saw Lucas had come along too. Julia introduced him excitedly. I brought my brother too. He said he would treat us to a meal. She secretly thought she had only agreed because she assumed there would be two people, while Lucas clearly noticed his cousin's displeasure. Just then, Maya happened to pass by and unexpectedly saw the Rayan siblings. Julia immediately invited her. Maya, perfect timing. Do you want to hang out with us? Hearing that Lucas was joining, Maya blushed bright red and said, I will go, making Aiwa even more furious because the original plan had fallen apart. Julia excitedly led the group toward the food street of Dak Town. Looking at the backs of the three girls, Lucas inwardly lamented that he had to pay the entire bill. As soon as they set foot in Dak Town, Julia shouted excitedly, we are in Dak. Let us eat the whole town dry. Watching his sister dance through the bustling streets, Lucas sighed helplessly, worried about his wallet soon running dry. Felt as if he were being punished, because his plan to go out alone with Julia had fallen apart, replaced by the appearances of Aiwa and his former fiancée Maya. Meanwhile, Aiwa still wore a cold and proud expression. As for Maya, she was secretly happy that she finally had a chance to talk with Lucas outside the academy. Julia excitedly pulled the two older girls by the hands and ran toward a splendid building, crying out, Look, both of you, this is the super famous sweets shop at school. Aiwa glanced at the display case full of cakes, pretending not to care. She said coldly that she had no interest in childish shops like this. Julia's hopes were soon crushed when the notice said the shop only had exactly 2 entry slots left today. Julia crumbled, crouching down on the ground in frustration. But this is the place I wanted to visit most. Seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Maya quickly made the excuse that her doctor had told her to avoid sweets, giving the slots to Julia and Aiwa. She tactfully suggested, Julia and Aiwa, you two go in. I will wait outside with Lucas. Maya was too skilled. The opportunity had arrived. Although Aiwa was still reluctant, Julia quickly regained her spirit. She excitedly pulled the older girl's hand and rushed into the shop, unaware of Maya's true intention. When only the two of them remained, Lucas thoughtfully handed Maya a glass of water and apologized on behalf of his sister for her childishness. Maya smiled gently, saying she only felt happy seeing Lucas and his sister so cheerful. Sitting on a bench in the town amid bright balloons, Maya was filled with emotion as she recalled old memories. Julia is so energetic. She reminds me of when we used to go out together as children. Seeing Lucas looking blank, Maya brought up the time the two of them had slipped away from the adults to see the night erosion exhibition, and asked whether he truly remembered nothing. Distant memory surfaced in Maya's mind of an afternoon with torrential rain. Back then, little Maya fearfully backed away before a wolf. The ferocious wolf roared behind the iron bars. But it was Lucas who bravely shielded and comforted her. It is all right, I will protect you. Back in reality, Lucas forced a smile and replied, yes, something like that did happen. His heart was in turmoil, unsure how to face the memories from before his soul entered this body. Maya gripped her glass tightly, her sad eyes looking at Lucas as she choked out, Are you still angry about the broken engagement? Seeing Lucas remain silent, she poured out all the feelings she had kept buried. I have always felt that you were deliberately avoiding me all this time. My family demanded the engagement be annulled after you were rejected by the god, and that must have hurt you deeply. Maya's eyes brimmed with tears as she confessed that she had been too young to understand back then. So now that they had met again, she did not know what to say. She hesitantly suggested, So if you want, can we be friends? Before such sincerity, Lucas smiled warmly, thinking that he could not refuse this offer. He affirmed that he had never resented her even once, then reached out his hand and spoke gently. I would be very happy to be your friend. Maya revealed a radiant smile. The tears at the corners of her eyes vanished as the two exchanged a meaningful handshake of reconciliation. In another corner of town, Julia and Aiwa were enjoying the festival atmosphere with blue butterflies and wondrous magic tricks. Julia excitedly ate a giant cotton candy, praising its sweetness nonstop beside the blushing, shy Aiwa. The little girl eagerly chose bright matching items and urged, Let us buy matching things, while Aiwa sighed coldly and indulged her, Do whatever you want. Lucas and Maya were exchanging a warm handshake of reconciliation when, at that exact moment, Julia and Iwa suddenly returned. Seeing the intimate scene, Julia was stunned, while Maya frantically waved her hands and explained, "It is not what everyone thinks." Iwa looked at the two with contempt and mocked their lack of propriety. Lucas awkwardly changed the subject and hurriedly led the group to the food street to break the uncomfortable atmosphere. The whole group headed toward the bustling shopping district of Dak Town. Julia happily enjoyed a star-shaped candy and commented that the flavor was only average. Suddenly, the candy gave off a brilliant pink glow, making the little girl cheer excitedly. The candy is signaling delicious food. Before Iwa's surprise at the candy's strange function, Julia quickly led the whole group running after the light, guiding them through the small streets. The light stopped before an ancient and imposing building called the Five Cities Hall. Lucas curiously asked about the place's origin, and Julia eagerly explained that it was a martial hall whose master was a monk with renowned treasures. The little girl revealed tempting information. If they entered and passed 5 trials, they would receive a precious magic item. Their goal today was not to challenge anyone, but Maya and Iwa both showed great interest in the treasure. Faced with his sister's pleading and sparkling eyes, Lucas could only sigh and agree to go inside. Just as the group reached the foot of the stairs, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" 2 burly guards in red uniforms and dark sunglasses strode out and blocked the way. The 2 guards coldly barred their path and declared that this was no place for children to waste time. Without the slightest hesitation, Lucas gently placed his hand on the guard's shoulder, calmly explained that they had come to hunt treasure, and told them to move aside at once. The guard was stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he fearfully sensed Lucas's terrifying killing intent. Lucas silently realized that even the gatekeeper had reached the 4th level of martial arts, then smiled faintly and asked, "May we enter?" Under the immense pressure, the guard hurriedly changed his attitude and humbly invited the whole group inside, affirming that capable people were always welcome. The change in attitude left Iwa and Maya stunned, while Julia was excited that they had entered safely. As soon as they passed through the door, a clear voice rang out, "Welcome to the Five Cities Hall. The first trial is the ferocious beast test." In the arena, a purple-haired man sat lounging on a magic circle, and he revealed a sinister smile as he declared that only by defeating his new pet could they pass. A gigantic lion covered entirely in flames slowly appeared amid thunderous roars, its eyes glowing red like fire. Seeing the monster's vicious appearance, Maya anxiously reminded everyone to be extremely careful. Beast Tamer immediately activated a magic circle and shouted an order to release the ferocious beast's chains. The dry sound of iron chains shattering rang out. The fire lion roared savagely, its burning eyes reflecting the figures of Lucas and Julia. Just as the crazed monster charged forward with its mouth full of fangs, Lucas quickly stepped forward to shield his sister. Just as the fire lion was about to pounce on its target, it suddenly froze, leaving the beast tamer stunned. A strange black killing intent transformed into the mark of a giant wolf and erupted from behind Lucas. It released terrifying pressure that made the fire lion tremble and sweat heavily in fear. The moment met the black wolf boss, it became helpless prey. Lucas' face was now covered in dark. The beast tamer wildly swung his whip, roaring as he ordered his pet to attack immediately, but it turned around in fear and hurriedly fled. In the panic, there was no time to think about master and servant anymore, so Tong flew straight into that guy. Lucas scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Does this count as passing the trial?" Julia cried out excitedly, "As expected of my brother." Meanwhile, Iwa stood watching with a doubtful gaze, unable to understand what trick Lucas had used when he had not even lifted a finger. As they stepped up the stairs toward the next station, Iwa was still puzzled because that lion had clearly been terrified of Lucas to the extreme. Julia leaned close to Lucas's ear and whispered, "Are you still using hacks?" Lucas gently raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it secret, and smiled meaningfully. "Shh, I just got lucky." The group stopped before a magnificent corridor glowing with blue magic circles. An old man wearing a monocle slowly appeared, announcing that this was the second station, called the Wind Corridor. The rules were simple. The player had to shoot an arrow through all the moving circles and pierce the ball at the highest point. The old man explained that this trial tested delicate mana control and sharp judgment. To make it more dramatic, he would directly control the corridor environment through the magic panel. Julia eagerly volunteered to take the first challenge. Seeing the girl's enthusiasm, the old man smiled, "Ho ho, you are full of energy. Let us begin." Immediately, a magic arrow was fired, gliding past the glowing circles. While holding candy in her mouth, Julia focused her mana and shouted confidently, "Watch me." She controlled the arrow as it curved with remarkable skill, passing through each magic circle with absolute precision. Witnessing the arrow's smooth flight path, Awa exclaimed in astonishment. Maya, standing beside her, also silently acknowledged the girl's natural talent. The old man nodded in praise. "Ho ho, impressive for someone so young. Let us end the warm-up here," he said. He decided to increase the difficulty by pressing a button on the magic panel. Magic blocks began floating and rotating, forming a challenging maze in midair. The old man remarked with delight, "Now this is getting interesting." The old man narrowed his eyes eyes challengingly and asked whether the girl thought she could easily pass this trial. Julia strained herself to control the magic arrow as it glided through the energy circles. The girl realized that keeping the arrow from falling had already consumed almost all her strength. The old man laughed smugly and urged the girl to give up as he increasing the pressure with fire and water magic. Magic blocks continuously shot out beams of light to obstruct her, creating a chaotic battlefield filled with obstacles from multiple elements. Lucas observed and realized that this trial was a complex combination of physics and high-level magic. While Julia was struggling to find a way through, the girl suddenly remembered what her brother had told her during a training session about how to handle mana interference. With a confident smile, Lucas had once said the only way was to directly destroy the source causing the interference. Julia's eyes suddenly lit up with determination. The girl clenched the candy in her mouth and poured all her strength into the super thunder strike, shattering every obstacle before the stunned eyes of the old administrator. Witnessing Julia's destructive power, Maya silently sighed that this was like a real battle. Though Iwa criticized her for going overboard, Julia still excitedly accepted her brother's praise after spectacularly passing the second station. The old administrator quickly regained his stern expression. He led the group into a room filled with books and bottles of medicinal ingredients, warning them that not every trial could be solved with strength. The third station, called alchemy, appeared, a place that valued technique concentration. The brown-haired female mage wearing protective goggles smilingly. Race me in potion brewing. If you are slow, you lose. This trial was to concoct the legendary magic potion called Tears of Trivia. The female mage introduced the ingredient table, with 108 rare components needed to complete it. She warned seriously the formula depends on luck. One tiny mistake and you will explode to pieces. Standing before 108 ingredients with no specific ratios, Iwa thought this was a game of chance. Lucas also silently judged that this task was unsuitable for attack-focused people like them. Unexpectedly, Maya spoke up timidly, may I join? The female mage was surprised. You want to try? How brave. Immediately, she began demonstrating with her specialized protective goggles, displaying precise parameters down to every 0.11 gram and control, cooling it in only 0.5 seconds to perform the 12th step. Lucas was amazed by the female mage's movements. She was both fast and precise. Julia excitedly called out, brother, look at Maya. Maya began her turn by touching the necklace glowing with blue light. She gently controlled the ingredients as they floated in midair amid shimmering light. Maya silently judged that this star essence contained abundant mana and was slightly salty. Just adding a little will be enough. Is she cooking or brewing a potion? Lucas was stunned by Maya's knife skills. Each slice was swift and precise in size down to the millimeter. After being processed, the magic ingredients began blending into the glowing cauldron. Maya concentrated intensely, silently telling herself to let it melt slowly over low heat like cheese. When one noticed that the scent was slightly bitter and clashing, she decided to add a sweet ingredient to balance the potion's flavor. Maya gently poured the sparkling essence into the cauldron, telling herself this would soothe the difficult ingredients. Julia marveled at her skillful movements. She makes it look as easy as cooking. Iwa admitted that Maya's rhythm was like conducting an orchestra. A massive surge of mana began swirling violently through the room. It is done, Maya announced as the cauldron shone with a mysterious purple light. She lifted the glittering potion under the female mage's astonished gaze. The woman trembled as she inspected it, unable to believe her eyes. This purity, it truly is legendary grade Tears of Trivia. Female mage grabbed Maya's shoulders in panic and asked, mastering this skill should take decades. Are you the disciple of some grandmaster? Maya answered awkwardly, no. Maya shyly explained that this was her first time concocting it, and she did not really know either. Maybe it was because she often cooked beneath the moon. That innocent answer left the female mage Lucas and Iwa frozen in shock. Maya shared that she usually focused on aroma to find the right ratio, so alchemy was no different from cooking. She smiled brightly, making this as easy as cooking soup. The female mage was speechless. You are comparing a legendary potion to soup. Julia excitedly agreed. That is why your sweets are amazing. The cookies last time were so good I almost cried. Iwa also praised Maya's talented cooking instincts, kind-hearted and good at cooking too. Whoever marries you in the future will be incredibly lucky. Maya blushed scarlet and waved her hands in embarrassment. Not at all, I only cook for fun. While her heart pounded from embarrassment, she secretly looked at Lucas, wondering what he thought of her. Lucas rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Someone who cooks well on the team would help morale during long marches. Seeing Lucas' blank expression, Iwa sighed, what an idiot. Lucas and Julia were still confused. Maya smiled wryly, happy that the whole group had overcome the challenge together. The female mage pondered and mocked herself. Half a lifetime of technique had lost to a little girl's cooking skills. She smiled in relief. This feeling of being defeated is truly refreshing, then respectfully handed the potion to Maya. Maya held the precious potion in confusion. I cannot accept something this valuable. The female mage comforted her. You created it with your own hands, and it will save your life in a moment of life and death. Lucas smiled and encouraged her. Take it, the potion is proof of your ability. Hearing Lucas's encouragement, Maya blushed happily and nodded in sincere thanks. The group stepped together into the magnificent corridor, preparing for the next challenge. However, from the darkness, a bewitching laugh suddenly echoed with a mysterious air. A woman in a black robe, her purple eyes glowing wickedly, watched through a magic card blazing with dark energy. That woman smiled sinisterly. Welcome to the fourth challenge, the Furnace of Mental Strength. The mysterious woman slowly spread out the cards and announced that they would all play a game popular among the Empire's upper-class monarchs lie. The rules were simple, each person drew one card. Whoever drew the larger card would win, it was that simple. The lowest card, number 1, could defeat the highest card, number 9. Magic could be used to change the number, but the greater the change, the more mana it consumed. If the lie was exposed, the true value of the original card would decide victory or defeat. If the false number matched the opponent's real card, the forger would lose immediately. This was a tense battle of wits, between seeing through lies and deceiving the opponent. Lucas and Maya were worried because they were not good at mind games, while Julia could not even remember the rules. In contrast, Awa was excited, because this was an area where the Miranda family had always held the advantage. With bright eyes, she noticed that the woman had special magic circuits around her eyes to assist observation. The woman smiled and admitted she had foreseen their arrival, then declared the game begun. Both of them placed their magic cards on the table, officially entering the thrilling battle of wits. The woman smiled faintly in challenge. Let us see whether you can deceive my eyes. Both slammed their cards hard onto the duel table, making magic circles shine brilliantly. The dealer revealed a number 9 monarch, while Iwa had a number 8 archbishop. Julia cheered, "We won." But Iwa remained extremely serious, realizing the opponent's mana was faint yet strangely fluctuating. She immediately activated the queen's eye, her eyes blazing with a powerful hexagonal symbol. The dealer cried out in shock as the disguise was torn apart. The card's true form appeared. It was the number 1 assassin. The dealer lightly clapped in mocking praise. "I am impressed that you saw through it, but unfortunately, you still lose." That woman flipped over her card, revealing another card blazing with dark energy. But Iwa suddenly smiled smugly. "Just as I thought, you planted a second layer of disguise." Iwa pointed straight at the opponent's card and questioned her. "That card is counterfeit too." The dealer froze and turned pale, unable to believe that every erased trace had still been seen through. Iwa declared coldly, "You're not the only one who knows how to erase traces of mana. I predicted you would use this trick, so I kept my eyes on your hands to draw exactly the card I wanted." Iwa flipped over her true card and declared clearly, "My true card is the assassin. If the fake card and the true card have the same number, the fake card loses." I admitted that Iwa's strategy was very clever, disguising herself as the number 8 archbishop before trying to use a double bluff with the assassin card. Even so, she still praised the wonderful match and the subtlety of such perfect disguise. Though proud on the surface, Iwa secretly admitted that her mental strength had reached its limit. The mysterious woman smiled meaningfully and said that with this talent, she would be remembered by history. When Lucas's group prepared to leave, she revealed that they were bound by the thread of destiny and would save the world from a great catastrophe. Lucas pondered the prophecy of the apocalypse, the woman's attitude making it impossible for he to take her lightly. Julia was excited by the idea of becoming a hero, but Lucas quickly pulled everyone back to focus on the treasure. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. From the smoke and dust, a muscular man with upright hair and blazing red eyes stepped out. He cracked his knuckles threateningly and growled, "You finally arrived. I have waited until my neck went stiff." The terrifying killing intent from the stranger made Awa tremble and wonder if he was still human. Lucas curled his lips into an excited smile and said this would be interesting. A man with bulging muscles was lifting a gigantic barbell with one finger. His mouth kept counting the rhythm. 998, 99999. "I have waited for you, elites of Alan Magic Academy. If you made it here, that proves you are not brats who rely on your families." The giant declared the rules. "All of you attack me at once, and if you make me take one step back, you win." Fire spirit erupted and covered his body. His eyes shone brightly with evil. "If I do not retreat, then it is my turn. We will take turns attacking until one side falls." Maya trembled as she looked at the opponent's guardian-like hands, afraid they would not be able to withstand him. The man coldly warned that he would not hold back, and if they wanted to live, they should leave. Despite his fear, Lucas bravely stepped forward and offered to take the challenge himself. He judged that this man's killing intent was even stronger than Teacher Saigon's. Julia anxiously begged her brother to give up, while Maya also wanted to fight together. But Lucas waved his hand and refused, because this was a trial meant for martial artists, and he wanted to test his own limits. The giant laughed heartily. "Since we are both men, I will not hold back. You will not just break a few bones. Are you ready?" A mechanical bird flew over and called Bazan by name, asking him to wear magic gloves to avoid paying compensation for repairing the floor like last time. Bazan accepted grudgingly, then tossed Lucas a similar pair of gloves. He explained that the gloves would create a protective barrier, ensuring nothing would be destroyed no matter how fierce the match became. Lucas quietly put on the gloves. His eyes shone with determination as he entered a combat stance. Lucas gathered power into his fist and threw a mountain-shaking punch straight into the giant's chest. Lucas was shocked to realize the opponent had not moved at all. He was stunned that his fighting aura could not even make the man budge. Bazan curled his lips into a smug smile. Good stance, but you are still far too green. My turn. Immediately, an extremely powerful attack came crashing down, and Lucas only had time to mutter that this was bad, before being blasted far away. He collapsed amid the rubble, coughing violently under Maya's worried gaze from behind. Bazan slowly advanced and declared that surrendering now was too late, darling. Lucas glanced at the treasured sword that had fallen on the floor. He quickly picked it up and roared with determination, I am not done yet. Golden surge of spiritual power erupted and covered the blade, and Lucas unleashed the powerful flowing light slash straight at the defender. Before Lucas' attack, Bazan began to compress his breath. He let out an earth-shaking roar, releasing terrifying pressure that blasted Lucas to the ground. Majestic giant blue lion entity manifested behind Bazan, making the space tremble violently. Bazan looked at the small scratch on his chest and admitted that Lucas had done quite well, but not enough to defeat him. Lucas forced himself up amid the smoke and dust, his eyes shining with determination. I'm not done yet. He poured spiritual power into his legs. Suddenly, Lucas released a magic rope that wrapped tightly around Bazan's body. Lucas pulled the rope hard and shouted, you fell into the trap, chicken. However, Bazan still kept a calm expression full of contempt. Just as Lucas poured all his strength into his blazing fist and shouted for him to step back, Bazan only spoke one cold phrase, foolish worshipper. A violent surge of fire spirit exploded from the giant's body. It directly burned the binding rope to ashes and blasted Lucas far away. Bazan admitted that Lucas had intelligence and courage for changing tactics, but declared that before absolute power, every trick was meaningless. He roared that this would end here, then charged forward to deliver the finishing blow. The moment between life and death, Lucas closed his eyes and realized that brute strength alone was not the key to victory. The memory of the martial god's illusion on the 6th floor of Allen Tower returned, where the god had woven mysterious techniques into every strike. Focusing his mind and keeping his heart calm, Lucas suddenly opened his eyes wide. He neutralized his opponent's attack and displayed the secret art of the martial god style. Bazan cried out in shock when he saw that Lucas was still hiding such a terrifying technique. Lucas threw a crystalline ice punch with destructive power. The punch struck Bazan squarely in the chest, its terrifying pressure shaking the space and shattering the glass around them. Seeing that scene, Julia shouted anxiously, Big brother. Bazan stood frozen, looking at the bleeding wound on his chest, then forced out a question, asking whether he was Otani's disciple. Lucas calmly withdrew his hand and replied, no. Bazan looked deep into his eyes, wondering why he had held back, because if he had gone all out, his bones would have been shattered. Lucas smiled faintly with calculation and said that was the first time he had used that move. If I accidentally killed you, I would not be able to get the treasure, right? Bazan fell silent for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter and admitted defeat. Seeing Lucas injured, Maya panicked and offered him a vial of precious medicinal liquid, urging him to drink Trivia's tears. But Lucas refused because he did not want to waste something so valuable. He took out an ordinary recovery potion and said he would use this to save resources. After drinking the medicine, green spiritual energy covered Lucas's body. He secretly realized this medicine was similar to the spirit pills he refined himself. Julia excitedly reminded the group that they had passed 5 trials to claim the reward. Bazan scratched his head awkwardly and admitted he had opened this place only to kill time. The girls grew furious and demanded that he keep his promise and hand over the treasure immediately. Under pressure, Bazan took out a dazzling crimson crystal rabbit and handed it to them. Lucas immediately froze, wondering whether this was just a useless decoration. Bazan told Julia to try channeling magic into it. Immediately, the treasure radiated a brilliant, mystical crimson energy. The crystal rabbit in Julia's hand suddenly moved, and the girl cried out in delight, wow, it moved. It is so cute. In contrast to that excitement, Lucas was utterly disappointed. After overcoming 5 difficult trials only to get this toy, he felt as if he had been deceived, though he admitted it looked very lifelike. Bazan put an arm around Lucas's shoulders and solemnly declared that this was not a toy and would be useful once he grew older. He leaned close to Lucas' face. One more thing, do not use that martial god technique unless your life is in danger. If you are careless, you will get into serious trouble. Lucas was stunned and replied that he understood, then asked curiously whether Bazan knew Headmaster Otani. Bazan said they had once been comrades who fought against the beastmen in the past, then urged the group to leave before nightfall. As they stepped out of the hall, Julia hesitantly asked whether it was all right to keep this gift. Mina reassured her that it suited her very well. Lucas pondered Bazan's warning. Suddenly, Julia cried out when she discovered a brawl ahead. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Julia excitedly rushed over because there was a fight. Lucas and Mina hurriedly stopped her, because that direction led to the dangerous black market. but the girl was still determined to go in and take a look. Julia abruptly froze when she realized the person in trouble was her brother Jeremy. Jeremy was furiously shouting and demanding his money back because he had been tricked into buying a fake book. "How dare you sell me fake goods? Give me my money back." A vicious thug stomped hard on Jeremy's hand, sneering that the ancient forbidden spellbook was real. He said it was only because Jeremy lacked talent and could not learn it, so he should not blame him. The thug turned away disdainfully and left. Jeremy screamed in pain that every spell in the book was fake. In anger and humiliation, Jeremy activated a green magic circle to attack from behind. But the thug quickly dodged and counterattacked, sending him flying far away. He mocked Jeremy's pathetic amount of mana, saying that learning forbidden spells was nothing but a fantasy, then coldly ordered his underlings to rush in and finish him off. The thugs were about to charge in and tear Jeremy apart when suddenly, a gigantic bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky into the middle of the scene, making everyone cry out in terror. Jeremy was stunned to realize the ones who had just saved him were Lucas and Julia. He gritted his teeth in humiliation, because the two people he looked down on had witnessed his miserable state. In contrast to that frustration, Julia was proud because she had fulfilled her mother's instruction to keep an eye on her brother. The lackeys were about to rush up and deal with the two brats who had ruined things, but a shout from the patrol forced everyone to stop. A captain with a long scar on his face stepped forward to question them. The black market leader immediately changed his tone, pretended to be the victim, and falsely accused Luca's group of stealing. He even directly stuffed a bag of money into the captain's hand as a bribe. The captain, weary of Allen Academy students causing trouble lately, coldly ordered everyone present to be arrested. Although Aiwa tried to use the Miranda family's reputation to pressure him, he calmly declared that here, he was the law. Lucas narrowed his eyes at the captain, secretly realizing that the group might have to handle the trouble themselves. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a shout rang out, "Everyone stop." Every gaze turned toward the two figures who had just appeared with noble bearing. They were Cheyenne Miranda and Madame Catherine. Sun looked straight at the sweating captain and mocked him. "You have quite the nerve, daring to arrest the children of the Miranda family." Sun looked coldly at the leader and shouted, "You dare deceive Allen Academy students and sell stolen goods. This entire patrol team needs cleaning up. Arrest them all." Cowardly soldier collapsed to his knees and begged, saying he was only following the hidden rules. But he was shouted at and ordered to shut his mouth. His crying was useless. Aiwa walked closer to her father, wondering why he knew the black market was a den of crime yet had not wiped it out completely. Sion placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder and thoughtfully explained that the slums had their own rules. He said he had tried every way to stop the collusion between the soldiers and the black market, but it was an endless chase. Sion gently told Aiwa she did not need to worry about adult matters. Madame Catherine also reassured Lucas, saying that mother was here now. Julia excitedly rushed over and hugged her mother, crying out, "Mom." Catherine affectionately stroked her daughter's head, endlessly praising the magic she had cast earlier as truly wonderful. As expected of a child of the Rian family, Julia could only smile with her eyes curved in happiness. However, Madame Catherine's gaze slipped downward when she looked toward Jeremy. Jeremy was clutching his wound in pain, and she asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Jeremy gritted his teeth and endured it, forcing himself to look strong. "I am fine." But Aiwa would not let him off. She mocked him, "Fine, your head is anything but normal." His pride stung. Jeremy snapped, "Shut up, I was ambushed." "All right." Aiwa continued bitterly, an Allen student losing to that small fry, even needing Julia to protect him. Those words made Jeremy flush crimson with humiliation, and he could only shout helplessly that he really had been ambushed. Aiwa showed no mercy and kept mocking Jeremy's naivety. Seeing her daughter go too far, San spoke up to stop her. "Aiwa, that is enough." Aya, kind as always, immediately stepped closer. "Let me heal you." But Jeremy roughly shoved away her help and roared in humiliation, "Stay away from me. I do not need pity." Then he ran off, his heart full of jealousy as he imagined Lucas laughing at him. Ghostly black shadows with glowing red eyes kept flashing through his mind, mocking him as a miserable failure. Watching Jeremy's retreating back, Lucas remained silent. In his bitter hatred, Jeremy swore to take back everything Lucas had stolen from him. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Shine advised everyone to leave Jeremy alone so he could calm down. He quickly changed the subject, suggesting that the group celebrate at a secret restaurant after passing the trial at the Five Cities Hall. As the group left, Aiwa suddenly stopped and looked toward the dark alley with suspicion in her eyes. She sensed a strange aura flash by, but could not tell what it was. Under the sunset that dyed the entire forest red, Jeremy vented his anger on an ancient tree. He punched it hard while crying out in resentment, "Damn it." Jeremy felt as though the whole world had turned its back on him. Worst of all, his younger sister Julia, the one he had always wanted to surpass, had been forced to protect him. He could not accept that a noble of high bloodline had been toyed with so easily by Lucas, a useless man who knew no magic. As his mind sank into darkness, a pitch-black, evil entity appeared behind Jeremy and spoke with mockery. What a pitiful child. Jeremy turned around in panic, warily facing the thing emerging from the darkness. Jensida, the high-ranking demon queen, slowly revealed herself with a sinister smile and offered a sweet lie. Your mother asked me to bring this to you. She knows you are having trouble at school. Jensida raised her hand, revealing a radiant blue gem, and promised, with this you will become stronger and reclaim your lost honor. Meanwhile, at the Rian family mansion, Lady Jessica was frantically smashing furniture in a fit of rage. She ground her teeth, screamed Lucas's name, and swore she would not spare anyone who dared bully her beloved son Jeremy. Suddenly, an enchanting voice rang out. This anger tastes delicious. Jensida appeared mysteriously, calmly enjoying cherries before Jessica's stunned gaze. Hearing the worried voices of the servants outside, Jessica shouted, "Do not come in." Jensida stepped closer to the woman collapsed on the floor and whispered with seductive charm, "I came here today to fulfill your wish." Jensida presented a blue snake-shaped gem and called it an adorable child. She declared that she would give this thing to her son, and it would become an unbreakable wall that hateful person could never cross. At the same time, in the deserted forest, Jensida was also tempting Jeremy with that very treasure. Once you wear this, no one will dare look down on you again. Holding the treasure in his hand, Jeremy's mind was clouded by the desire for revenge. He secretly resolved to defeat Lucas and make Julia acknowledge him. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, old Greg was also carrying out a shady deal. The hooded lackey handed him a glittering spiral object while grumbling about how hard it had been to collect. Greg gave a cruel smile, held the slow lotus snail, and declared smugly, "Well done. With this, I can turn every student in the martial arts faculty into cripples." Greg's eyes blazed with malice, and he could hardly wait to see Teacher Saigon's despair when he witnessed his students being ruined. A few days after the Allen Tower trial, the academy was in an uproar. Magic students gathered before the notice board and discussed in shock. "What did you say?" Male student anxiously asked whether the information had been confirmed by Teacher Greg. The purple-haired friend replied bitterly. He said the martial arts faculty's results were normal, with nothing unusual. Though they did not want to believe it, the truth was clear. The magic classes had fallen 2 ranks behind the martial arts faculty. What baffled them most was why the martial arts students had achieved such astonishing breakthroughs in strength during the trial. Lila sat with her head lowered in gloom. She feared that since this year's Goddess Memorial Festival was being held at their school, students from Holi and Kyoto would mock their miserable situation. Just thinking of that scene made the magic students want to run away in humiliation. But Teacher Greg stepped over with a sinister smile and reassured them, "There is no need to worry. That trash from the martial arts faculty can only enjoy this brief moment." Greg gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "I will personally correct this mistake. Saigon's class must be wiped out completely." At the training ground, Lucas and everyone else were still training hard. The sky had already grown dark and classes had ended. The fervent training atmosphere still filled the corridors, and every student voluntarily stayed behind for extra practice. Casey was quietly sweeping the classroom. She smiled faintly in satisfaction at her friend's effort. Suddenly, the broom handle struck something hard beneath a desk. She bent down curiously and discovered an exquisitely crafted golden ornament, shaped like a lotus snail. Realizing it was not Teacher Saigon's property, she guessed that some noble student had probably dropped it. She decided to place it in the lost and found box at the center of the room, without knowing that she had accidentally helped old Greg place the slow lotus snail trap in exactly the right position. The day of the Goddess Memorial Festival finally arrived amid a bustling atmosphere. The entire academy was bright with flags and flowers, fireworks thundered across the sky, and flocks of doves soared through the clear blue heavens. Amid the crowd streaming toward the festival, Kai stood at the main gate with an irritated expression. He kept grumbling because he had been stuck on reception duty for 30 minutes without seeing a single guest. Just as Kai was about to lose patience, Lucas quietly reminded him to stay calm because important guests had begun appearing at the end of the road. A procession of splendid carriages slowly entered the school gate amid brilliant fireworks, led by cavalrymen in gleaming armor. At the center, Headmaster Jareka of Allen Magic Academy loudly welcomed them, thanking the delegations for traveling so far to attend the festival. Lively atmosphere suddenly turned strangely cold. Snow began falling lightly, making a female student cry out in surprise. Every gaze turned toward the sky. A colossal ice dragon glowing blue slowly descended. Standing on the dragon's head was a white-haired young man with an extremely arrogant bearing. He was the top genius among the freshmen of Kyoto Magic Academy. Witnessing this ostentatious entrance, Theodore narrowed his eyes at his rival and inwardly judged it as nothing but flashy showmanship that drew unwanted attention. Immediately, a blazing surge of fire spirit suddenly erupted from below. A girl with radiant long hair appeared, holding a blazing folding fan. A colossal fire phoenix was summoned. The Kyoto boy turned back in shock and asked who dared challenge his ice dragon. From the brilliant flames and smoke, the girl holding the fan stepped out of a luxurious carriage. She was the top genius among the freshmen of St. Magic Academy, and she smiled wickedly and arrogantly as she asked whether he was Kyoto's genius. The colossal ice dragon had barely landed before it was surrounded by a blazing sea of fire. The girl from Saint Academy curled her lips arrogantly. She swung her golden fan and coldly urged her opponent to continue displaying his talent. Streams of fire essence fell like a meteor shower, making the crowd gasp in amazement. However, the white-haired boy from Kyoto still kept a calm and cold expression. He narrowed his eyes in irritation and questioned loudly, "Hey, are you trying to steal my spotlight, young lady?" Immediately, the ice dragon released its maximum cold energy against the fire phoenix, creating an earth-shaking elemental clash in the air. Without flinching at all, the girl from Saint Academy decisively leaped down from the carriage. Her eyes blazed as she realized the opponent wanted to go all the way, and she poured all her fire mana into her next attack. A terrifying explosion erupted above Alan Academy as fire and ice collided violently. Watching from below, Lucas stared thoughtfully at the center of the explosion with analytical eyes, acknowledging that both of them deserved the title of genius. The battle between the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Dragon continued with extreme intensity. The white-haired boy from Kyoto stood proudly atop a giant block of ice. He looked down challengingly. "Interesting. Let us see whether you can break through this icy defense." The clash grew more and more intense, but purple lightning suddenly tore across the sky. Julia appeared with a staff in hand, her entire body wrapped in powerful electricity. With an excited face, Julia shouted loudly, "Let us burn down this schoolyard too." A colossal thunder rock glowing purple shot into the sky. The three forces collided and formed a brilliant rainbow across the sky, leaving the audience amazed and applauding. If the Empire entrusted its hopes to these three storm wielders, everything would surely be secure. Even the Kyoto boy and the girl from Saint Academy were stunned by this intervention. Julia giggled mischievously, "Let me join the fun a little, everyone." Seeing such an impressive opening before the festival, the honored guests all marveled. The headmaster of Saint Academy, Lady Sanguinarian, looked intrigued and judged that this school year would have many interesting things. The Kyoto boy crossed his arms and observed, inwardly judging that Alan's opponent was young but highly formidable. When he was about to mock this display of power, a silent magic spell locked his mouth shut. The headmaster of Kyoto Magic Academy, Atticus Rosso, walked away silently and left behind a warning silence. Amid the still space, golden feathers slowly began falling and covered the square. The crowd stared blankly at the golden feathers falling from the sky, wondering what would come next. The feathers touched the ground and radiated brilliant light, turning the academy into a mysterious sea of radiance. From the center of the halo, a masked woman with colossal angelic wings slowly descended. Everyone was stunned by her otherworldly beauty and exclaimed in amazement, "She is so beautiful, it is unreal. I need her information right now." This mysterious figure even made Diane of Kyoto wary, and he secretly resolved to challenge that person. Aurora could not hide her admiration, blushing as she told herself she would work hard to gain this person's attention. When the masked woman touched the ground, even Sen Miranda had to bow respectfully in welcome. She smiled and greeted everyone, then affirmed, with the goddess's blessing, this year's festival would certainly be wonderful. The principal announced in a clear voice that all honored guests had arrived, then asked the students to move to the banquet hall and dismissed the audience. I marveled when he saw even San bowing, certain she had to be an important figure from the capital. Lucas calmly replied that he was more curious about her magic than her status. He thought to himself, with Diane Aurora, and now another new expert here, the festival was only getting more heated. The pre-festival banquet was held in a luxurious grand hall, where all kinds of delicious dishes were arranged in dazzling displays. However, the focus of attention fell on Diane, the top genius of Kyoto Academy. Endless whispers spread, saying he was far too arrogant, since even students from his own school did not dare strike up a conversation. In contrast to that coldness, Aurora, the representative of Holy Academy, appeared extremely friendly. She took the initiative to approach two Allen freshmen and ask about Julia's interests, hoping to befriend her. At first, the two boys blushed in confusion before Aurora's beauty. Then their expressions suddenly changed, from bright smiles like blooming flowers. They made a complete 180-degree turn and became cold as ice, leaving her utterly stunned. Aurora narrowed her eyes in suspicion, clearly sensing that the boy just now seemed to have had his mind controlled by someone. Meanwhile, Julia was still carefree, enjoying pastries beside her older brother Lucas. Aurora secretly resolved to investigate every piece of information about the girl in preparation for her next plan. Just then, Aiwa quietly walked past, her eyes glowing with the powerful hexagonal symbol, revealing that she herself had used spiritual magic to stop the probing into Julia's information, left the two male students dazed, unable to understand what had happened. Observing from the honored banquet table, the principal of Holy Academy could not help praising the ability of Aiwa, daughter of the Miranda family. She believed it was truly wasteful for such talent to be used only to block information gathering. Sitting nearby, Atticus Rosso, the principal of Kyoto Academy, sipped his wine and remarked that although the banquet was meant for relaxation, the battle had already begun. He arrogantly declared that this year's championship would belong to Kyoto again, and the other schools should only fight for second place. At the leaders' table, the atmosphere grew tense when Singwinterin brought up how they had nearly won last year. Articus immediately refuted her, saying the gap in strength was already obvious and affirming that Diane's will was number one. Seeing his two colleagues argue, Dean Jareka of Allen hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying each school had its own strengths. Everyone felt awkward as they remembered Allen had ranked last the previous year and had little ground to boast. Singwinterin suddenly shifted the topic to the trouble in the magical Beast Mountain range and asked curiously about the location of the finals. Usually to let students display their strength, the finals would be held in a forest far from the city. That forest had been carefully prepared with protective magic to prevent ferocious beasts from intruding. Dean Jareka sipped his wine and reassured them that everything had been settled thanks to cooperation between Academy staff and the Royal Army. Preparations in the Illusion Forest had been completed according to plan, and the name alone already carried the scent of scheming. Jareka announced in a clear voice that the only thing left was to draw lots for the preliminary round matchups. The three deans raised their glasses together and toasted the success of this year's festival amid the ringing clash of cups. The next day, the preliminary round of the Goddess Memorial Festival opened at the central arena of Allen Academy. Each school had 10 representatives participating, while Kyoto Academy, as last year's champion, was granted a special quota of 11 contestants. In the stands, the students grew restless as the match had not yet begun. A female student yawned and was reminded by her friend not to sleep, since this was a chance to observe their opponents. Lucas glanced at Kai, who was nodding off, and wondered why he was so sleepy, leaving Kai with no choice but to beg Lucas to pinch himself instead. At that moment, the announcement rang out clearly. The first match would begin with Diane Aslan from Kyoto Academy. Diane stepped into the center of the arena with a cold and oppressive presence. His opponent was Derek Ignis from Allen Magic Academy. The crowd buzzed over Derek's rotten luck in meeting the top student in the very opening match. Lucas silently judged that Derek was a fire mage, making him the natural enemy of an ice mage, so the odds of winning were still evenly split. Not making his opponent wait, Derek immediately released his mana, creating a colossal blazing fire entity that enveloped his body. With eyes burning with murderous intent, Derek poured all his strength into the fire avatar and unleashed a giant flaming fist, carrying destructive heat as it targeted Diane. Facing the mighty fire avatar, Diane coldly declared that his natural enemy had arrived. He let out a faint cold snort as a massive block of ice suddenly appeared. The block of ice directly froze and extinguished his opponent's flames in an instant. Derek was stunned when his painstaking move was neutralized. Had his fire avatar become frozen goods now? Giving his opponent no chance to resist, Diane released an immense surge of cold air, forming a frost explosion. It blasted Derek far away, sending him crashing onto the arena floor in a frozen state. The announcement declared that the winner of the opening match was Diane Aslan of Kyoto Magic Academy. Diane looked at his opponent with contempt in his eyes. So this is the level of the top 3 academies of Alancel. How disappointing. Below the stands, Kai and the other students were shocked that the match had ended so quickly. Diane had not even bothered to move a single step. Lucas narrowed his eyes in worry, silently judging that with this kind of strength, even Julia would have trouble defeating him. Julia rushed over in panic to check on Derek. "You are all right, aren't you?" Derek bitterly admitted that he was too pathetic, unable to even force the other side to use his full strength. Immediately after that, the second match was announced between Aurora Phoenix of Holy Academy and Iwa Miranda of Allen Academy. Julia grew worried when her friend had to face another top genius. Standing before the arena, Iwa narrowed her eyes with resolve and told herself this was no longer a trial inside Allen Tower, then declared that she would reclaim her honor. In the stands, whose cheers for Aurora rang out without pause. "Keep going, Aurora, take her down." Responding to the enthusiasm, Aurora waved gracefully. "Thank you, everyone. I will win beautifully today too, so cheer as loudly as you can." She did not forget to wink confidently, holding a folding fan that covered half of her proud face. Opposite her, Iwa narrowed her eyes as she sensed the terrifying pressure radiating out. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself that this was truly a worthy opponent, and she would prove her strength to everyone. The announcement rang out clearly. The second match begins. Seeing that her opponent still wore that affected expression, Iwa shouted, "Stop showing off and get started already." Immediately, Aurora swung the fan in her hand with force. A raging sea of flames erupted, engulfing the entire arena. Aurora muttered behind her fan, her sharp eyes cold and focused. How terribly rude. She saw that Iwa had already activated a blazing red magic circle for defense. Aurora looked surprised. "Oh, used psychic power to create a barrier. That sounds rather interesting." Right after that, she gathered her strength and unleashed the move Phoenix Elf. A gigantic pillar of fire burst from the ground, rushing straight toward Iwa. Iwa gritted her teeth, pouring all her power into the barrier to withstand the storm of fire. Aurora stood high above and mocked her. It seems you are too busy defending to attack. Giving Aiwa no chance to breathe, Aurora poured magic into her fan again, preparing the next strike. An earth-shaking explosion of fire spirit energy erupted. It swallowed Aiwa in a blazing crimson sea of fire. Aurora covered her mouth and laughed smugly behind her fan. Oh, is it over already? Suddenly, within the flames, Aiwa's eyes lit up with the hexagonal symbol of the Miranda family. She said coldly, do not celebrate too soon. Let us see who is the one eliminated. Immediately, Aiwa activated the grand psychic magic illusory demon mind forest, pulling Aurora into an illusionary space. Aurora panicked as she realized she was being burned by her own flames. She screamed in despair, hello, why am I burning myself like this? Amid the illusory flames, Aiwa declared firmly, do not think escaping my psychic magic will be easy. However, amid the sea of real fire, Aurora suddenly threw back her head and laughed wildly. She issued a challenge, now taste defeat. A shocking burst of spiritual power shattered Aiwa's psychic barrier. The magic symbol on Aiwa's forehead broke apart. It made her stagger back in shock, and the illusion was forcibly dispelled. Aiwa trembled within the encirclement of real fire, unable to believe it. She should have been trapped in the illusion. From the stands, Lucas narrowed his eyes as he sensed something unusual, silently analyzing the strategy. First, Aiwa deliberately fell into a disadvantage to make Aurora careless, then used an illusion to force her opponent's ultimate move. But Aurora breaking free from control and reversing the situation so quickly was beyond expectation. Aurora smirked arrogantly at the fallen Aiwa. Your cat is only for show. Stop acting, dear. Just as rumored, you truly are far too arrogant. She revealed that if she had not seen Aiwa's magic at the festival, she might have fallen for the trap. Aiwa was stunned to realize her opponent had been secretly observing her beforehand. The loudspeaker rang out, declaring the match over. Lucas wondered inwardly how Aurora had escaped psychic magic, and whether she had similar energy, but he dismissed it because that was impossible. Lucas analyzed that magic only worked when blessed by a god, and for the past 1,000 years, each person had received blessings from only one god. Though no one could use multiple types of magic at the same time, he remembered that training the mind through martial arts could build resistance against psychic magic. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Could Aurora have trained in martial arts too? The atmosphere at Allen Academy turned gloomy. The students complained in discouragement, thinking Allen would come last again. Long yawns rang out, and the students became strangely drowsy and sluggish. A female student tried to encourage everyone, saying the school's genius had not entered the field yet. Even she could not resist the droseness. Lucas saw their energy dropping and wondered why everyone looked like they were about to be laid out. The magic students blamed the martial arts department, but in reality, everyone was mysteriously exhausted. Old Greg stood in a dark corner, laughing viciously with satisfaction as he saw his plan succeed. He stroked the cursed treasure, inwardly cursing that they would all lose their strength. A while later, the two matches between Kyoto Academy and Holy Academy also officially ended. Lucas continued watching calmly, but Kai beside him kept yawning in exhaustion. The loudspeaker announced that the fifth match was Julia's turn. Her opponent was Tegan Valentine from Kyoto Magic Academy. Both of them stepped onto the field. When the signal sounded, Tegan took the initiative to attack first, shouting, "Welcome to the grand construction site." Julia's streams of purple lightning erupted violently, answering the opening attack. Julia narrowed her eyes in concentration, observing every movement of her opponent. Tegan covered himself in solid stone armor. Though tired, his magic remained powerful. Lucas thought inwardly that if Julia had not defended first, she might already have been defeated. He told himself his younger sister should avoid a direct confrontation. Tegan's eyes lit up with calculation. He activated gigantic construction magic, raised a towering stone pillar at the center of the arena. Completely undaunted, Julia gathered all her thunder magic into her palm. She directly shattered Tegan's stone pillar into fragments that flew everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the air. Julia observed the deep pit she had just created and reluctantly said, "Hiding well, are you?" Suddenly, Julia's eyes widened in shock as she noticed a beam of light. A brilliant golden beam shot straight into her from behind. The sudden attack caught the girl off guard. Julia's entire body was covered by a layer of hard stone. Tegan declared that it was fossilization magic, slowing every movement of the opponent. Tegan inwardly judged that Julia possessed powerful magic but lacked experience. He believed that sealing her movement meant victory was certain. Immediately, Tegan activated Grand Earth magic. It raised gigantic stone blocks that collapsed toward Julia's position, creating terrifying pressure. The stone closed like a cage, swallowing Julia inside amid dry cracking crashes. The girl's staff fell onto the arena floor, leaving the entire audience in the stands stunned. Everyone worriedly shouted Julia's name when they saw her completely immobilized. They feared Allen Academy would suffer its third defeat if things continued like this. Tegan smugly tightened his grip on his scepter, believing the duel had officially ended. Suddenly, Tegan noticed something unusual from the audience's astonished gazes, were pointing toward the ruins. From inside the stone, Julia curled her lips into a mysterious smile. "Now it is my turn to clean house for you." The girl excitedly declared that she would begin the search, because her opponent had hidden himself too well. A brilliant purple energy sphere erupted violently, shattering every stone shackle before Tegan's stunned eyes. He screamed, unable to believe his eyes, when Julia could still cast high-level magic while completely sealed. With eyes blazing with majestic power, Julia released a massive surge of crimson-purple lightning that struck straight down onto the arena. Tegan screamed in agony as the devastating energy swallowed him. He wondered in terror what kind of monstrous power this was. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing Julia standing proudly in the ruined arena, looking down at her immobilized opponent in the deep pit. The girl smiled and revealed that she had been accumulating mana before her opponent had time to hide. She admitted that hide-and-seek was tiring, so she wanted to finish the round quickly. Lying collapsed at the bottom of the pit, Tegan realized in shock that Julia had anticipated everything and deliberately taken the hit to lure him into a trap. He bitterly admitted that he had been completely defeated by the girl's brilliant calculation. The loudspeaker clearly announced Julia Rayan's victory in the 5th match amid thunderous cheers. Allen Academy's first victory rekindled hope for all the students. However, debates over the strength of the top 3 magic schools immediately broke out. Some people believed that in terms of attributes, fire was stronger than ice. Ice was stronger than lightning, so Julia seemed to be the weakest. However, that argument was quickly refuted because Diane had defeated a fire mage in the very first match. Lucas quietly observed the crowd. He looked thoughtfully at Kai, who was sleeping soundly, and faintly sensed that something was wrong. Julia and Iwal left the arena together amid congratulations for the upcoming final. Suddenly, a paper airplane flew over from somewhere and landed in Julia's hand. It left the girl stunned when she opened it to look. Late at night, after Iwa had fallen into deep sleep in the dormitory, Julia secretly left for the meeting place in the forest. The girl hurried over and apologized to Lucas for making him wait, then asked curiously why he had called her out so late at night. In her heart, Julia secretly hoped her brother would praise her. The girl excitedly boasted that she had won without using the pill, proving that her strength had improved. Lucas still stood quietly beneath the moonlight, looking straight at his sister and asking a pointed question. Julia, do you truly want to win the final? Under the hazy moonlight in the forest, Julia firmly declared that she absolutely had to win. Lucas gently rubbed his sister's head and smiled in approval. Very good, that is my sister. However, his expression immediately turned serious as he warned that her chances of defeating those two geniuses were 0. Lucas frankly admitted that both Aurora and Diane far surpassed Julia in magic level and actual combat experience. He emphasized Diane from Kyoto Academy in particular, someone with high magic resistance from having gone through countless battles. For a lightning mage like Julia, wearing down his strength would be an extremely difficult challenge. Hearing her brother say that, Julia resolutely asked whether he had any way to help her win. Lucas curled his lips into a mysterious smile, admitting that he did, but it would be extremely harsh. Without the slightest hesitation, Julia declared that she could endure any pain to seize glory. Lucas snapped his fingers as a signal and loudly declared, then let the hell training begin. All of a sudden, Uru rushed in from behind and rammed her, sending Julia flying away in shock. The girl asked in panic, Uru, did your circuits short out? Immediately afterward, razor-sharp blocks of ice suddenly rose from the ground, forcing Julia to dodge nimbly to avoid being badly injured. Lucas stood proudly on the wolf's head, inwardly comparing himself to a lion pushing its cub off a cliff so it could grow on its own. With radiant spiritual energy surrounding him, Lucas declared that he would not hold back and urged his sister to use everything she had to overcome the trial. Lucas swung his hand, releasing cruel waves of freezing cold, forming razor-sharp stone pillars that pursued Julia closely. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Julia shouted in shock, "Wow, big brother, how can you use magic?" Lucas calmly explained that it was because he had formed a submission contract with Uru. He revealed that when making a contract with a high-level magical beast, the master not only received pills but could also borrow magical energy from them. Lucas affirmed that as long as he touched a contracted magical beast, he could freely use its power. Uru was a level 6 magical beast with the ability to control both ice and fire. When its ice magic was combined with Lucas's skills, the power would be multiplied many times over. Immediately, a giant ice wolf with sharp fangs was summoned and charged straight down toward Julia's position. A gigantic block of eternal ice rose up, directly swallowing the girl inside. Witnessing such a ruthless attack, Uru worriedly reminded his master to hold back, afraid Julia would not be able to endure it. Lucas calmly replied that he was already restraining himself greatly. At the same time, he warned Julia that if she did not quickly learn how to break the ice and build resistance, she would freeze to death. Forced into a corner, Julia roared with pride, "Do not look down on me, this genius is angry now." A burst of radiant purple lightning exploded, piercing through the thick ice. Julia escaped with a smug look on her face. "Well then, am I strong enough to carry your heart by noon now?" But before she could rest, Julia was stunned to realize she was actually trapped inside a gigantic frozen maze. Lucas stood high above and coldly announced that the next wave of attacks was about to begin. He rode on Uru's back, pressing her relentlessly until Julia could only scream in terror. Julia struggled to dodge the barrage of attacks from her brother. The chase dragged on until both were exhausted, and Julia breathlessly admitted that her magic power was drained. But Lucas stuffed recovery pills into his sister's mouth and the wolf's mouth. Lucas smiled wickedly, raised the pill, and declared that the hellish training had only truly begun. Seeing that her brother had no intention of stopping, Julia cried out and called him a demon. A few hours later at the dormitory, Aiwa looked around anxiously, still unable to see any sign of Julia. Just then, a pair of trembling legs stepped into the room in tattered shoes. Aiwa was shocked by Julia's battered state, her clothes torn and her face covered in grime. Julia weakly said good morning, then collapsed into Aiwa's arms. Julia forced a smile and explained that she had just gone through special training for the final match. Aiwa gritted her teeth in anger at Lucas's cruelty for making his sister suffer before the day of the match. Julia gently closed her eyes, smiled in satisfaction, and declared that she would win tomorrow. Her eyes suddenly blazed with furious fire, and she swore to make her opponent taste her pain. The next day, the final round of the Goddess Memorial Festival began in a tenser atmosphere than ever. The scores of Holy Academy and Kyoto Academy were tied in lead with 2 points, while Allen Academy had only 1 point. Each school sent its strongest representative to compete in the Illusion Forest. Principal Jureka ordered the representatives to finish their preparations quickly and enter the arena. Diane stepped forward with an arrogant air and coldly declared that she needed no preparation. Seeing that attitude, Aurora licked her lips provocatively, craving even more to crush her opponent. In contrast to the tension, Julia stood there yawning again and again in exhaustion. Her listless appearance made the students mock her, saying she had no chance of winning. Seeing those brats dare to badmouth his sister, Lucas immediately knocked them on the head a few times. He thought to himself that after the hellish training, even he and Yuru had needed to soak in medicinal herbs for half a day to recover. Although he had given Julia medicine, she had still slept like a log throughout the entire previous day. Lucas grew annoyed because the students kept gossiping about her giving up. Lucas decided to take out a bottle of enhancement pills and give them to use. Aiwa worriedly asked about Julia's health, while Julia groggily insisted that she could carry the whole map alone. Aiwa gently handed back the red crystal rabbit, and Julia explained that she had left it behind because she feared losing it during training. Hearing the words mountain training, Aiwa could not help feeling stunned and suspicious. Lucas's pills worked with miraculous effect, instantly filling the Allen students with blazing morale. They cheered in unison, convinced that Allen Academy would win and that Julia would send her opponent flying. Seeing the change, Aiwa quietly wondered what Lucas had truly done to his sister. Before stepping into the circle, Aiwa rubbed Julia's head and told her to be careful. Then the two strode proudly straight into the heart of the illusion forest. The instant the magic circle beneath their feet shone brightly, Julia was officially transported into the illusion forest. She remembered her brother's warning to hide carefully, because coming out too soon would mean getting beaten badly. She quickly found a large ancient tree to conceal her movements. From the bushes, Aurora rushed out at terrifying speed. Her razor-sharp eyes kept sweeping through every corner to search for prey. Julia held her breath and pressed close to the tree trunk, her heart pounding nonstop in fear of being discovered. In the stands, the students grew restless when they saw Julia take the initiative to hide from the very beginning. Aurora swept past Julia's position. She paused for a suspicious moment, but then continued walking. Aurora thought to herself that she had definitely heard someone nearby. However, an earth-shaking frozen explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. It shook an entire stretch of the sky. She smiled with wicked charm when she recognized Diane's familiar aura. Without the slightest hesitation, Aurora swung her blazing fan, then launched herself toward the center of the cold aura. Meanwhile, Julia was still sitting flat beneath the tree, faint streams of purple electricity drifting around her body. Witnessing that scene, the students in the stands were stunned and could not believe their eyes. How could a lightning mage conceal her presence so skillfully? Lucas burst into hearty laughter at everyone's bewildered expressions. It turned out that throughout the hellish training, because she was utterly exhausted and desperately wanted to hide from her brother's pursuit, Julia had accidentally learned how to completely erase her own presence. In another corner of the forest, Diane and Aurora faced each other amid the cold mist filled with killing intent. Lucas watched from afar through the screen, smiling with calculation as everything went according to plan. He thought to himself, once the two geniuses fought until they were exhausted, that would be the perfect moment for Julia to appear and finish them off. Diane stood proudly atop the gigantic ice tower. His eyes were calmly closed as a rain of fire crystals poured down like a waterfall. An earth-shaking explosion erupted when fire and ice collided. Amid the smoke and dust, Diane realized that only Aurora had come, and he mocked her, "Only you alone, how boring." Aurora curled her lips into a provocative smile, waved her blazing fan, and sneered so the top student of Allen also knows how to hide. Diane remained unmoved and activated the glowing blue magic stone as razor-sharp ice armor began to cover his body. He declared clearly, "I intended to defeat both of you at once, but fine, the sooner it ends, the sooner I rest. I do not have time." Aurora thrust out her chest defiantly and declared that she would be the one to break his undefeated streak. Immediately, she swung her fan and unleashed the ultimate technique Phoenix. Diane suddenly charged forward with lightning-like speed and threw a powerful ice-coated loaded punch. He directly confronted his opponent's flames at close range, and the extreme waves of energy erupted. Witnessing the shocking scene, the students in the stands were stunned, realizing that everything before had been an act. They saw that Diane fought with airtight precision, revealing no openings, his close combat style as fierce as a true martial artist. Lucas observed through the screen and silently judged that Diane had chosen the path of a mage for advancement, but had secretly trained in martial arts to reach the peak of strength. He secretly praised Diane's mindset of not being picky about methods, telling himself that if everyone thought that way, martial artists would not have been treated so poorly. When Kai curiously asked who would win, Lucas narrowed his eyes, analyzed the situation, and answered, based on pure strength, probably Diane. Iowa did not think the result was already decided, judging that Aurora was definitely still hiding a trump card. However, a student suddenly cried out when the match had already been decided. Diane appeared arrogantly amid the shattered ice fragments. Seeing Julia approach, he calmly remarked that the little girl had arrived late, though the battle had been rather impressive. Julia asked warily whether he had truly defeated Aurora. Diane arrogantly affirmed that his ice magic was the strongest in the world, and no one else could win at this festival. With cold, sharp eyes, Diane declared that he would end everything right here. Julia immediately swung her staff and activated a thunder shield to protect herself. Diane responded with the great technique, Giant Ice Dragon, pressing it straight down on Julia with terrifying force. The collision froze and shattered the surrounding trees. Julia was blasted far away. Just as the little girl struggled to rise amid the frost mist, Diane closed in from behind with godlike speed and launched a treacherous ice strike. A gigantic block of ice pressed down at extreme speed, but Julia managed to dodge by a hair. The little girl focused intensely, her entire body blazing with powerful purple lightning. Julia secretly admitted that compared to her brother's brutal attacks during training, Diane's movements were truly slow. She poured power into her legs and rushed out like lightning, preparing for a decisive counterattack. Diane watched Julia's figure continuously retreat and secretly mocked her, "Are you just going to keep running?" However, Julia had no intention of stopping. She glided between brilliant purple magic circles that continuously appeared beneath her feet. A gigantic magic formation suddenly covered the entire ground. Huge ice pillars abruptly rose from beneath the earth, forming a towering ice tower in the middle of the forest. Julia stared in shock at the massive ice structure called Ice Prison as it gradually took shape. Standing at the top of the tower, Diane declared clearly, "I chose a place with many underground water veins for this situation. This is the pinnacle of my strategy. Watch and learn." Diane waved his hand, and a razor-sharp star-shaped block of ice appeared from a magic circle in the sky. The block of ice pressed straight down on Julia with crushing pressure, as though trying to pulverize her. Standing at the center of the storm, Julia gripped her staff tightly and poured out all her power, preparing the decisive strike. Diane stood proudly atop the ice tower and arrogantly declared that this was the true form of a real powerhouse. A gigantic magic circle glowed brilliantly in the sky, pouring deep blue spiritual power into the icy structure that radiated suffocating pressure. Looking down below, Diane narrowed his eyes and commented on Julia. The little girl had moved better than she had in the preliminary round. She had barely managed to glide between the purple lightning flashes to avoid the treacherous attack. Diane realized that Julia had cleverly used lightning to deflect the trajectory of his attack. He admitted that he had underestimated the power the little girl had hidden all this time. Julia gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into her staff, holding back the gigantic block of ice collapsing down. Unwilling to waste more time getting bogged down in the battle, Julia quickly leaped far away to find an escape route. Diane only snorted coldly in contempt at his opponent's efforts. As soon as she touched the ground, Julia realized in panic that the ice beneath her feet was also part of Diane's trap. Ice chains suddenly wrapped tightly around her legs, while an ice spike shot toward her from a blind spot. She only had time to widen her eyes in shock at the terrifying speed of the new attack. How could he be so fast? He had unleashed a fatal strike, creating a violent explosion that swallowed Julia's position in dust and ice shards. Diane gathered an icy sphere, his ruthless eyes declaring that he would freeze the soul of anyone who dared face him. Immediately, a giant path of ice erupted violently. Julia struggled to defend herself in panic, but the brutal cold blast sent the little girl flying back in shock. From the stands, Lucas calmly continued watching. He realized that controlling the ice dragon from the start had not been difficult for Diane at all. Even so, Lucas was quite confident, because he had increased Julia's ice resistance by 200%, so mere cold was not enough to extinguish the little girl's will. Julia struggled to her feet amid the ruins, her entire body covered in cold smoke. He realized how thoroughly his opponent had prepared when he saw. Even this bone-piercing cold still could not completely subdue Julia. He poured more mana into his palm, his eyes filled with cruelty as he said he wanted to see a weak girl like Julia struggle in pain even more. Julia gripped the staff, flashing with purple lightning. The little girl trembled from the cold as she realized Diane had turned this entire place into a frozen wasteland. Giant ice clones with sharp weapons emerged from the mist, surround Julia. A giant swung a 1,000-pound death scythe straight down at her. Julia only raised her eyes with firm resolve. The little girl roared hoarsely, declaring that even if he turned this place into extreme cold or used clones, he still could not defeat her. A massive surge of purple thunder exploded from her staff, shattering the ice giant in a dazzling flash. Julia fired an extremely powerful lightning bolt straight toward the top of the tower. Diane had to dive down to dodge, and he curled his lips faintly. Not bad, but still too immature. Julia realized in panic that the clones she had just destroyed had instantly regenerated to their original state, as if they had never been destroyed. The little girl mustered her strength and unleashed chain lightning. Electric spheres linked together and swept away the clones surrounding her. But the pressure from the ice monsters was too great when a giant suddenly swung a razor-sharp ice blade down hard right beside her position. Julia gritted her teeth and defended herself while exhaustion showed clearly on her face. Through the magic screen, Kai realized in fury that Diane was deliberately using clones to wear down Julia's mana. Lucas hoped that Julia hiding at the start of the match and waiting for Diane to exhaust his strength would give her a chance to turn things around. However, Iwa was still worried, doubting whether things could be that simple when the gap in strength was so great. Julia panted wearily, noticing that the regeneration speed of the clones had slowed. Diane walked over leisurely and mocked her. Out of mana already? Just surrender, little girl. Although somewhat tired, Diane coldly admitted that Julia was stronger than he had expected, but he asserted that everything had been arranged to crush the little girl in the cruelest way. He declared that the match would end right here amid a radiant icy glow. Julia poured all her strength into the brilliant purple magic circle, refusing to lose and fighting to the end. Diane still wore a terrifyingly cold expression and calmly declared, "As long as you remain inside the frozen zone I created." Deep purple explosion of spiritual power erupted violently in the arena. Diane hid inside a massive and powerful ice entity, coldly declaring, "Even with resistance, the cold will soon gnaw away at you." Diane curled his lips cruelly, clearly declaring that she was merely as good as dead, and he could hardly wait to see her despairing face. Diane immediately controlled the giant Iceman to attack Julia, forcing her to keep moving to avoid the pursuit. Julia judged that her opponent's movements had slowed, and that he was no longer setting any more ice traps. Looking at Diane's face, the little girl realized he was running out of mana, but was still forcing himself to maintain this extreme cold zone. Julia suddenly smiled with confidence, purple arcs of electricity blazing around her body. She poured all her strength into her staff and challenged him. "You are pretty confident, are you not?" Julia slammed her staff hard against the ground, clearly activating electric view. Deep purple sea of electricity erupted violently, surrounding and directly attacking the giant ice entity. Standing inside the ice armor being struck by electricity, Diane still tried to insist it was useless, because ice could block lightning. His eyes suddenly widened in shock when a purple thunder rose appeared before him. Julia replied coldly, "Ice can block lightning only because the lightning is not strong enough." With eyes blazing in powerful light, the little girl declared that if lightning was strong enough, even ice could not stop it. A colossal surge of thunder carrying destructive power erupted violently. Diane realized in panic that this thunder carried power far beyond all his calculations, directly crushing her strongest defense. Gritted his teeth and told himself he had to escape the electric field quickly before the ice armor shattered completely. Just as Diane found an opening to counterattack, he suddenly froze in terror when he saw the surrounding mana transform. Julia said coldly that within this special electron field, her magic would resonate and be strengthened to a whole new level. Julia shouted loudly, "Do not blink, here comes the finishing move." And she released a gigantic surge of purple lightning with destructive power straight at the target. The devastating current directly struck Diane, making him scream in pain as tens of thousands of volts pierced through his body. Every spectator in the stands froze in shock at the stunning scene shown on the magic screen. The students began talking in a commotion, starting to doubt whether lightning truly was disadvantaged against ice as theory claimed, because this battle had far surpassed freshman level. Male student asked Jeremy if this was the kind of lightning he usually endured from Julia, leaving Jeremy speechless. At the center of the explosion, the smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a deep pit where Diane lay collapsed amid gray smoke. Julia panted from exhaustion, looked up with a soot-streaked, innocent face, and asked whether she had won. Julia slowly approached the edge of the pit and worriedly asked whether her opponent was still all right. Lying motionless in the deep pit, Diane murmured an apology to his sister in his delirium for failing to bring back glory. In his mind appeared the image of a powerful woman standing with crossed arms and looking down at him with cold eyes, spitting contempt as she called him useless. A dark entity with crimson eyes blazing with killing intent suddenly appeared in his hallucination, roaring that Diane had to win at all costs, even if he sacrificed his life, because he would never acknowledge a pathetic loser. Julia stood looking down into the deep pit, where Diane lay motionless, secretly worried because every injury in the illusion forest directly affected the real body. The girl was horrified to realize her opponent was still standing after her full-power lightning strike. "He took my ultimate move head-on and still lived. He really is a monster." Suddenly, the dry sound of cracking ice rang out, making Julia's eyes widen in shock. Diane slowly stood up, his entire body shrouded in evil black energy, and he curled his lips into a cold smile, surprised. "Are you you. I also trained to resist lightning. With eyes streaked by crimson bloodlust and madness, he roared that he would not be brought down so easily by this cheap electricity. Razor-sharp blocks of ice suddenly erupted violently, forcing Julia to keep leaping away to evade their relentless pursuit. He suddenly closed in behind her, terrifying Julia, while the purple sparks on her body also began to fall into chaos. An earth-shaking explosion of icy energy erupted, blasting everything around it away. Standing amid the ruins, Diane coldly declared that his next attack would officially end everything. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Next time I will finish you with my strongest magic. Diane charged forward like a savage beast, ignoring the purple lightning sweeping violently around him. Julia wondered in shock. What is wrong with this man? He has clearly exhausted his magic. So why is he still charging straight at me like this? Even as his body was burned by lightning, Diane still closed in madly, forcing Julia to brace herself and defend against the suffocating pressure. Although his entire body had already been scorched by lightning, Diane had no intention of taking even a single step back. Julia realized in shock that the black energy radiating from him now was even stronger and more brutal than before. It forced Julia into a dead end, and the girl had to grit her teeth and endure as her exhaustion became increasingly obvious. Julia wondered how she could possibly defeat an entity this mad. Diane slowly stepped forward with eyes blazing crimson with killing intent and a razor-sharp ice sword in his hand. Remembering Lucas's claim that her brother had never misjudged an opponent's strength, Julia gathered the last of her remaining strength and struggled to rise, refusing to be overwhelmed. A gigantic magic circle blazed beneath Julia's feet, and she poured all her remaining mana into forming a destructive lightning sphere aimed straight at the enemy. He nimbly dodged Julia's attack and closed in until he was only inches away from her. With crimson eyes full of evil, Diane unleashed a lightning-fast fishing blow with terrifying force. But at that life-or-death instant, a burst of purple force suddenly struck Diane straight in the face, making his eyes widen. Julia poured all her strength into the decisive blow, declaring that this attack condensed all of her lightning and was 10 times stronger than any move before. Half her face was still covered in frost. Julia smiled confidently at her opponent and admitted that he was very strong, but this time, she was the one who won. Diane could not believe his eyes, and he roared in utter disbelief. How could someone like you? Immediately, brilliant purple lightning flowers erupted violently and crashed down, making Diane scream miserably in pain. Diane collapsed onto the arena floor, his entire body smoking black after Julia's devastating blow. Seeing the ice on her face gradually melt, she breathed out in relief. It was finally over. Julia silently told herself that if she had not gone through hell training with her brother, she definitely would not have lasted until now. Just as Julia was utterly exhausted, Diane was still murmuring in delirium when suddenly, blazing flames erupted violently once more, engulfing the space. Aurora appeared proudly with a golden fan in hand, looking down at the defeated Diane and mocking him. Down already? What a waste of time. Aurora curled her lips into a sinister smile and gave Julia a provocative greeting. Long time no see, top student of Alan. Seeing the shocking scene through the magic screen, Iwa realized in astonishment that Lucas's prediction had been wrong. Because Aurora was still alive, she worriedly wondered what Julia would do next when even Diane had been painfully tricked, while Lucas still watched with a thoughtful expression. Aurora appeared like lightning on a high tree branch, looking down at the battered Julia and teasing her, frozen stiff. Are you scared of me now? Julia broke into a cold sweat, realizing this the worst-case scenario her brother had warned her about. Seeing Julia remain silent and wary, Aurora looked indifferent. Honestly, you are too cold. He curiously asked Julia whether she wanted to know how she had deceived Diane and hidden herself all this time. Then she clearly declared that she would reveal everything without holding anything back. But Aurora's next action made Julia panic and wave her hands to stop her when she saw her opponent begin to raise a hand to unbutton her clothes. Julia's face flushed bright red as she shouted amid the chaos. Hey, that is not what I meant by keeping something back. Aurora gave a sly smile, remarking that Julia looked truly adorable when acting shy. She took out a pendant set with a red stone called Rose Oath, revealing that this the secret that had helped her reverse the situation. Thanks to it, Aurora was immune to all mental attacks and could manipulate opponents with the magic power within. However, its only weakness was that once its energy ran dry, it needed an entire day to recover. Julia was stunned to realize Aurora had used this trick to deceive Diane into thinking she had lost, then hid herself and waited for the right moment. This explained why Iwa's high-level psychic magic had been useless against her. Aurora admitted that Diane's will was too strong and had drained the stone's magic power in a single use. But she bluntly declared that at this level, winning was all that mattered, and the method was irrelevant. Julia replied with contempt that it was not truly her own strength. Aurora lightly hid her face behind the fan. Julia, I want you to surrender willingly. She continued her act. Aurora mocked that since Julia had exhausted her magic power and could no longer resist, she was generous enough to reveal her secret. Aurora insisted she did not want to waste any more effort fighting, but the only answer to her temptation was a streak of purple lightning flying straight toward Aurora. She swiftly swung her fan, creating a blazing fire dragon vortex that knocked away the sudden attack. Her gaze turned icy and filled with displeasure. Oh, so you are rejecting my offer. Though Julia's face was covered in injuries and her breathing was ragged, her eyes still shone with firm resolve. The girl clenched her staff, gathered the last of her strength to release a stream of purple electricity, and declared clearly, whether I can fight or not, I will only know after I try. Aurora narrowed her eyes cruelly and murmured, I see. Swinging the blazing fan with a sinister expression, Aurora declared loudly, since you want to fight that badly, I will entertain you properly. Immediately, a gigantic magic circle lit up beneath Julia's feet. Julia was shocked as she felt an overwhelming energy pressing down on her body. With no other choice, the girl immediately activated lightning escape to seek a way out by a hair's breadth. However, Aurora had closed in with astonishing speed. Aurora could not help being startled by Julia's reaction speed. She actually kept up with me. She smiled disdainfully as she saw Julia struggling within the sea of flames. Just now you were still being frozen, were you not? Aurora's eyes glowed with enchanting light as she swung her fan and said coldly, let me warm you up. A gigantic blazing fire phoenix rushed out from the void. It engulfed the entire space in destructive heat. Julia screamed in pain as she was swallowed by the fiery vortex. Within the blazing cage, Julia suddenly remembered her brother's warning. Aurora was highly unpredictable, so she had to always keep some magic power in reserve for self-defense. But the girl bitterly admitted that after her final attack on Diane, she had no magic power left at all. In that life or death moment, the girl narrowed her eyes with determination, telling herself there was only one way left to defeat Aurora. Aurora stood proudly amid the flames, mocking the exhausted Julia. Why not stop struggling? She curled her lips in a smug smile, declaring that since her mana was gone, she should lie still and die. Suddenly, a streak of purple electricity flashed unexpectedly, leaving a cut on Aurora's cheek and making her cry out in shock. Huh. Julia admitted that her remaining magic power was truly exhausted. But the girl still smiled defiantly. But if I use your own magic power, I can still attack. Julia bravely used the melted water from Diane's ice magic to conduct and expand the range of her lightning attack across the entire arena. Aurora was stunned as she realized her intent, but she still managed to regain her arrogance. What a pity. Lightning at that level is not enough to defeat me. Julia's eyes shone with determination, and the girl thought inwardly that the previous strike had only been to buy time. Julia poured the last trace of magic power into her staff and roared fiercely, I will use everything I have left to end this. Aurora realized the danger in panic. Stop, if it explodes now you will die. But you are inside the Phoenix Vortex, so you will be in even greater danger. Fire and lightning were both formless elements extremely unstable, so when mixed at high density, they would create an earth-shaking explosion. A dazzling explosion erupted with tremendous force, blasting everything around it away. The red crystal rabbit was blown into the air by the force. Julia collapsed onto the arena floor, gravely injured. The girl whispered in a daze, did it work? Her staff flew into a corner, leaving Julia lying completely motionless amid the thick smoke and dust. From within the flames, a staggering black silhouette slowly emerged. Aurora staggered out in a rag state, her breathing rushed. That was close. Her face was covered in scratches, her eyes blazing with crimson killing intent, and she gritted her teeth in rage as she looked at Julia. Honestly, daring to throw away your life in an attack like that, you really are insane. Aurora swung her blazing fan ready to deliver the next blow. It is over. A brutal stream of fire serpents descended. It directly swallowed the arena under the shocked gazes of Lucas and the students. Lying collapsed within the sea of flames, Julia bitterly told herself, am I really going to lose here? After working this hard, it is so frustrating. All of a sudden, the eyes of the red crystal rabbit glowed with an eerie light. A mysterious voice rang out in the girl's mind. Do you want the origin? Immediately, a gigantic pillar of purple lightning erupted violently from Julia's position. Aurora trembled as she looked ahead, unable to believe her eyes. Are you really Julia? Julia rose imposingly amid the raging streams of electricity. The girl's gaze had completely changed, revealing a terrifying resolve. I will win at any cost. A series of high-level magic circles lit up around her, releasing suffocating pressure. Aurora cried out in shock, no chant, such blatant cheating. Julia now radiated a completely different presence, forcing her opponent to admit it with a trembling heart. That power was nothing like the Julia from before, but the pressure radiating from that beautiful face was making my heart pound non-stop. From outside the illusion forest, a gigantic pillar of purple light rose high into the clouds, shaking the entire sky. The academy staff rushed to the scene in panic, stunned as they admitted they had never seen a goddess memorial festival this intense and terrifying. Observing the results through the magic screen, the leaders concluded that all three contestants had displayed power far beyond every expectation, forcing the award ceremony to be temporarily postponed. Principal Jiraiya made a bold proposal. The 3 students capable of carrying the Empire's future, grant them the right to meet the goddess. After the battle, the Academy Hall erupted with brilliant fireworks. The youngest champion in the festival's history had been established. Crowd below kept chanting, "Julia Ryan, congratulations." Julia beamed in her pure white outfit, raising her hand high to greet the audience with a happy smile. Diane stood beside her, still wearing a cold expression, yet unable to hide his regret. He silently admitted, "This stings, but you are good." Hearing that, Aurora gave a faint mocking sigh. Oh, has that man already started thinking about next time? Men really do love holding grudges. Suddenly, Aurora pulled Julia into her arms and hugged her tightly, startling Julia into panic. Aurora whispered, "If you need a sparring partner, choose me instead of Diane. I will support you, and whatever you do, I will approve." Aurora held Julia tightly in her passionate embrace. She thought with arrogance that few girls could surpass her in intelligence, strength, and beauty the way Julia did. Julia was hugged so tightly that she could only cry out in embarrassment. Diane stood beside them in shock and snapped, asking Aurora what she was doing. Seeing the children's enthusiasm, both principals smiled. Principal Jureka was surprised that someone as taciturn as Diane had made friends so quickly. Soon after, the announcement speakers invited the principals of each school onto the stage to begin the award ceremony. A wooden box opened, revealing radiant badges that stirred the crowd. They were badges allowing entry into the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. Everyone wondered why there were 3 rewards. Principal Jureka explained clearly. All 3 finalists were outstanding, so they were granted the right to meet the goddess. Aurora, Julia, and Diane all widened their eyes in shock at this unexpected decision. Jureka's proposal to reward all 3 made Articus Rosso displeased. Singuintaran suspected Jureka's calculations, but understood this was a priceless opportunity. Amid the solemn atmosphere of the award ceremony, Julia excitedly moved closer to Diane and Aurora. She smiled brightly and suggested, "Hey, you two, even though you were once rivals, from now on you will be companions. Please get along." Faced with Julia's sincerity, neither Diane nor Aurora could refuse. They shook hands together, officially beginning a new journey. In contrast to his sister's joyous mood, Lucas sat with his knees hugged, his face unusually gloomy. Seeing this, Kai rushed over and slapped his friend hard on the back. "Cheer up, old man. Your little sister just won big." Lucas gave a soft sigh and explained that he was racking his brain over what gift to give Julia to celebrate her victory. Aiwa sat behind him and mocked that it sounded more like compensation. After all, Lucas was the one who had exhausted Julia before the match. Ignoring the teasing, Lucas began listing the standards for the gift. He declared that delicious food was the top mandatory requirement. Next, he planned to let Julia soak in a spiritual spring to restore her health. However, Decio quickly poured cold water on the idea. The nearest spring was in Dak Town and would take an entire day to reach. Lucas pondered and admitted that this was a difficult problem. Just then, Kai suddenly appeared with a confident expression and firmly declared that he knew a sweet deal for the brothers. Kai excitedly introduced that his Taroid family owned an effective spiritual spring and an excellent team of chefs. He plainly declared that his family mansion was large enough to invite the whole class over without any difficulty. "And it is settled. Everyone come to my place and throw a grand party for Julia." Kai cheered excitedly, then immediately dashed off to discuss the plan with class monitor Tacy. Witnessing that lightning-fast change of attitude, Lucas was left speechless. He wondered who had made Kai so close to Tacy, when he had always acted rude and wild. The sky above Allen Academy grew peaceful, with doves gliding around the towering spire. The massive mansion doors opened. Julia cried out excitedly, thrilled that this was her first time going out with such a large group. After stepping inside, the whole class was overwhelmed by 2 rows of servants bowing respectfully and welcome. "Big Boss Kai has returned. Greet him with style." The space was dazzling, with a long red carpet and brilliant chandeliers. Julia exclaimed in amazement, "This place is no different from a castle, truly worthy of the greatest family's status." Seeing his friends act reserved, Kai rubbed his nose smugly and told everyone to relax. Before dinner, they could freely soak in the spiritual spring. Under the guidance of the maids, Julia skipped and ran toward the resting area. However, Lucas suddenly felt that something was not right. He narrowed his eyes vigilantly. Sweeping his gaze around, he stopped before a portrait on the wall. Lucas secretly grew suspicious, because he could clearly sense someone silently watching him from the shadows. Just then, a maid came over and informed them that the master and madam wanted to see Kai at once. Seeing his friend flustered, Lucas softly asked whether something unusual had happened. All of a sudden, a piercing scream rang through the corridor. It turned out to be only Julia's prank. She wore a pink robe and pretended to be a ghost to scare everyone. "Here I am. Did I scare you, darling?" Maid panicked and fell to the floor because of the mischievous prank. Meanwhile, Iwa was extremely annoyed by the servant's mistake. She gritted her teeth in embarrassment at having to wear Julia's bathrobe, which was far too tight. A moment later, Kai timidly entered the room and spoke, "Father, I am coming in." The room reeked of tobacco. He silently wondered, the room is thick with cigar smoke. Is father about to get angry? Karen Teroi, Kai's father, was pensively putting out his cigar. He began, "Kai, your grades at school are not bad at all. But that is not why I called you here." He warned sternly, "Make sure the friends you invited do not cause trouble." Karen continued to warn him that the family might receive an important guest by the end of the day. Kai broke into a sweat and agreed, "I understand." Walking through the hallway, he breathed a sigh of relief because his father had not discovered the trouble at school. He told himself that everyone had only come to soak in the spring, so no one would cause trouble. At the hot spring area, the bespectacled maid clasped her hands in gratitude. "Miss Julia, Miss Iwa, thank you for forgiving me." She trembled and told herself that if the master found out, she would definitely be fired immediately. Thinking of having no way left to support herself, the maid could not help trembling in fear. Julia was comfortably soaking in the emerald water. She smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry, it was just a little scare for fun." After that, Julia turned to urge her, more importantly, "Awa, are you not planning to get into the spring?" Awa still stood on the shore wrapped in a towel, looking reluctant. She coldly replied that she would get in as soon as the maid left the room, because she did not like strangers being around while she bathed. Suddenly, Awa started in surprise when she heard familiar voices drawing near. The door swung open and Tacy entered excitedly with two other friends. Julia and Iwa were stunned to see that their group had already entered the spring at some point. Seeing her friends appear, Julia cried out happily to welcome everyone. The group enjoyed the warm water scattered with rose petals. Iwa narrowed her eyes in suspicion when she saw the two girls constantly surrounding Julia, wondering why they had rushed in so quickly just to seize the spots beside the girl. Amid the thick rising steam, Tacy softly sighed over the wealth of the Teroi family. Maya smiled in agreement, saying the whole group was benefiting from Lucas and Julia. Hearing her name, Julia innocently asked what the two older sisters were talking about. The girl thought going out together was only natural, since everyone was friends. A maid approached to serve fruit and curiously asked whether Julia truly had an older brother. Julia brightly affirmed with pride that brother Lucas was number one, unmatched by anyone. Iwa, sitting beside her, immediately poured cold water on that. She said Julia was seeing her brother through an overly rosy lens, because Lucas had just put the girl through hellish training. Julia immediately retorted that her brother had done it for her own good. The girl turned to Maya for help, asking her to speak up in his defense. Maya blushed crimson and hesitantly admitted that Lucas truly was amazing. She said he had once saved her life, along with many other good things. Iwa silently thought that she would never believe a single word from an ex-fiancé like Maya. Another female student joined in, commenting that Lucas was not bad at all, but he protected his younger sister too much. She expressed her desire to become closer to Julia. Those words immediately sparked a fierce argument between Awa and the girl in the water, turning into a sisterly war over a boy. While the atmosphere was tense, the maid appeared at the door and politely asked whether the young ladies needed help changing clothes. A strange gleam flashed in the maid's eyes behind her glasses as she took the initiative to approach. Tacy quickly refused and left the hot spring on her own after feeling completely refreshed. As soon as she stepped into the hallway, she happened to meet Kai, who had been waiting there for some time. Seeing that Tacy had finished bathing, Kai hesitantly asked how she felt and received a satisfied answer. Unexpectedly, Tacy moved close to Kai's face with shining eyes and excitedly asked him to take her to the place where he often trained. Kai blushed crimson at her sudden boldness. He awkwardly led the way and secretly wondered whether Tacy wanted to learn more about him. Tacy, however, was burning with fighting spirit, telling herself that the Teroi dojo must surely be well equipped enough for her to catch up. In the men's bathing area, Anto was happily enjoying the warm water and a bottle of chilled milk. He excitedly exclaimed that nothing was better than soaking in the bath and then drinking milk. His friends beside him did not miss the chance to tease Anto for being no different from an old man, making him blush in embarrassment. Ishio suggested that the group go out soon to play cards and invited Kai to join them as well. Seeing Lucas still relaxing leisurely, Anto asked whether he was coming along. Lucas raised his hand slightly to refuse and said he wanted to stay a little longer. Looking at the scene before him, Lucas fell into deep thought about the hot spring trip, the bottle of milk, and the cards. Everything made him unconsciously remember his life in his previous life. Dark memory flooded back amid the pouring rain, where the bully was laughing mockingly. That man sinisterly threatened that if he came last again next time, he would break his legs because they were useless. The Lucas of his previous life lay collapsed on the cold ground beside a spilled bottle of milk and scattered cards lying in a puddle. The thugs casually left after throwing out mocking words, demanding that he buy a new deck of cards because this one was soaked. Anger from the past made Lucas unconsciously punch the edge of the bath hard, leaving a large splash mark on the stone surface. He gritted his teeth in discomfort after accidentally recalling those terrible things from the past. The loud noise made the maid rush in alarm and ask whether anything unusual had happened. Lucas quickly regained his calm appearance, lowering his face to hide his agitation, and casually replied that his hand had slipped a little. There was nothing serious. The maid moved closer to Lucas amid the thick rising steam, earnestly offering to treat his wound and massage him at once. Lucas was about to refuse, but she worriedly cried that if she could not complete her task, she would be fired. Lucas secretly wondered whether the Teroi family was truly that strict. Seeing that she was so persistent, Lucas had no choice but to accept. He was stunned when he saw the maid climb right into the bathtub, and thought that this girl was even more generous than his younger sister Julia. She began touching Lucas's back, her hands stroking along his solid muscles while constantly praising the physique of a true martial artist. With a meaningful smile behind her glasses, the maid confidently claimed that her massage skills would satisfy him, just as they had with young lady Julia. The moment he heard his younger sister's name, Lucas's gaze abruptly turned icy and filled with murderous intent. A massive wave of pressure enveloped the maid, leaving her only enough time to scream in terror. Lucas moved like lightning, intending to seize his opponent, but she reacted even faster and dodged his move. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that his opponent's movements were far from normal. Meanwhile, the maid curled her lips into a sinister smile. She confirmed that Lucas was exactly a martial artist, just as she had predicted. He narrowed his eyes warily and questioned why a powerful martial artist would disguise herself as a servant and hide in the Teroi family, and what her purpose was. The woman in the maid outfit remained calm and casually replied that she had no idea what he meant. She was only a poor martial artist working to earn money. He continued flattering him, saying she had heard young lady Julia and the others talk about how extraordinary he was. As a martial artist, she truly admired him. Suddenly, she swung her hand and sent a flurry of towels flying to block Lucas's vision, shouting that she had only come here to test his skills. Lucas nimbly dodged the flying towels. He silently judged that there was no killing intent, only a petty trick. Lucas closed in and pressed her, asking what exactly she had seen him. Lightning-fast exchange unfolded amid the hazy steam shattering the floor. She curled her lips into a sinister smile and replied that he was even stronger than what she had heard. Lucas frowned slightly when he saw a small scratch on his arm bleeding. He realized that the opponent before him was not as simple as she appeared. Lucas observed in silence, then said that he understood now. She had turned the bath towel into a whip. Lucas swiftly grabbed the woman's bath towel whip. He made his opponent lose her balance and tumble forward. She only had time to cry out in shock when she realized she had been completely overwhelmed by the young man's sharp reflexes. The maid's strange glasses fell off, revealing an extremely beautiful face framed by flowing purple hair. Lucas stared at that unfamiliar face, sweat rolling down from the tension. She curled her lips into a charming smile and teased, "Do not tell me you have started taking an interest in me. You are so kind, leaving no wounds on my body." Lucas searched through his memories, but found no impression at all of the mysterious woman before him. Just as the tension peaked, Kai's voice came from outside the door, urging Lucas to come eat dinner before Julia devoured everything. Lucas told himself he had to ask Kai clearly about the maid's true identity. Suddenly, the woman glided swiftly past him and said, "Farewell. What a pity. We will have to continue this another time." Lucas roared, "Do not even think of escaping," then rushed forward to grab her. A dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire bathroom. The woman vanished in an instant amid glittering feathers, leaving Lucas stunned as he wondered whether it was a magic tool or a high-level clone technique. I pushed the door open and stepped in, anxiously urging Lucas to hurry because Julia had already begun sweeping through the banquet table. Lucas softly defended his sister, saying she was not a glutton, but Kai only sighed and said it was the people around her who had turned the little girl into a food monster. At the banquet table, Julia was surrounded by Iwa Maya and Tacy, who kept piling food onto her plate, leaving the little girl to chew ravenously in utter happiness. In another luxurious room, the mysterious woman leisurely put her noble attire back on. She curled her lips in amusement, thinking children often revealed their secrets if left alone, and judged Lucas to be more interesting than expected. She picked up the angel mask, preparing to conceal her true identity. Just then, Karen Teroi walked in and cried out in shock when she recognized the honored guest. "Your Highness the Saintess, what is going on?" The woman raised a finger to her lips to signal secrecy and smiled bewitchingly. "Shh, what happened tonight is a secret." A few days later, the atmosphere at Allen Academy was still lively with brilliant fireworks and resounding cheers. Lucas watched the crowd chant Julia and Aurora's names in unison, silently lamenting the chaos. He realized that not only Allen students, but also the elite representatives from Hawley and Kyoto had gathered, ready for the most important moment, the journey to meet the goddess. Though somewhat annoyed by the commotion, Lucas had to admit that today was a special day. The three most outstanding freshmen were officially setting out for the temple. Julia shone brightly in her white outfit, waving moving nonstop beside the proud Diane and Aurora. The representative's clear voice rang out, asking everyone to keep order so the solemn ceremony could begin. He recounted the ancient legend. The goddess of wisdom once bestowed an oracle, requiring humans to show wisdom and courage to overcome adversity before blessing young talents. That was the sacred origin of the goddess memorial festival maintained through the generations. Over many years, countless geniuses from the three greatest magic academies had earned the honor of standing before the goddess, and this year that responsibility was given to the trio of Julia, Diane, and Aurora. The representative suddenly made an important announcement that stunned everyone. He emphasized that the road to the temple had always been filled with traps and terrifying dark monsters. Instead of having teachers escort them, as in previous years, after careful consideration, the academy decided to let the three complete this difficult journey on their own. To support them, the representative summoned a small bird-shaped spirit. The bright blue bird emerged from his fingertip and was handed to Julia to guide the way to the temple. Julia looked at the plump, round bird sleeping soundly in her hand. The little girl came up with a bold idea and innocently asked whether she could keep it as emergency food because it looked delicious. The naive question left Diane speechless with embarrassment, while the representative said firmly, "This bird is for guiding the way, not for eating." Church bells rang joyfully amid the fireworks, signaling that the trio's journey had officially begun. The moment of departure had arrived. The representative clearly asked everyone to pray for the three before they set out. Amid the solemn atmosphere, Awa and Maya prayed sincerely, "Please come back safely." The crowd shouted in unison, "May you have a peaceful journey." While Julia, Aurora, and Diane advanced toward the gate, the blue-guide bird lightly flapped its wings, preparing to lead the way. Julia waved goodbye brightly. "Thank you, everyone. We will come back." As soon as the trio passed through the gate, the representative asked everyone to disperse and return to class to continue the lesson. Lucas stood silently, his hand unconsciously clenching with troubled thoughts. Anto and Decio staggered over with exhausted expressions. Decio grumbled, "They are letting students go on such a dangerous outing." Anto continued worriedly, "If anything happens to the three of them, who will take responsibility?" Decio was also pessimistic, "Forget the blessing. Why take such a risk?" Lucas turned to them with a cold gaze and asked through clenched teeth, "What are you two talking about?" Seeing Lucas, the two panicked and explained in a drained state, "Sorry, I was just too tired and accidentally said some negative things. I did not mean anything by it." Lucas narrowed his eyes suspiciously and secretly realized, it relapsed again. This really is strange. I gave them pills and had them soak in the spiritual spring, so why did the symptoms return? Looking at his two friends' exhausted backs, Lucas told himself he had to investigate this matter, but for now there was something more important. Sometime later in the bustling district, Julia was still innocently singing as she traveled with Aurora and Diane toward the temple. The atmosphere suddenly became cold when Diane suddenly turned his head back with sharp eyes filled with killing intent. With extremely quick reflexes, Diane instantly used Frost to freeze a strange object flying toward them. Julia picked up the scorched piece of wood and wondered, "A tree. It does not really look like an ambush weapon." While Aurora secretly appreciated Diane's concern, Julia noticed an unusual detail. "Why is this part a little scorched?" From above, Lucas had been secretly following them and thought to himself, "I finally caught up." To leave, Lucas had left a clone in class to answer roll call for him. Because the clone had only about 10% of his strength, controlling it was extremely difficult, and the slightest lapse would make it release too much power. At the training ground, Teacher Sagan began to grow suspicious when he saw Lucas's clone suddenly lose control. Strange, it normally does not release mana so excessively. Watching from above, Lucas remained deeply troubled. What exactly happened to Julia during the final match? Lucas narrowed his eyes warily as he sensed an extremely unfamiliar aura. This presence, I feel as though something I do not recognize is mixed into it. His gaze focused on Julia. At the red crystal rabbit hanging at the little girl's waist, its red eyes suddenly glowed with eerie charm. Julia stretched contentedly amid the magnificent natural scenery. The little girl cried out excitedly because the group had finally escaped the dark, gloomy town area. Behind her, Diane remained indifferent and gave a brief, Seeing that Aurora seemed tired, Julia gently asked whether her senior wanted to stop and rest for a while. Sweat rolled down her forehead, but Aurora kept swinging her blazing red fan, insisting she was still fine and would never tire before someone as stubborn as Diane. But just as Julia was about to continue, Aurora staggered and collapsed, forced to cling tightly to Diane's shoulder to keep from falling. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly covered it up by saying the scenery was beautiful and suggesting the group stop to admire it. Looking at her two friends, Julia secretly admired them. Even after going through hellish training, she still felt they were true monsters of stamina. Aurora told herself she had to train harder so she would not be left behind, while the bluebird guiding them continued flying around without a care. Lucas silently watched from the tree, realizing inwardly that the bond between the trio had become much stronger after everything they had gone through. Suddenly, Lucas noticed two people heading toward them. They were a muscular giant of a man and someone wearing a red scarf. The red-scarfed man roared at his companion for being lazy and only knowing how to slack off. The soldier trembled and begged him not to report this to their superiors. Suddenly, bright blue feathers fell from above, making the burly man freeze and point toward the sky. He said cheerfully, "That magic bird looks plump. It will definitely make a fine meal. Catch the prey, hurry." A sharp arrow was immediately fired. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the poor mascot could only cry out in panic. From afar, Lucas shook his head in exasperation, realizing that everyone seemed to treat the bird as a tasty dish. Terrified, the bird hurriedly flapped its wings and fled. The bandit chased after it madly, shouting for the prey to stop. The bird quickly flew toward the tree where Julia and her teammates were resting, seeking help. Seeing the mascot return, Julia cheered excitedly. "You are back, little darling." Her joy vanished when a fierce bandit suddenly rushed out from the bushes. Seeing three luxuriously dressed youths in the forest, the bandits were secretly delighted, thinking they had found a fat prize. The leader grinned wickedly and asked, "Hey, brats, what are you doing here?" He did not know he had just touched Julia's sore spot. Without mercy, Julia swung her staff and released purple thunder, electrocuting the bandits until they screamed and collapsed. The little girl growled, "Bandits are what I hate most. Who are you calling a brat?" Seeing Julia lose her temper, Aurora gently patted her head to comfort her, but the little girl's fury still had not stopped. Julia poured all her strength into destructive magic, blasting the bandits' entire hideout away. The leader was frozen stiff amid the ruins. The others lay scattered everywhere, their bodies still twitching from the purple electricity. Julia happily approached the wooden chest she had just seized. Her eyes shone with curiosity as she wondered what treasure was inside. But the truth was cruel. There were only a few small coins resting in her palm. Aurora lifted the empty chest and mocked, "What can this little amount buy?" Julia tried to keep a serious expression and said quantity was not important, justice was what mattered. Before reason could speak, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Julia blushed in embarrassment and suggested, "I am a little hungry. Can we find something to eat?" Aurora's heart instantly melted at the cuteness of the little sister. Aurora secretly resolved that she would be the one to score points with Julia. She decisively declared that she would find something delicious in an instant, then shot away. Aurora enthusiastically picked an armful of bright red fruit from the tree. Diane was not inferior either, standing on a giant fish he had frozen and showing off confidently, "I caught a whole pile of these." Diane began displaying his skills, focusing his mana. His eyes lit up with a cold glint. With lightning-fast icy sword strokes, he sliced the fish into perfect sashimi. Julia marveled at the fresh fish slices. Wow, they look so delicious. The barbecue feast was warm and cozy. Julia and Aurora both had to admit that Diane's cooking skills were truly top tier. After eating her fill, Julia sprawled on the grass and thanked Diane with satisfaction for cooking like her older brother. Night fell and Aurora excitedly invited Julia to have fruit for dessert. Seeing that Julia was about to eat, Diane hurriedly warned her, "You probably should not eat that." Those words made Aurora flare up, and she snapped, "Are you saying I poisoned my friend?" Prove her innocence. Aurora boldly took a big bite despite Julia trying to stop her. Immediately afterward, she began trembling and going numb. Diane explained that this was a paralyzing melon. The group crossed the ancient forest, where scattered skeletons of giant beasts warned of danger. Julia held the guide bird carefully and announced excitedly, "We are almost there, get ready to party." Diane was dissatisfied because the spoils were too modest. Aurora was also disappointed that they had not encountered any high-level monsters. Julia was the complete opposite, immersed in happiness, because every monster was very delicious. The two could only indulge her cheerful mood. Suddenly, Pigeon the bird flew around in panic as a loud noise shook the ground. Aurora narrowed her eyes warily. It seemed someone strong is approaching. From the darkness, a pack of giant hill bears with blazing red eyes full of killing intent appeared and surrounded the group. Without giving the enemy time to react, one bear roared and charged straight into attack. Julia, Aurora, and Diane immediately entered defensive stances, releasing their maximum mana at the same time. An earth-shaking elemental explosion erupted, wiping out 7 beasts. Smoke and dust cleared, revealing the bears' corpses scattered across the ground. Diane clicked his tongue in disappointment, because they were too weak compared to their appearance. Aurora also admitted she had expected a proper fight. However, Julia suddenly lowered her head to observe and discovered something unusual. Something was wrong. Hill bears were creatures that usually hunted alone, so why were they now appearing in such a large pack? Looking more closely, Aurora was horrified to realize all the bears were covered in old wounds, and Diane's face went pale as a dreadful guess flashed through her mind. "Do not tell me." Diane was stunned to realize that the 7 hill bears were actually only fleeing from something far more terrifying. He immediately ordered Julia and Aurora to quickly follow him and find a place to hide. While moving, Diane suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock as she sensed a terrifying surge of magical pressure rushing toward them from behind. A gigantic deep blue tornado suddenly erupted with violent force. From within the raging storm, A colossal entity emerged imposingly on the cliff, its crimson eyes blazing with killing intent. It was a fifth-grade winged tiger, a magical beast that ruled the forest with mighty eagle wings. Standing on a high tree branch and watching, Lucas narrowed his eyes to assess the situation. He intended to intervene, but immediately stopped when he saw the three geniuses ready to retaliate fiercely. Without hesitation, Diane rushed forward and swung her sharp ice sword straight at the monster's claws. Immediately after, Julia supported her with a stream of lightning striking directly down onto the fierce beast's body. Aurora curled her lips into an eerie smile, swinging her golden fan and releasing a grand infernal move. It created a gigantic pillar of fire that erupted fiercely and burned the enemy. Though scorched within the sea of flames, the winged tiger still roared madly and spewed streams of blue force to fight back. Diane narrowed her eyes coldly, poured all her magic power into the sharp ice shards, and declared clearly, "Do not even think of escaping. Onto the chopping block you go, darling." Diane unleashed the finishing blow. The ice spears pierced through the fierce beast's body. They directly froze it into a gigantic crystal block in the middle of the forest. Julia poured all her strength into the staff glowing with lightning, and the girl declared excitedly, "Take this one in full." A gigantic pillar of purple lightning descended with destructive power, finishing the fierce beast in a dazzling explosion of light. Standing on the tree branch, Lucas inwardly marveled at the unbelievably smooth teamwork of the three. He realized their perfect rotation between offense and defense had given the fifth-grade magical beast no chance to resist, told himself that even he would have a very difficult time facing them. As soon as the winged tiger collapsed, Julia eagerly invited the whole group to quickly butcher it for a hearty meal. A few hours later, beside the crackling campfire deep in the forest, Aurora sincerely thanked Julia for saving the group when they had almost lost. She admitted that it was thanks to Julia's sharpness in noticing the hill bear's strange behavior that the team had been able to take down the high-grade, fierce beast. Julia chewed roasted meat while smiling gently, and the girl modestly said that she had developed such keen observation thanks to her brother Lucas's teachings. Seeing Julia always mention her brother, Aurora asked curiously whether the girl truly loved Lucas that much. Julia firmly declared that her brother was super strong and extremely kind, and that it was thanks to him that she had gained her current strength. The girl carefully held the red crystal rabbit and revealed that Lucas had fought hard against an expert to bring this gift back. Looking at the treasure, Aurora recalled the terrifying moment when it lit up and Julia transformed into an adult with overwhelming power that finished her off. Aurora pondered whether the item had the ability to upgrade the user's body and power, then sighed softly in envy because Julia had such a gentle brother. Julia innocently asked whether Aurora was an only child, but the answer shocked the girl. Aurora said that among nobles, having many children was common, and she had 10 older brothers and 10 older sisters. However, Aurora's eyes suddenly became tearful and emotionless as she coldly declared that all her siblings were now competitors. Aurora began telling her past. She had originally been born into a count's family in the south of the empire. Her father inherited the title, land, and fire magic from the previous generation, and that man married more than 10 wives and had dozens of children. In a world where mages always stood above all, Aurora's mother was a martial artist chosen only for her beauty, so she became out of place among the noble ladies of the Phoenix family. Sounds of training tools shattering rang out, and the concubines hurled insults. Just let it learn low-born martial arts and stay at the bottom of society. How could the child of a martial artist have magical talent? Because her mother was a commoner with no title and no money, mother and daughter were constantly looked down upon by the other wives, while her mother could only hold her tightly and shield her from their mockery. Late at night in the mansion's dark room, her mother gently stroked her head and comforted her. "Aurora, do not cry. Endure a little longer. One day mother will change your life." Looking at her mother's determined eyes, Aurora at the time only thought those were empty words of comfort, because she knew commoners could not oppose powerful nobles. And then, the day of the divine blessing ceremony officially took place in the majestic temple. People believed that the greater the offering, the stronger the blessing received. This was the day that decided the fate of noble children, and each of them stepped forward to receive their destiny. A male student excitedly received 4th grade water magic. Immediately after, another girl obtained 3rd grade wind magic under admiring gazes. One after another, Aurora's siblings stepped forward to offer precious gifts prepared by their mothers and received favorable blessings. Only she had nothing to offer. Worse still, her mother had been missing for the past 3 days. Aurora trembled in despair, certain that the gods would abandon her and that she would spend the rest of her life as a joke to the entire family. Just then, the priest called her name in a clear voice. "Next, Aurora Phoenix, present your offering." Aurora staggered forward under everyone's cold rejection. But just as she approached the altar, the great doors were suddenly pushed open violently. From the dazzling light, a battered figure appeared, shocking everyone. It was Aurora's mother. She appeared with an injured body and torn clothes, clothes, but her hands carefully held an item blazing with firelight. Seeing her mother's miserable state, Aurora cried out in panic, "Mother!" Each of her heavy steps left a trail of blood on the red carpet leading to the altar. What she had brought back was the organ of a legendary calamity-grade fire dragon. Her mother, an ordinary martial artist and unknown adventurer, had challenged a divine dragon alone solely for the future of her only daughter. Though her breath was already exhausted, she still smiled gently and urged her, "Take it." She placed the blazing item into Aurora's hands as tears streamed down. The moment Aurora placed the offering on the altar, a gigantic pillar of fire erupted violently with earth-shaking power. Its radiance pierced straight through the magnificent dome of the temple. The enormous surge of magic power erupted, shaking the entire temple. Aurora's father, Count Phoenix, stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He realized it was the legendary level 7 fire blessing. He roared in excitement because the family finally had a level 7 genius. In that moment, Aurora's world was completely overturned. Her cold father suddenly showed concern and declared that she was his pride, immediately giving her the family heirloom known as Rojo's Promise. Wealth, status, and honor suddenly poured toward her. But that brilliance became meaningless. Aurora collapsed to her knees, hugged her gravely injured mother tightly, and cried for her to wake up and see that she had reached level 7. She painfully realized that she did not need treasures or magic. She only needed her mother to open her eyes once more. Her weak mother smiled, caressed her daughter's face, and gently said that she had promised to change her life. She whispered that this was the last thing she could do as a mother, telling her daughter to live strongly. Aurora screamed in despair when she realized her mother had left forever. She understood that her mother's words from years ago, telling her to endure a little longer, had been the immense burden her mother once carried alone. Until the final moment, her mother's face was still filled with peace and love. In Aurora's mind, her mother was always the strongest and most beautiful woman. From that day on, she began a journey to seek women who carried her mother's image, with radiant beauty and extraordinary strength. During that story, Julia could not hold back her tears and said her mother was truly amazing. Aurora quietly looked at the red stone, her eyes sad yet cold as she replied with only one word, "Shut up." Aurora's eyes were cold and resolute as she declared that the ones worthy of respect were women with true strength and beauty like her mother. Diane, sitting nearby, suddenly mocked her condescendingly. "Do you truly think that kind of strength is worthy of admiration? From what I see, you are merely defying her." Aurora glanced over in annoyance, mocked his ugly habit of eavesdropping, and asked if noble ears were allergic to touching stories. Diane stood up and coldly said that throwing everything away for someone else was nothing but stupidity. Aurora gritted her teeth in anger and demanded what he had just said. Diane calmly revealed that he had once met someone completely perfect, but he had personally ended that person's legend. A magical snowflake shone brightly in his hand as Diane recalled the past. Diane's Aslan family had loyally served the royal family for generations. Their long-standing tradition was to choose the most talented heir to inherit the strongest ice magic in the empire. The previous successor was the youngest and strongest royal guard captain in history. That person was Diane's master, his distant cousin, Sina Aslan. It usually took decades to choose a successor, but his master had chosen Diane earlier than expected. The innocent young Diane knelt and said it was his greatest honor to be trained by Lady Sina. The only response was Sina's cold click of the tongue. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Diane anxiously asked if he had said something wrong and offended her. Sina slowly walked down, releasing suffocating pressure, and ordered him to call her master from then on and forbade him from using magic. Sina reached out and touched Diane's small face. Her eyes were cold as she told him that first he had to build a strong body through martial arts. Diane never once doubted his master's words. Day after day, he had to pour all his strength into dragging enormous rocks, whether in the snow or holding his breath beneath a bone-chilling frozen waterfall. Diane was repeatedly pushed into brutal martial arts training sessions that drove him to the limit. Blows from massive logs sent his small body flying and left him covered in injuries. Watching her barely breathing student, Sina munched on an apple and cruelly sneered that he was a useless brat. To Diane, it was a living hell that made him think death would be easier. He believed his master was doing it so he could quickly become a top mage. With his face bandaged and covered in wounds, Diane still smiled with firm pride. He looked at his master with admiration and praised her as number one in his heart. Diane was stunned to realize that those harsh martial arts exercises truly had made the foundation of his ice magic stronger than ever before. Sina calmly chewed meat while Diane blankly asked about the meaning of her earlier teachings. He smirked and asked back, "Oh, did I say that? Have you still not realized?" With cold eyes, she cruelly said it was only a lie for amusement, because a weak noble like him was an eyesore. Diane was stunned and choked out that it could not be. Then what was all that suffering for? Life is a chain of scripts filled with plot twists. In a fit of extreme rage, Diane roared that she was a rotten woman. A surge of icy cold spiritual power erupted, shattering everything around. Standing amidst the ruins, Sina calmly remarked that he was finally angry. The training was starting to show results. She explained that while martial arts did not increase one's magical foundation, it would make him more resilient. Sina ordered that starting tomorrow, she would teach magic and demanded Diane master master it within a month. From that day on, Diane was forced to completely abandon his noble title and pampered lifestyle to throw himself in harsh trials. Diane used his anger at being deceived and the efforts he had put in as a springboard to explode with power, leaping into battle against magical beasts. He unleashed the technique Ice Case, freezing the enemy inside a massive crystal. Looking at the result before him, Diane gasped, I did it. But Sina still wore a cold expression and declared it was time to begin the final test. In the midst of a blinding blizzard, Diane lay slumped on the freezing ice, his body covered in bleeding wounds. He muttered in a daze, wondering if he would even survive this horrifying battle. At the mountain peak, Sina stood like an ice goddess, coldly ordering him to get up and attack her now, or he would be struck down for being too slow. She declared a brutal rule of the clan. The successor must kill the predecessor. If Diane could not kill her, she would kill him. Seeing the sharp, murderous look in her eyes, Diane instinctively realized his master was completely serious and had no intention of holding back. Facing the fear of death and the crushing pressure, Diane gritted his teeth, pouring all his remaining strength into a glowing fist. In that moment between life and death, his magic officially shattered all limits, his eyes blazing with a deep blue spiritual energy full of power. And then a sharp ice spear pierced through Sina's chest amidst the white snow. Diane stared in shock at his master, who was slowly fading. He could not believe he had killed his beloved teacher. Memories of the brutal training period flashed before him. Though his master had chosen him as her successor earlier than anyone else, always deceiving him and putting him through hell with harsh exercises. She was also the only one who silently protected him through the blizzards. Her cruelty had forged him into the strong Diane he was today. In extreme pain and regret, Diane cried out in despair, not wanting to be the one who took the life of the most important person. However, a cold voice suddenly cut him off. Stop your wailing. Sina was still alive. She sat up and smacked her disciple on the head for yelling so loud it deafened her ears. Witnessing the impossible sight, Diane's eyes widened in shock. Master, you haven't passed on yet? Sina replied calmly, of course not. Did you really think someone like you could kill me? Diane was devastated to realize he had been tricked again. He whined accusingly about the words of having to kill the predecessor. You only said that to force me into a life-or-death battle to draw out my true potential, right? Sina threw him a cloak and coldly declared, save your chatter, the clan is yours, I'm out. She strolled away into the snow, leaving Diane sitting there alone, feeling utterly wronged. Why do you always treat me like this? Diane ground his teeth in resentment because his master had once again left without giving an explanation. He shouted at the retreating back, Master, where are you going? Will we ever meet again? Sina did not answer but tossed him a ring. Sina paused briefly, turned back and gave a mysterious, gentle smile. Perhaps. Don't disappoint me, got it? Back to the present by the campfire, Diane looked at the ring in his hand and mused. The truly strong do not sacrifice themselves for anyone. They play with everyone. In his heart, he silently affirmed that his master was his beloved older sister, the most perfect woman. Witnessing the sentimental sharing, Aurora whispered to Julia, so, even the great genius Diane turns out to be a sister complexer after opening up. Hearing the teasing, Diane's eyes blazed with red murderous intent as he threatened to turn them both into ice statues if they didn't shut up immediately. Aurora ignored him and urged Julia to talk about her brother. Diane showed curiosity about Julia's brother, but he coldly asserted that martial artists were always looked down upon, and magic was far superior. Diane affirmed that with innate talent, Julia would soon surpass her brother and become a top powerhouse of the empire. He even predicted that when that happened, Lucas's pride would be crushed, and he would develop jealousy towards his own sister. Hearing these words, Julia suddenly realized the reason Jeremy's personality had become twisted was precisely due to that jealousy. However, she still smiled confidently and affirmed, it's okay, my brother would never be like that. Julia declared firmly, because he has already found his own path. She recalled the time when the Rasta family sent a letter canceling the engagement between Lucas and Maya, making everyone think Lucas would collapse. Amidst the servants' gossip, her father approached, placed a hand on Lucas' shoulder, and kindly said, Lucas, take a walk to clear your head, life's too dull. Julia secretly followed the two as the carriage quietly rolled along a path into a small town. Hiding behind wooden crates, Julia was still discovered by her father, who called out, Julia, come out, I know you're hiding there. She stepped out sheepishly and smiled awkwardly after being caught too quickly. The three strolled through the commoner district, and for the first time, Julia saw her father interacting with ordinary people. She felt the respect and love they had for her father from the bottom of their hearts, as she watched him ask about the children and help everyone. The group stopped before a large square, where a majestic statue stood tall against the sky. Julia stared blankly at the statue with wide, curious eyes. Her father silently opened a bottle of wine, slowly pouring it onto the ground like a reverent memorial ritual. He said pensively that this was where he and Catherine had once fought against the Beastman Legion, and also where their uncle Soren now rested. The horrifying scene replayed in the father's memory amidst the tragic battlefield. Soren, Lucas's father, along with his comrades, fought desperately against the evil entities surrounding them. Soren smiled despite his dirty face, admitting that those demons were truly on a completely different level. Marin replied casually, "Of course, make sure you protect me intact." At that time, Marin was the strongest mage in the unit, and also the narrator's father. The two comrades exchanged a trusting hand touch before stepping into the harshest trial of their lives. It was the story of a young man, originally an ordinary villager, who bravely stood up to fight alongside the adults, constantly resisting the beastmen, until his own body transformed and turned into a terrifying beast with black horns and white eyes blazing with murderous intent. Marin immediately used magic and wind to hold down the giant monster, creating an opportunity for Soren to descend from above. With a sword blazing with golden spiritual energy, he unleashed a decisive slash aimed straight at the enemy's head. However, the beast suddenly roared and shot a petrifying light beam from its eyes. The unexpected attack caught Soren off guard. His body and armor began to crack and gradually turn to stone in midair. Marin recalled that even after becoming partners, Soren had always been a top-tier warrior like a true monster. Amid the blazing battlefield, a beam of light descended from the heavens onto the demon, but Soren was horrified to realize Marin was silently standing behind him to take the blow instead. Soren screamed in agony, witnessing the sacrifice of his close friend. He stood frozen, watching Marin's body begin to crack and turn golden, slowly turned to stone under the effect of the cruel petrification curse. Memories of their close friendship surfaced from times they drank together. Fighting side by side to the afternoons they strolled together on the streets. Soren gritted his teeth, tears streaming down in frustration. "Why were you a mage anyway? Why did you shield a soldier like me who only knows how to swing a sword? You were the rare genius here." Marin smiled faintly, called Soren a fool, and reminded him that he was the captain. Marin believed that if Soren survived to continue leading, he could save more lives than Marin ever could. Marlon gently placed a hand on his friend's chest, reminding him, "Go back, your wife is waiting." He instructed Soren to win at all costs and protect their people in his stead. He poured a memorial bottle of wine and emotionally recounted how they survived that war, won, and were granted titles and lands by the royal family. He revealed that at the time, before being cast aside, he had chosen this border region as his own territory. Placing a hand on Lucas's shoulder, the caring father advised, "Listen, Lucas, as a martial master, I may have no chance against mages in the succession war. In noble society, we may lose because of them. However, he emphasized that there are always people one is willing to risk their life to protect at any cost. And as long as he held onto that resolve, Lucas would find true strength." Little Julia hid behind her father's leg, quietly observing the conversation. Turning to the present by the campfire, Julia believed her brother's strength was born from the will to protect others. Aurora gazed thoughtfully at the red gem in her hand, silently doubting whether someone who lives to protect others could ever touch such terrifying power. Feeling something was off about this story, Diane also leaned against a tree, pondering the search for the truth behind Lucas's true strength. Julia rubbed her eyes and smiled, affirming that was why no matter how strong she became, her brother would never hate her. To her, he would always be the hero of this world. High up on a tree branch, Lucas silently watched over and protected everyone. Suddenly, a pitch-black wild beast with glowing red eyes, blazing with murderous intent, it silently emerged from the shadows and slowly advanced toward the campsite. Just as the monster was about to act, a sharp streak of light suddenly pierced through its head, killing the target in an instant. Lucas sat calmly up high, his hand blazing with a golden, powerful spiritual energy. "Mage or martial master, as long as I kill you, nothing else matters." Julia yawned tiredly. She decided to go to sleep and did not forget to be angry at everyone. Tired going to sleep. The next day at our Magic Academy, Jeremy was training hard with bright, determined eyes. Cast wood element magic, summoning sharp thorn vines that erupted from the ground with terrifying power. Witnessing this remarkable progress, instructor could not help but praise that the vines had now become much denser and more dangerous than before. Jeremy being able to unleash such a powerful attack without using a staff left the surrounding students in awe. However, Jeremy's joy was soon extinguished by the whispers behind his back. The students thought he had only grown strong because he carried the bloodline of a genius like his younger sister Julia. Those words made Jeremy grit his teeth in hatred. He silently affirmed that all his achievements today were the result of his own relentless efforts and bloodline had nothing to do with it at all. While the magic department was advancing, the martial arts department fell into a state of unprecedented gloom and decline. The students were listless and exhausted, slumped over their desks with no fighting spirit left. Teacher Sagan was not much better, merely scouring the library and burying his head in ancient books to find the cause of this strange anomaly. Facing such a dire situation, many believed the martial arts department would surely be completely abolished from the academy soon. Lucas quickly realized something was wrong. Why had the competition ended so long ago, yet everyone was still constantly tired and exhausted? In the quiet ancient forest, where the guide bird, Peachin, leisurely flaps wings, soaring among the mystical magical lights. Finally, the trio arrived before the ancient temple gate. Julia excitedly jumped up in joy. We finally made it. She cradled the blue bird in her hand, and it immediately emitted a blue light. It mystically transformed into an exquisitely crafted feather-shaped key. Julia swiftly inserted the key into the stone keyhole on the seal tablet. With the shout to open, a massive magical vortex erupted, forming a brilliant teleportation gate in midair. Julia excitedly urged everyone to quickly enter inside. Watching from a distance on a tree branch, Lucas silently told himself that the escort mission was complete, and the trio would be fine receiving the blessing inside. However, within him arose a strong sense of foreboding about this mysterious door. Unable to suppress his worry, Lucas decided to step through the gate to secretly protect his sister. Inside revealed a stunningly beautiful fairy tale scene, with blooming flowers and ancient architecture radiant under the sunlight. Julia was overwhelmed by its majesty, and silently vowed to show utmost reverence when meeting the goddess. But Aurora unexpectedly revealed that not everyone had the honor of meeting her directly, leaving Julia bewildered as she asked who would bless her if the goddess was absent. Diane coldly explained that the spirits serving the goddess would perform the ritual, while the other two friends were still observing. Julia enthusiastically ran around, even flipping over large rocks, to search for traces of the spirits. The calls of "Spirit, are you here?" echoed throughout the garden, leaving Aurora and Diane speechless from sheer embarrassment. Her noise eventually yielded results when a small spirit with white wings appeared, frowning in annoyance and demanding Julia be silent immediately. Aurora exclaimed in astonishment when she saw Julia had actually found that spirit. Watching from the shadows using his concealment skill, Lucas broke into a light sweat and thought to himself never to underestimate his sister's persistence. He was still haunted by the memory of last time, how Julia had clung to him all day just because he forgot to buy her favorite sweets. The little spirit flew ahead to guide the trio, slowly commenting on the unusual presence of all three candidates at this year's audience. The fairy clearly ordered the group to follow her to lead them into the temple. Seeing only one spirit leading the way, Aurora questioned the absence of the other two spirits as rumored, causing the little spirit to seem momentarily weary and make her apologies. She was about to leave to sleep and let the group check on their own, but then frantically turned back, insisting she could manage for a few more 100 years. The group stopped before a majestic, radiant main hall where the sacred blessing ceremony was to take place. The fairy reminded them that the goddess was very busy, so whether she would actually appear was unpredictable. Suddenly, the ancient runes on the giant gate lit up, causing the fairy to panic and shout that the goddess had spoken. She could not hide her shock upon learning the goddess would appear in person and said the trio was truly lucky. From above, Lucas silently hid behind a rock wall and watched the gate slowly opening amidst a haze of white smoke. The fairy did not forget to remind Julia and her friends to maintain proper etiquette in front of the goddess. However, Lucas suddenly opened his eyes wide with alertness, shocked by his realization that the aura emanating here was entirely an ill omen from afar. Inside the temple, instead of the presence of a deity, two ominous evil entities appeared threateningly in the middle of the hall. They were the wrathful demon lord Vansaba with his giant fallen wings and the jealous demon lord Velsida with her mysterious green hair. She smirked a sinister smile at the stunned trio, coldly stating they had been waiting for a long time. The scene inside the temple was now nothing but rubble, with the goddess's statue shattered at the feet of the two evil entities. Just as Julia was still in shock, Lucas suddenly appeared. He blocked in front of his sister, startling her, his sharp gaze fixed on the enemies, as he thought to himself that things were exactly as predicted, and coldly demanded to know who they were. Julia and Aurora were still stunned by Lucas's sudden appearance. Demon Lord Velsida smiled mysteriously. She represented envy that surpassed both life and death. Standing beside her was Vansaba, the one who carried a wrath that could burn flesh and blood. Witnessing this scene, the little spirit trembled in fear, stammering whether they were demons. Before she could retract her words, a streak of red demonic energy suddenly shot straight at the little spirit, making her scream in pain. Julia hastily reached out to catch the little spirit, worriedly asking if she was okay. Vansaba showed a look of contempt, asserting that puppets like them had no right to utter their names. Feeling the surging evil energy, Lucas was shocked to realize the truth. This power belonged to the one who had controlled the Minotaur. The memory of the mastermind surfaced, making him realize the two demon lords were behind it all. He faltered as a terrible thought crossed his mind: wait, control. Realizing the imminent danger, Lucas shouted a warning for Diane and Aurora to run because they were trying to control them. But it was too late. Diane's eyes began to glaze over as strands of red dark energy wrapped tightly around both of them. Diane and Aurora screamed in agony as the evil dark energy pierced through their minds. A red entity appeared in their flashback, endlessly taunting Diane that it remembered now. You lost to a younger brat after that. Do you still have the face to face your master? Aurora also fell into the mental trap of envy. A seductive voice whispered in her ear, urging her to admit it. You are envious because I have taken all the glory and beauty you worship, so why am I still not enough? Both of them completely lost their reason. Their eyes blazed with evil dark energy. They madly lunged at each other to slaughter, instead of attacking the real enemy. Witnessing his companions fighting each other, Lucas gritted his teeth in worry. Things were bad, they had been completely controlled. Looking at Julia, who was panicking behind him, he decisively channeled his golden spiritual energy into his fist, and clearly declared that they would have to handle this incident themselves. In the middle of the hall, consecutive explosions of fire and ice violently erupted as Diane and Aurora unleashed devastating techniques at each other. Watching from afar, Demon Lord Velsida licked her lips with delight. These teammates were now competing to see who would send the other off first. It had been a while since something this interesting happened. Vansaba reminded her in a secret language not to forget the real target, and received a sinister smile in return, of course. Another massive explosion shook the temple. Lucas was shocked when Diane suddenly changed direction. He wondered what they had just said. Diane madly swung her ice sword in an attack. Lucas shouted a warning for Julia to retreat immediately. Aurora was no less fierce, releasing devastating fire serpents, forcing Lucas to rush out to shield his sister. Noticing the situation worsening, Lucas waved his hand, ordering Julia to handle those two. Julia responded and immediately released purple lightning to hold them back. Lucas backed away while not forgetting to remind Julia to be extremely careful of their tricky attacks. Lucas stared in shock towards the center of the temple, where Demon Lord Velsida was slowly advancing towards the majestic throne. She stepped boldly over the ruins while Vansaba channeled all his dark energy into his glowing red fist. With a destructive punch, he shattered the goddess's last seal, causing the ground to shake violently and billowing smoke and dust to rise. Fragments of the divine throne scattered, revealing a small hand marked with strange magical runes beneath the rubble. Vansaba roughly grabbed the small hand of the girl with pale blonde hair and lifted her into the air. Velsida stared at the unconscious entity and snapped. "How long are you planning to sleep? Wake up now." Immediately the small girl's eyes shot open, emitting a terrifying pressure that left Lucas stunned in disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It's too overwhelming." That energy flow spread with horrifying speed through the spaces. At the martial arts department classroom of Allen Magic Academy, the slow lotus snail treasure that old Greg had secretly planted. The planted hand suddenly resonated with the blue light beam and exploded, releasing toxic smoke. Lucas was horrified to realize the light from that girl had spread all the way to the academy. He gritted his teeth and questioned the enemy. "What have you done?" Meanwhile at the academy, old Greg smugly led the tour group and disparaged the martial arts department as nothing but garbage not worth minding. Lucas was terrified to realize the blue-black energy was surrounding everyone. He was shocked to see that even Kai and the others had been completely controlled without knowing since when. Martial arts students, their eyes glowing a lifeless blue, mumbled self-deprecatingly that they were just trash, deserving to be in the trash can. Lucas was horrified to realize that not even the magic department could escape this calamity. Painful moans sounded as students lay sprawled on the ground, mumbling deliriously. "We are all just breathing decorations." Lucas was horrified to realize everyone's power was being drained at an alarming rate. If this continued, the entire academy would soon be affected. Sensing an evil aura emanating from the row of classrooms, Lucas gritted his teeth with determination and dashed away, telling himself he had to destroy it quickly. Meanwhile, at the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom, Lucas exclaimed in shock as he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Demon Lord Velsida flashed a sinister smile and declared the objective complete. Now they must leave. A blazing red magic circle erupted beneath his feet, emitting tremendous pressure. Vansaba appeared with enormous fallen wings, coldly bid farewell before vanishing with Velsida and the small girl in a fiery flash of light. "Wait!" Lucas roared in frustration at the two. The Demon Lord carrying the small girl vanished into the blazing red light. Thrown far away by the force, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn it. Meanwhile, Diane was still relentlessly pressing the attack with brutal ice spells, making the situation even more precarious. Lucas ran at full speed through the hall, trying to maneuver through the encirclement. Suddenly, a stream of golden spiritual energy erupted and enveloped his body. The avatar he had placed at the academy was forced to return to the main body instantly. Lucas collapsed to the floor, thinking that the last attack had forced the avatar at the academy to return. There was no other choice. He had to trust the teachers to handle things there. He gritted his teeth, full of regret for letting the enemy escape. Before him, Diane approached with eyes blazing with killing intent and an evil crack on her face. Lucas silently assessed that rage was making him stronger, just like himself earlier. He looked up and realized Aurora was also falling into a similar berserk state. Julia shouted in despair, "Aurora, snap out of it, break free from it." But Aurora had completely lost her mind. She unleashed her ultimate move, fire wings, and dove down like a blazing meteor. Lucas shouted in panic, "Julia, get out of there." A relentless rain of brutal fire stars poured down, forcing Julia to activate a violet barrier to defend herself in desperation. Her eyes reflected the fire consuming everything around her just before an explosion of fire spirits erupted. Aurora, with her enormous flaming wings, delivered a devastating attack directly aimed at Julia's position. Lucas charged frantically, screaming his sister's name in utter shock as he witnessed Julia being engulfed in a sea of fire. At that moment, Diane suddenly lunged forward with a sharp ice sword, but Lucas managed to block the attack with his hand. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Truly no one was giving him a moment's peace. Just as Diane was about to apply more pressure, Lucas channeled all his golden spiritual energy into his fist. A massive pillar of light erupted violently, shaking the entire ancient temple. Diane's ice sword began to crack under the overwhelming power of Lucas' punch. From above, Aurora released blazing feathers, creating a devastating rain of fire stars that poured down. Though controlled, Diane and Aurora still coordinated seamlessly, causing an eerie voice to chime in with interest. Even under our control, you move in sync. Your teamwork is truly impressive. Diane, her eyes blazing red with killing intent, lunged forward and unleashed her ultimate move, Frost Dragon, forming a massive, powerful ice dragon. At the same time, Aurora also unleashed, firing her flaming wings, burning and covering the sky. Lucas stood in the eye of the storm, facing two streams of elemental power sweeping towards him. Lucas leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick that shattered the ice stream's attack. He was inwardly amazed at the opponent's ability to control magic using two spells simultaneously. His control was insane. Facing both of them alone was truly too much, even for him. Below, Diane was still focusing her magical power to target him. Suddenly a voice rang out. Violet lightning bolts directly shattered the ice barrier to relieve Lucas. Julia appeared with a face smudged with wounds. The girl breathed a sigh of relief for arriving just in time. Julia stood valiantly by her brother's side, gripping her scepter tightly, clearly declaring that the sibling bond between the two was second to none. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please hit like to support the channel. Thank you and goodbye everyone.